over. They made it to playoffs when so many people doubted them, and now they're again playing basically the kings of their region. If they could beat them a second time here in Madrid, make it into the upper finals, guarantee a top 3 spot at their first global tournament, that would be an incredible moment for this squad.
Yeah, I think as well when you think about teams and their first step onto the international stage or players individually, you talk about kind of validations, what does it? And claiming an international veteran like PRX would be the second leg to closing out the grand finals regionally versus them in my eyes.
Yeah, I'm looking at the fan votes here. Gen.G fans, where are you at? Also, shout out to Ulysses, by the way, who's currently hyping out the Gen.G fans and the PRX fans as well. But where do you guys sit with here? Are you 11% feeling like Gen.G?
I think Gen.G's going to win today. I feel like they're favored in this matchup. I think especially looking at this map pool, seeing that Lotus has made its way in.
Yeah.
Gen.G have just been so consistent throughout 2024. Their players have been stepping up to a new level, and it really feels like at some point, the PRX magic won't be able to work anymore.
This is the thing, it comes back to the same old for me. My heart says PRX, my head says Gen.G,
Yeah.
unfortunately. I think as well, if some of these individuals on Gen.G continue their performance or even...
สวัสดีครับแม่งพูดตั้งนานลืมเปิดไมค์โอเคสวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนสวัสดีช่องแชทนะครับวันนี้เรามาพบกันกับเพย์ออฟนะครับของ VCT Master Madrid นะครับ GEN.G เจอ PRX คู่นี้บอกว่าผมไม่รู้ว่าเชียร์ใครดีอะเปเปอร์เล็กก็อยากเชียร์จริงก็อยากเชียร์คือทีมรักไม่ออกครับ
GG ครับ
แต่ผมเชียร์ GEN.G แล้วกันอันนี้
Whenever that happens, it does feel like
ว่า
the
เป
team
เปอ
has
ร์เล็ก
lost
ก็
before.
ค่อนข้างที่จะประสบ
They
ความสำเร็จ
won't
ใน
make
ส่วน
their
นี้
way
อยากเห็น
Yeah,
เป็น
there
น้องใหม่
certainly is.
มา
I
ประสบ
think
ความสำเร็จ
there's
บ้าง
a pressure to do more, to improve, to look back
นั่น
on
เอง
that match and learn from it.
เรียกพ่อหรือเรียกแม่
is a lot better than that. The individuals have stepped up. They've gotten closer to finding their identity again.
ใช่หรือเปล่า
This is a
เฮ้ย
moment for PRX.
ไอ้เดี๋ยวผมอันนี้เนี่ยเปิดโพลถามแชทหน่อยว่าเชียร์อะไรกัน
This is finally the game where it can kind of dispel
PRX
the doubts that everyone has
or
had around this team, around if
GEN.G.
they can do it again, on if they just have to rely on these hero plays, especially if they can do so or into against Gen.G.
ผมกลัวพี่ดูว่าไม่ทัน
Against a good
ไม่โกรธกันนะ
I don't think this is too hard.
Yeah,
วันนี้ขอเชียร์ GEN.G แล้วกันเพราะว่าอยากเห็นทีมน้องใหม่ได้ไปโลดแล่นบ้าง เปเปอร์เล็กก็ประสบความสำเร็จมาพอสมควรแล้ว
They're still low confidence. I think they need to
They're
into
ใครอยาก
It's
จอง
by
ได้
PRX
ที่เราเนี่ย
Bundle
No bias on
No,
the desk
no.
here at all. But no, I absolutely agree. I think as well, it's really telling if to hear PRX talk the way they haven't spent these
มัน
last
แพ้ไม่ได้รอบสายล่างน้ำ GEN.G แพ้ให้ที
แต่พอซอฟต์เอท
extreme. I think need to go to hear Alex saying
พังหมดแล้วทีนี้รีบเกินไปคอมพังแล้ว
ผมรักน้องลากี
As you said, Mimi, this might just be the one that actually gives them the confidence that they need. We are down to our final 4 teams. So let's get the playoffs
เฮ้ย
started.
เฮียไม้มันยังเล่นเกมอยู่
It's
วะเนี่ย
GEN.G versus PRX and Sentinels taking on Loud. Day 6 of Masters Madrid starts right now.
เย็ดเค right now
โอ้โห
VALORANT Master Madrid ว่ะ
อุ้ยหูช่องผมเปเปอร์เล็ก 91% เลยอะผมพร้อมที่จะโดนแล้วครับ
High five each other real quick.
นี่มันถ่ายใหม่เหรอวะไอ้สัตว์
Playing against you guys on screens back in Iceland.
Yeah.
It's been a while since that.
GEN.G แน่นอน
Yeah,
แฟน
I
เปเปอร์
remember
เล็ก
you
เยอะ
guys were insane back then. I'm super happy you guys are here representing the night with us. It's good for a change.
Nobody is standing in Loud's way as Loud make their way to the playoffs easily.
Com certeza, acho que essa última
Cadê?
partida foi
Toma,
o
tchau.
nosso pico de performance até agora no nosso time novo.
Sentinels have done it. Sen City here to play.
At this point, everyone wants to beat us. So
เค
far,
ยเจิม
it
เนี่ย
hasn't
เค
worked
ย
out
เจิม
for them.
GEN.G ครับ
พี่โคเทคเตอร์มาเปล่าพี่วันนี้
Cara, a adaptação do QSCK
Viu,
tá sendo
Maiva?
muito boa. Eu acho
Oi,
que
tá bem bad, hein, ó.
um duelista.
มา คือเดี๋ยวนี้มึงแดกมิกกี้เข้าไปเยอะเหรอ
จริงว่ะโคตรพี่มิกเลย
ฮะมึงแดกมิกกี้เข้าไปเยอะเหรอเดี๋ยวยังไงเดี๋ยวกูเรียกให้น้องให้เอาไหมแป๊บนึง มาปุ๊บวงแตกนะกูบอกก่อนนะ
J
ดู
พวก YouTube มึงอะไรเนี่ยเพื่อน
หลังบ้านครับ
เชี่ยเทศาสตร์แล้วเหมือนไม่สงสัยเหมือนกันนะครับว่าคนหน้าบ้านทำไม่ได้หรอครับ
คนทำบ้านไม่อยากทำเลย
ครับผม
ไม่ว่าง
เห็นว่าคนหลัง
ติด
บ้าน
เกมอยู่
เชี่ยไม่ถ่ายคอนเทนต์ใหม่เลยว่ะท่านผู้ชมสำหรับ4ทีมนี้มันขยันนะไอ้เหี้ย
มันถ่ายแบบวันไปวันอ่ะพอมันมีแข่งจบปุ๊บมันก็ถ่ายต่อเลย
ครับพี่เอ้ย
ผมสังเกตเลย
ครับพี่เอ้ย
เอ้าผมสังเกตผมเลยถามนี่ใช่เปล่า
ไม่ใช่ครับมันน่าจะถ่ายสต็อกไว้แต่ว่า
เอาอย่างนี้มันก็ล็อกผลไม่ได้ดิ
ไม่หมายถึงมันถ่ายสต็อกไว้แล้วมันเลือกใช้ในสิ่งที่ทีมที่เข้ารอบไงแต่อันนี้ถ่ายใหม่ แต่ว่าสุดท้ายมันเห็นว่าการแต่งตัวมันถ่ายเผื่อไว้นะในบางซีน
อ๋อ
เพราะว่าอันนี้มันอยู่ในวิดีโอเปิดตัวในต้นแล้วลาเกียวนี่คือตัวแปรครับผมบอกก่อนเลยท่านผู้ชมที่เปเปอร์เอ็กซ์จะชนะเป็นล่ามเหรอ
เอ้า
ไม่ใช่ครับมันยิงไม่โดนครับผม
ผมนึกว่าถ้าแบบตัวแปรถ้า
โอ้
เต็ม
ย
ทีช
เฮีย
นะ
ไอ้
นา
มิกอ
เกีย
ยู่ไม่ได้ไอ้ซัดผมนึกว่าเป็นล่ามพี่บอกตัวแปร
พี่ช่องผม
มึงเตะบอลได้ไหมคือตัวแปรตัวบอลได้ไหมตัวบอลเตะบอลอะไรอย่างเงี้ยได้ไหมตัวแปรเจ็ดแม่ทำไมต้องเป็นล่าม
แล้วหัวไวกันจัดช่วงนี้
โหส่งกันปุ๊บปั๊บโหแล้วนอนน้อยด้วยไอ้เฮียเปิดตัวได้ไอ้สัตว์เลเก้มาแล้ว
โลโกเมียโต
relax
เจนมินจินะครับสำหรับ100 บาทนะครับเชียร์พี่โปเต้แล้วคนเชียร์พี่โปเต้
We've seen this
Yes,
matchup
Solo
before, and
เล็กว่ะ
last time Gen.G
อดีต
became the king of Pacifics, but this is a different stage and a stage that PRX
พี่
have
ดูดิ
conquered
แข่งมาด้วยกันแล้วสุดท้ายต้องมาเป็นโค้ชอะ
These teams, they have
วนเวียนในวงการ
Pacific,
เออ
but then
ไอ้เหี้ย
that was
มา
Gen.G
ยิ้ม
proving
ใส่กันเลย
themselves for their first time.
เป็นลิขสิทธิ์ไหม
แต่ในใจคิดนะมึงดูกูแน่มึงดูกูแน่
But now they're here in Madrid. They've
ต่อ
done
มือ
it
เหรอ
again.
ต่อ
They
มือ
โซโล่
played
บอก
it
ว่า
well. They
โบ
have
นี้
another chance.
มาก่อนกระโดงกันไปละ วันนี้กระโดงวิก
Today, they can
จริงไงล่ะ
cement themselves
อเล็กบอกว่า
as
ตอน
the
ผม
best
กูเล่น
team
ดีกว่าจะแพ้มึงแต่ตอนกูเป็นโค้ช
ไอ้มีสายล่างครับลง
ไม่ได้เป็นเล็กแดง
ทำไมงานจะกันได้ไม่ต่อยกันแล้วพี่
No matter how logical you think
นี่
about
อ
it,
เล็ก
no
มึง
matter
ยิ้มแค่
how
ตอนนี้แหละ
ขอบคุณ
ไอ้เหี้ย
ซุป100 บาทนะครับผมมี
They
ค่าเมีย
always
ขอบ
เดี๋ยว
คุ
พอ
ณครับ
นั่งเก้าอี้เท่าไหร่ไม่รู้เหี้ยไม่รู้เป็นเหี้ยอะไร
and that's what makes playing them so damn scary.
Yeah, PRX is the definition of any given Sunday, really, of what you get on the day, especially now we're thrown into the mix of potentials for composition changes to come out. PRX looking back at
Let's
their
go.
previous performances, not feeling fantastic about it. Gen.G now don't
ไม่ได้เสียง
necessarily
PM เลยเหรอ
have
เฮ้
a
ยเดี๋ยว
very
ผมกด
familiar
มา
opponent in that regard.
What other team will play a comp for the first time after scrimming it once and then show up and look terrible in the
Get
first
back.
half, win in the second? Not to the same level. Not to the same level.
เต้สรุปเต้อยู่ฝั่งไหน
show
นะ
up, they make a miracle happen, and then you'll
ผม
talk
เชียร์
to
ไป
them
เร่งนะ
after,
แต่ผม
like,
ว่า
yeah,
เจ
we
น
should
จี
win
ชนะ
เฮ้ยเลือกสิเลือกให้เลือกเราจะได้แบบมี
I
เดิม
mean,
พัน
in the veins of Navi, Angel, he does
Paper X
currently
ครับ
hold the record for the most agents played in a single tournament.
ไหน
But
ไอ้มอน
แม่งเหลือ
Forsaken is
47%
one away. If he just whips out a 7,
เอางี้พี่หน้า
different
ข่าวป่ะ
Asian
พี่หน้าข่าว
players
ลงเพจแล้วป่ะ
Yeah, we see it. We
But
see
it
it.
is half
โอเคให้จะดังละ
ไอ้เหี้ย
Oh, okay, okay.
So maybe that is the
เราก็ต้องมี
key
challenge นี่พี่จะได้ดูแบบตื่นๆหน่อยมันๆไม่ง่วง
At least individually, Mike,
ดังแล้ว
he's on form.
ลุ้นกันแบบ
I think just to double off on that, the real test for Gen.G would be as well if PRX do completely.
ลุ้นกันมันๆหน่อย
We're starting where
กด
we
เอ
are.
เจนต์นี่กู
To
สัก
start
ที
on
เถอะวะ
split. If that composition gets changed, it'll be another validation for Gen.G to come out. Obviously, prep out the window and just perform bread and butter Valorant, which they've
คณะขอบคุณ31 เดือนนะครับ
เป็นรูปหลุดอะไรวะ
so far here in Madrid.
มาตอนนี้ดังแล้วโอเค
They do that versus a team like PRX that are willing to just kind of push all in.
แมตช์สำคัญครับ อุ้ยหนาวเหลือเกิน
The thing is, normally
แพ้มีสายล่าง
desk on a cast about, oh, you have to do it against PRX. That's the exact
เฮ้ย
Gen.G
เจ็ดเลยเหรอ
used to that. They've played this team twice before. They know
Mon
about
Ray.
the chaos and they
For
know how to
Sakin.
prepare for
Hey.
agent select. And it's
Oh.
standard for once in a
Yeah,
big
no,
first.
that
Standard,
Gen.G.
it's double duelist
เฮ้ย
แรก
โอ้โห
It's the old standard from last
Yes,
year.
yeah.
เฮ้ยสปิดมันตบไอ้นี่มาเลยนะพี่ใครนะ
But it is
รอบ
still
ที่
a
แล้ว
good
อะ
comp that I think
เล็
works
กๆครับ
very
ท่าน
well
ผู้ช
to
ม
these teams'
ตบ
play
พีเอ
styles.
ครับ
Yeah, and I guess as well, banning the
ไอ้
madness
TS
that
ไอ้เหี้ย
was the Yoru
Hit
comp as well.
ใช่ใช่
Split, which was
แบบ
the
นี้ให้เป็นไปเล่น
iteration
ไปก่อน
that Gen.G played against last time in the regional finals.
I'm looking in this matchup at the
พี่
head-to-head
จำรูปที่พี่ถ่ายบน
between
เครื่องบินได้
the
ปะ
rookies.
ลาบเหรอ
Monyet and on the
โอ้โห
outside
ตายแล้วปากอ้า
side
แน่นอน
out
ตาม
from
สูตรเลย
Karon.
รู้จักกัน
Both
มานาน
those guys have come
ของ
out
พี่
in
เอ๋
their debut
พี่เอ๋ปาก
international
อ้าอยู่
tournament
พี่บูม
and
อยู่
looked
ของพี่บูม
incredible. They're both
พี่
on
บูม
the
ปาก
run
ไม่อ้าว
for one of the best rookie performances we've seen.
And probably been the two loudest on the stage as well.
Yeah, well, let's
พี่เอ้ย
get this
เจิมเปเปอร์เล็ก
specific
แล้วครับจังหวะนี้
showdown underway and send it over to your
เดี๋ยวแบบหน้าเข้ามากันใหม่
It's been very familiar with the journeys of these two teams. It's Mixman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Insu, and our fantastic analyst desk. Yes, we're pretty familiar with these teams, as I'm sure they played EDG, right? Oh, yeah. But, you know, we heard it from the desk. The only thing harder than beating a team once is beating them twice. PRX know that from EG over at Champs. Now it's an opportunity for them to give Gen.G a lesson in that very same thing.
Well, that's the thing. I kind of want to touch on what Mike said earlier, where it's like a head over heart sort of situation. I also think it's mind over mental, because the way that PRX play is insane. So you kind of have to almost center yourself. We've seen teams do that throughout
แล้วคุ
the
ณจะรู้จัก
tournament so
for
far.
second
The other
lead
problem
และ
for
พี
these
ลู
teams
ด
as well is, yes, they've played each other before, but as it was sort of said in the interview there, like the video we saw just before, they would both like it if Pacific were able to win. They've never managed to win an international event, and it's almost cruel that they get pipped against each other. The only good thing is they won't have to eliminate each other because one of them goes down and one of them goes forward. That's the only sort of saving grace for now, but it does mean that you're almost wanting to just, okay, both teams play their best so that whoever goes forward is going to be able to match up against America. So I think most people at the moment are favoring in this tournament.
Yeah, it definitely feels like fan sentiment. And even from what we've seen, Sentinels have just looked unchallenged throughout this tournament. Other teams have had shakier starts, but
เย็บเชียร์ Gen.G ครับ
Last game. I'd be
หัว
scared
เรือ
of
เชียร์
them
Gen.G
just as
อ่ะ
much.
เหงาเลยไม่เหงาดิคนเชียร์เปเปอร์เล็กทั้ง91เปอร์เลยนะในเนี้ย นี่ว่าผมเชียร์ Gen.G กันนะตานี่โดนกี่ตีนก็ไม่รู้เนี่ยนัด800 กว่าคนก็ 90% ของ 800 น่าจะมัน700 กว่าตีน
It's not exactly the same, because PRX before, they were running Forsaken on a Yoru. Himself and something were diving in, taking so much space and winning almost all of their opening duels. I think it was 13-4, correct me if I'm wrong, where Gen.G demolished on this map. So for PRX, I understand why they've come in and changed their comps. Like we say, the hardest thing is to beat them twice. So they're bringing a new comp and a new philosophy on how to handle split. Question is, will Gen.G be able to deal with it this time, now that there's nothing...
1,400 นะ มี 2 ตีน โอเค โอ้โห ไอ้เราก็นึกว่าจะแบบเฮ้ยไม่โดนหรอ ไม่แต่มี 2 ตีนด้วย แถมให้
The thing is, though, the same can be said for their opponent, because we saw Gen.G come in, switch into this composition, and just look incredible. Like the double duelist especially, the only change they made was Omen in for Astra, just to allow them to be a bit more explosive, but I just remember
ตอน
that...
นี้ยังมีคนยืนเปล่า น่าจะมีนะ
Textra and Meteor, I think they both ended up with 22 kills. Both were the best player in the server. It was like going toe-to-toe all the way through. So it is one of those matchups, as boring as it is, where we are just going to go the duelists are the pinnacle. These are the players we have to watch. The amount of times that PRX would have just got absolutely banged if it wasn't Forsaken just having life games. But the thing is, it's every time he plays Split, he has someone else's life game. It's not a Forsaken life game. It is, okay, for anyone else, that would be the best game they've ever played. Unfortunately, he does that every week.
Well, we talked about this on the desk. I heard Mimi say, well, okay, if you think it's going to be 2-0, who is the team to 2-0 it here? And actually, looking at the veto, right, Split last time went to PRX, Lotus was super close. I mean, if we go based on what we saw in the past, maybe the foundations are there for them to take that 2-0.
Hello, boy. Woo!
A 3-mapper between these two teams. The best of the best. Pacific number 1 and Pacific number 2. And it's time to throw down as the barriers go up on Split.
Yeah, and it's looking like we're going to get a brawl to start things off. Both teams with the majority of their players set up outside this A site. They both run pistols in this direction before. Good nade.
โอ้ลงแรง
Forsaken already, and something. And Mind Freak peeking off the back of it. They're going to be stuck in the corner early on. This is
เฮ้ย
a great
แปลก
start for
ๆเฮ้ย
PRX.
จอพริบ
Munch gets in danger as well. He tried to jump away. Boom bomb
แปลกๆแล้ว
สุดไหมสุดไหมสุดไหมถามแค่นี้ก่อน
2 versus
โอ้
5.
โหอยู่เอกัน5 คนเดี๋ยว
คุณ
จะ
ได้ทำ
เชื่
เนีย
อ
เลยว่าไม่ต้องเล่น
But they have to hope for some
สุดไหม
serious mistakes at this point. The PRX go
ผม
running forward.
ผมว่า PRX ชนะ
Or
วันนี้
even rotate, assuming that it's a B hit.
ผมอยู่กับพี่บูแล้ว
You can see there's no real need for panic on the defensive side. They're just going to hunker down and wait for Gen.G to take a step forward and give them the first pistol round win.
Yeah, I think the scary prospect as well is that on this
ปื
map
น
in
พกปืนพ
particular,
ก
we
ปืน
have
พก
seen some sort of rougher attack sides out of Gen.G. Obviously, that is helped a little bit by having that Omen instead of the Astra. But other than that, it's an absolutely flawed.
โอ้โห ฟอร์เรด
ไปก่อนเลย
As
ครับ
said, expectations for PRX is
Four
this
lead.
that they'll win. If it's going to happen in this series, I think the next two, I would favor to Gen.G,
Wait,
even
no,
more
no,
so
no.
because of the fact that we saw recently on Lotus the changes to
ไม่
the
เจน
bomb.
จีมันเมาหมัดอยู่ไง
To be honest,
แรก
I didn't
ๆยังไม่
like
ตื่นหรอก
it didn't look good. So this is the map that I feel like
ให้กำลังใจก่อนให้กำลังใจ
ครับ
win.
พี่
The
พี่เลย
problem
ครับ
is
ฝาก
throughout
ไม่
this
ให้นะครับ
tournament
พี่
I've said that
20
and then they've won the other map.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because that's just how they are. They just manage to adapt. They have the individual players that sometimes
น่าจะขนมว่ะเกมนี้
and that is rare. Like it is very difficult to have people that are
สา
on
ม
that
เก้า
level.
สามแปด
At least from the games
สามเจ็ด
we've had, Tom, it
สามหก
has been
สามห้า
insane
สามสี่
ครับพี่
โอเค
teams trading out
อยาก
their
อยู่
own
จอเดียว
map
กัน
picks, losing your pick and winning
สอง
your
แปซิฟิกเลยนะเว้ย
Gen.G, they've not got off to a great start, and as the
Oh,
push comes in, okay,
Hey.
actually they're getting close. The pressure's kind of being applied.
Hey,
Yet
Sway.
they've lined it up. He's taken down. Okay, it's not a bad start at all for Gen.G.
Ui.
Gaining some ground now, winning some more fights. With heals up,
อุ้ยทำไม
it looks
Ui.
like they're tidying it
Ủa.
up eventually.
โนสโคว่ะ
Very
something
scary for a
อย่าง
moment.
สุด
I would love to
ไม่
see
เสียหายเท่าไหร่
Forsaken's POV in that because what it looked like he did was jump down from the heavens with an outlaw in
ทำไม
hand
พวกคุณ
and
อุ้ย
face
กัน
their
เนี่ยผมยัง
entire
ไม่
team.
ถึงเลยวะ
Ridiculous.
ทำไมพวกคุณอุ้ย
ใช่ครับ
But do you know who he is?
Yes, I
Well,
do.
who's on there?
Well, he just
Falang,
lost his gun.
Falang,
It's now been given to
Falang,
something,
yeah.
and he's bought a judge to replace it. So that, again, if you're talking
Loco.
about if you're talking about Forsaken, he's basically answered.
ไอ้
the
มีปืน
question.
แล้วเรามาดูเลย
Well, it looks like we're going to be using that dash very early on for something. He's getting aggressive. Wall goes up. He's ahead of it. Looking to take someone
โอ้โห
down. Got the shot off.
โหแล้วโล
ได้กันเป็นคนละเม็ด
มีฮิวมีฮิว
No problem. If you're the one taking contact with that outlaw,
ไม่
you're
งั้น
not,
ละกัน
you're not going to
And
kill
they
the
have
player.
Sky.
You need to get out.
That's the thing. They can just heal him back up, so that it's actually not that problematic for what was an early battle. You can already see heading over in that direction. Money is going to get aggressive as well. Bear in mind, this purchase is fairly weak for PRX. Normally, you'd see a rifle or two in the mix, but this is just SMGs. It can work, more so on Split than probably any other map. This crossfire is fairly nasty, but that's the thing I've really enjoyed about Gen.G. They've been methodical. They've been careful throughout this tournament. They are not one of
มัน
those
เรียก
teams
ว่าเอาหน้า
that
บี
are
คืนว่ะ
aggressively running in and blitzing their way through rounds. They can. They have the skill to do it, but they're always, especially in these sort of rounds, very careful.
And it looks like caution's paid off for them. Whatever noise they made on A has sold it to PRX. We're now running the gamble on an A stack. Of course,
ไม่เอาวะ
ไปซื้อ A เลยครับ
could be retrieved. I doubt it even will be. It's quite far up, and the player that will pick it is in heaven. Because that spike plant should be coming down in a little bit. PRX, hear no noise,
A.
see nobody.
เฮ้ย บีเคลียร์ว่ะ
There's a flash still on Divide that could be used to clear outside of it, but this late on in the game, you're just going to sit
Hey.
there, hope
เอา
they
วะเข้า
dive
แบบว่า
into
ไม่มี
you.
คน
And as we can see, they've gone to the exact other side of the map. So for PRX, you know, it's hard to get back into a site with these weapons as well, especially a site like this where pretty much every fight on the way in is long range.
See, normally you talk about, okay, maybe going down to the spike or just trying to hold for exits, but I am waiting for Forsaken to attempt to try and blast back through something, and already, Mind Freak taking a lot of control. Now, Texture in a fairly solo position. There's a chance. There's the blast packs already. And there's
Hey,
just
ui.
exactly what Forsaken does. He got a
Ow.
rifle, but it's very
What?
short-lived.
เร็วมาก
Held by Gen.G, even with a little bit of
เอ๊ะ
chaos.
เมื่อกี้เทคเจอร์ไปนั่งในสโมกตรงเฮเว่น
They
อย่าง
spread
เสียวเลย
themselves out there. Lots of space.
มัน
That
มา
Joe
แล้ว
gets
วะ
up close. He's only getting the one,
เปลี่ยน
and it's
กิ๊บ
an immediate drop. The rest of the players easy to deal with when you've got that kind of
วิ
weaponry
ซัมติงโอเปอเร
advantage
เตอร์
and you're not caught out of position. 2-1. It's a fairly bog standard start to the game. Pistol win for PRX, follow up, and then they lose. I mean, the one thing that we'll say is that maybe that third round could have seen a bit more
Wow,
damage
lucky, yeah.
out of that side. But again, they did gamble on a site. It didn't
Lucky,
work
but
out.
not in.
This is what happened. The opportunity, though, to deal that damage here as we get the operator out on something right away. And the shot is
Ui,
not landed.
ui,
Might
thiệt.
be good for one and drop the B site under threat. But
เดี๋ยวใครกิน
Gen.G
กระเบื้อง
took off. The whole time they've been leaving Meteor outside of A to catch a rotation. He hasn't found one, but one can assume that rotation's going on through the spawn right now if you're Gen.G. They don't know that Mind Freak's still very much close.
Yeah, they also flash mid on the defensive side, so they have the information that there was no one there, so they're able to gamble an early rotation in towards this A site. Forsaken Still with the judge, is just going to make sure he keeps control in mid.
Ui,
But it's
đơn
slightly
niên.
more stacked up than you might expect. The only problem is
อุ้ยทำไมฟิกลั่นสักนั้น
he's switching between utility. Finally, will pull the
Oh.
gun out, but the aggression of his teammate gets absolutely nothing. And while there is the floor of the judge, not going to find anything more. And for something,
เซฟออฟเลย
I hope to God he's going
Save.
to save.
It's not the round
Save
you
the
wanna
win,
see him throw his life away for, is it? A 1v3 with the op, possible, winnable, but not to be. If you had a few more kills along the way, a few more orbs picked up, something like that, maybe risk it.
ล่าหรือเปล่าล่าหรือเปล่าส่งคนมาล่าหรือเปล่า
Just want to throw it out. And for Gen.G,
มันกินพยายามล่าอ
they're
ยู่
sort of realizing that they heard the op earlier on, right? They know that it's in play right now.
แพ้มีใส่ล่างครับรอบนี้
Spread out. Already sending Munchkin to try and find this player, and based on the time, it looks like he might be safe. They'd have to start.
พี่ก็เชียร์ทั้งคู่แหละ
So an op for the next round, but just look at the credits on PRX.
เชียร์เจนจีออกหน้าออกตาไม่ได้ครับเดี๋ยวโดนตีนดูเปอร์เซ็นต์เนี่ยเชียร์อะไรเกรงใจเปอร์เซ็นต์บนนี่ด้วย ล้อเล่นล้อเล่นจริงๆผมเชียร์ผมก็ใส่สุดแหละ
And as I said, when we saw them play against CDG, they
แต่เป็นผู้เล็กผมก็เชียร์ไงถ้าแบบมันก็เลยแบบกลืนไม่เข้าใครไม่ออก
So I think that any sort of grinding out of these early rounds is going to be important. Sure, you're still
อารมณ์เหมือนคุณไปเชียร์บอลในสนามครับแล้วไอ้ข้างๆมันเป็นแมนยูแล้วเราเชียร์ลิเวอร์พูลเนี่ย
issues in
แล้
the
วแบบ
round, but as said, they've been methodical. Their utility's been good. They instantly had a snake bite that went through to deny him that early aggression. It's expected at this point. By the looks of things, they may even just be going for an early A take. They are all set up outside.
I liked what I saw last round. I don't know if you caught it in the replay, Tom, but
เฮ้ย
fist bump in,
เอ้า
high
เช็ค
five. Let's see how many high fives there are for Gen.G.
โอ้โห
after
โดน
this
อีก
one. They've got a lot of
เฮ้ย
space.
เดี๋ยว
That flash was perfect. Deadly from Divide. And he's
แล้วมัน
managed
ยัง
to
ไงวะ
slip away towards the elbow in
แล้ว
another
มันยัง
fight.
ไงอะ
And he's actually got a teammate in there. I don't know if they've seen Forsaken, but they certainly have now at heavy cost. Smokes are down, but
อ้าว
so too.
สติหาเลย
Majority of PRX players.
สติเหรอ
There's only something
ตะเกีย
left, and he
ทำไม
has
วันนี้
that
มึงลั่น
op.
จังวะ
ซื้อไม่ถูกสักไซ
ซัม
ส์
ติงเสกหรือเปล่าเป้าจับนี่วินนี่มันเล่นในบีอ่ะ
He hasn't found them to start off though, and that dash already
ไปต้ม
happened.
มา
Once
เจ
it
อไล่
closed
เดือ
the
ดเดือด
distance, so many tough angles, tight angles to clear with this op in hand.
ซัมติงลงปานหมด
And all he did is a player up top. He's checking the right angle. What a shot! He was close by.
เทสดีครับกูจะเวิร์ดจัดช็อตนี้
Third round found
เย็ด
for
แม่นี่มันเอ็ม
Gen.G.
พิษนี่หว่า
They're running away with this early game.
Yeah, still a close round for what was invested. That was a decent stack up in the early stages. For
Alec,พอไปยัง
PRX,
อะ
just basically having the majority.
ยัง
And
พี่
ยัง
somehow
อเล็ก
managing
บอก
to dodge
บอ
some
มืออยู่
shots that I don't really know how they
หู
did.
มือรออยู่อากาศเย็นอยู่ตรง
Bringing
นี้
it down to just one player surviving, keeping that economy a little bit more honest for Gen.G. And well, you see the danger of how fast this man is with the operator. The
How?
problem though is he's not going to be able to have it for this round. They didn't have the
How?
extra
เนี่ยฟิกแบบนี้
finances and
เฮ้ยใจเย็น
quick
ละเกียร์
trading
ใจเย็น
again.
ใจเย็น
Fundamentals of Gen.G sublime.
One kill, one death as well, so he's still 2 away from a blade storm. So we're down to just that rifle. But as we said, ultis were coming
เจสันมึง
online.
ไม่
We
ใช่พี่
saw
หลู
the
ดไง
seekers used by Lakia, finding a lot of information. This time around, PRX have theirs, but also a showstopper online. That's a big weapon to have in the back pocket of Forsaken and could play a role later on in the round. For Gen.G, you can see their spread. This is a full default play. At this point, they're expecting PRX to make some adaptations and to throw out some of that signature early round aggression.
เจอยังไม่ได้เล่นเลยนะยิงตัวเอ
They're
ง
happy to bunker down and wait for that push to come through. Like I said, the other problem here, Gen.G have a lot of credits built up. If PRX lose this round, it's going to be a skyrocket.
Oh, maybe when. That's not the start they were looking for. 2 players down immediately. Forsaken's been a hero before, but down to just 5 HP. That's not really going to work too well for them. And the Seekers went towards mid, but also in towards the A side. The
เฮ้ย
realization there
โหเดินเข้าไปเคลียร์เอแบบชิว
win this battle, it could be huge. I don't think they're going to expect him. It's such an obscure position to be in, but then it's almost revealed. Divide though.
ๆเฮ้ยเดวายสวย
Bringing back 2 kills.
จังหวะมาโคตรดี
Just about making it to the site, and it is going to bait in. Nice work from the side of Munchkin.
โอ้โหสุดท้ายมันก็พิษเลยวะ
เจสันนันตีใส่ไปพิษเก็บ 1ครับผมกระโดดเข้าซ้ายคัดวาง
Ever so
เอาไม่ใช่
devastating showstopper. Might
เฮ้ย
just be able to clear
Ôi.
shots into the Viper's pit, but actually,
โอ้
it's just
เห็น
he
แวบๆป่ะพี่เมื่อกี้
น่าจะเห็นน่าจะเห็น
doesn't even mind about the pit. I don't know
Jason.
if it's taken
Oh.
but it doesn't even matter. Loses the fight to his counter raise.
เนี่ย
The
เจิม
Munchkin
เทคเจอร์ประมาณเลย
Gen.G.
Gen.G are having a field day right now. Like I mentioned, the economy was in their
โอ้
favor.
โดน
The
4
orbs
ราวรวด
that were
เรียบร้อย
there
เรียกเลย
burned up in that round to try and gain some
We
semblance of
We
an
need to
advantage.
talk.
Divide did incredibly well.
We need one.
In his position, he stayed down in screens, waited for the swing out with the player Munchkin up top.
ใครสโมองลูกเมื่อกี้เนี่ยตรงกลาง
sacrificing
อัน
himself
นี้
มอน
to
เอ
sell
ง
out in the open.
มอน
They
เองเหร
swung
อ
to try and trade him. And
นี่อะไร
Divide had that
พรเพราะวินนี้
beautiful
เลย
off
นะ
angle to just rip them to shreds. We're seeing elements of that team play there from PRX. We're seeing individuals win some of their fights, but it's not enough right now. Gen.G have come locked and loaded with a huge lead to start. I mean, it's doubled the rounds, but it's the economy
We have to
that's
talk.
really the problem for me.
Come
You've got
on.
Players 7K, 5K, 5 and above is average
เอ้
for
ย
the
มึง
Gen.G
รู้อะไร
side right
พอ
now.
เพราะอะไรจะพูดอะไร
เพราะอะไรพี่
ไอ้มอนนี่กูเปลี่ยนมึงเล่นมาจากเลนมาเล่นในเฮียโอเมนแล้วนะมึงยังสโมกเฟลอีกไอ้สัตว์
ผมสับไปสับมาไม่ถนัด
มึงเลิกอ้างอะไรมอนไอ้สัตว์
โทษครับโทษครับ
มีสติมีสติ
ครับครับ
ปากมอน
เดี๋ยวผมตั้งใจสโมกใหม่
มีสติ
Someone as legendary as Solo, I don't think you're ever going to have the
แม่
มัน
จำ
ใส่
เลย
มาโดน4 ราวด้วยแล้วก็พอ
around the block multiple times, and even just giving him a moment to talk here is going to be beneficial for them. Mind Freak off to a bit of a slow start as well, but also it is just reliant on those individuals a lot of the time. I think we saw some of the statistics posted earlier. Is like you compare the 5v4 conversion, Gen.G. I think it's like 70-something%. For PRX, it's only like 60-something. But then they have a higher 4v5 because they have those individuals that can turn around on their own. It's not the greatest stat you want to have ever because you'd rather just be winning the rounds outright. But they need some of those heroes to come online because they've been okay, but it's not been enough to take rounds off Gen.G.
Haven't seen the numbers of clutches from Gen.G versus PRX, but PRX also do very well in those late rounds. Players like Forsaken previously bailed them from so many situations. Now, weaker weapons, like we said, and close range surprise factor is probably the best way to find value. Mind Freak has at least picked up one, but Karen is making this
เพื่อน
one
สังเกต
look
ป่ะทัวร์เนี้ย
easy.
เวลาคู่
3
ต่อสู้
kills
จนน่ะ
already
แม่ง
under
เร็
his
วๆเลย
belt. 40 HP.
ไม่ให้แบบว่า
Looks like he's gonna get this one easily with Mind Freak drop. That's his
ผมว่าดีนะ
kill of the round.
เวลาคู่ต่อสู้
Confidence builder
จนไปเล่น
if ever
ช้า
I've
แล้ว
seen
โด
one.
นเชอรี่
And
ตัด
that's
ที
the
ละ
last
คน
thing that PRX wanted to
เห็น
get
โคตรบ่อย
Again, not talking about them losing the round. That's expected. It's the amount of players still alive on Gen.G. They're farming crazy by the minute.
เสียทรงเสียทรง
One more. 3 to go. One hell of a play if he made it. And it ain't gonna happen. Look at that firing squad down below.
Yeah, I think against any other team, maybe it'd have a chance, but Gen.G have been so good just playing off of each other, trading effectively. They don't even lose another member of the squad.
Viper Demon 1
I love the sort of switch up in tempo, especially in these anti-eco
มัน
rounds.
ตั้งแต่นี่นะพี่ ตั้งแต่ไอ้รอบแปซิฟิกปะ
เฮ้ยน้องเอาเกิน
เจนจีแม่งจะชนะด้วย
Information clearing things out. The rest of the team quickly execute, and Karen actually sticks.
ว่าเจนจีในจุดเปลี่ยนเลยคาร์ลอนอะ
คาร์ลอนเนี่ย
ไม่เด่นแต่มันแบบ
เรื่อยๆบอกไงเพราะว่าทีมอื่นได้แชมป์โลกเพราะเขายังไม่เล่น
เรื่อยๆครับ
รอดูพี่ครับ
Defense has been tested again and again. They failed the test again and again. 5 in a row for Gen.G, and now ultis are there. Showstopper.
ไปกันเลยมอน
ไอ้มอนมึงไม่ทำเต็ปอ่ะ
No paranoia. Flashes on Divide. But PRX set up with a man disadvantage on seconds into the round.
มันวิ่งยาวขึ้นกล่องหรือเปล่าพี่หรือจะขึ้นเฮเว่นอีกสเต็ปหนึ่งแค่
Not bad in
ถ้า
these
ปล่อยไปเลยดีกว่า
4v5s,
ไม่ใช่แค่
but
นั้น
Gen.G are even better in the 5v4s. Opener
เละ
again.
เทะ
Karen
เละ
takes
เทะ
down
แล้ว
another Forsaken trying his best, but he's almost there. That is and well, Blacky and Meteor combined might be one of the fastest rounds we've ever had in the VCT. That was so quick from Gen.G. And you could just see the more the confidence build, the
ไม่แล้วโล
faster
ตัส
these
เป็น
takes
ไป
are
เล่นชอบแพ้
getting.
ด้วยนะ
Gen.G getting opener after opener. They've used a couple of ults, but they're also able to stagger them. Like you're talking about, Showstopper used this round. Last round they used from the
เช้าแล้ว
โอ้ย
อ๋อ
sort of
แต่ก็ยังสู้ไง
so that's already back online.
พี่ลองสังเกตไอ้แมปเนี้ยไอ้เจนจีอ่ะถ้าไอ้นี่ได้เล่นดูเลย2 คนอะไม่เล่นโคตรดีเลย
That's why it's back online.
ไม่ได้ว่า
เมเทโอกับไอ้เท็กเจอร์อ่ะจะมีบีทอีกแมปหนึ่งอ่ะ
โยรุด้วยฮะ
แม่งเล่นโคตรดีอ่ะ
เมเทโอไงไอ้สัส
พี่เมทิโอ
จากเซนติเนลไอ้สัส
We'll see what he can do with those. But the reality is, yeah, the momentum is very much in Gen.G's favor. The economy is riding high after several.
ไม่ได้ยืนจัดกางเกงเลยเมื่อกี้จัดกางเกงมันนั่งไม่ถนัดไม่ได้ยืน
Maybe for the rest of this half.
ทำไมเขาลุกใส่กันบ่อยอย่างวะ
Still possible for a 6-6 scoreline, but it has to start here with a much better defense. Now, we talked about some aggression from this PRX side, seeing it early on in rounds. With a minute left on the clock, they're going for it. The paranoia, but the fights don't go their way. Gen.G winning
Lơ
every
mà.
single
Oh.
one. There's no competition,
Không
Tom.
mát.
Barely a lick of damage done, and what is negated by the heal. This is a disaster. Something might be able to save
มัน
him. He's
มัน
made
นิ่ง
big
ทุกคน
plays
เลยเกาหลี
before with the blade storm. There's one.
Oh.
And not two. Damage, but no kills.
ขาดไปเล่มหนึ่ง
เฮ้ยมอน
เฮ้ย
Oh! Munya has a chance. Somehow this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just need to hit the
โอ้โหเลือดน้อยไปหน่อย
Fortunate.
ในไทย
A nice
ขาด
try
นัดหนึ่ง
for the new man on the block. I didn't think there was any way
So
that
close.
that round was going to become competitive.
พี่มอนเกือบแจ้งเกิดอีกรอบ
Somehow Munya made it close. The thing is though, again, you just have to give props to Gen.G.
คือสิ่งที่มึงทำเสียไปมันมากกว่าสิ่งที่มึงทำดีอ่ะ
They
จดไว้แล้วอเล็กบอก
พี่วูใจเจ็บ เจ็บใจจุก
จดเยอะจังวะพี่
ไม่ได้ครับ
อเล็ก
อเล็กจดเลย
กดไม่หยุดเลยเลย
หนังสือเล่มหนึ่งนี่ใช้แค่วันเดียว
ใช่เฮียมอนไปแล้วครึ่งหน้า
นั่นคือ
Yeah, like I said, there was no chance of them losing that clean. I thought something would be the hero, but
Madridมันเอา
Munya
เรื่องจังวะ
complimented his calling and his play in the video we saw earlier, and I can see why if he's fragging out like that. But again, close but no cigar. 7-2, Gen.G
โอ้
finding next to no struggles.
วัดไก่คนนี้ด้วยดิเท็กเจอร์
กำลังมาเลยช่วงนี้
Very different, but instead, they're
ดู
on
ดู
Nico,
ดู
they've
ที่ห้อย
already
ก็
lost
บัดดี้ก็
something.
รู้แล้ว
Stingers
เรื่อง
to
แส
play
ง
with.
เลย
Sheriff
Hey,
on
man.
Forsaken. And Texture's got confidence for days. He sees an eco and he's diving down into vents after them.
The thing is, they've got so much control towards mid that they have to just be wrapping out from another position. But look how passive the players are. They know that there's going to be
โอ้
weak
โดนไป
weaponry,
หนึ่ง
so
เจ็บ
they're just
ค่าผ่าน
many
ทาง
of the close range fights. Powering up
สง
from
สัยจะ
above.
2-0
There's
ว่ะ
not
ทรง
really
นี้
an easy way to kill it. Maybe there is. Somehow Munya got past all the defenses. Even still, though, this post-barn looks strong. Nade still available. They've been taking these sites so quickly that they've had no problems just having late utility.
โอ้โห
Wow, the time almost looks like it's gone. Trying to bait some space, but it's all too easy for Gen.G.
เฮ้ย
Another three-man player
เอาไป8แล้ว
surviving.
นะเจนจี
8-2 on the board. And this is the this is
มันเริ่มเสี่ยวไหมพี่เจิม
rounds in a row.
Oh.
Other than the pistol and
ดู
second
ฟอร์ม
round,
ตอนนี้ดิ
they've achieved nothing.
ลองดูฟอร์มตอนนี้ดิพี่เจิมนี่จะเอาอยู่ด้วย
Even the round that was close, Tommy.
เว้นแต่ว่าจะมีภาพที่แบบว่าตอนคัมแบ็กฮิลิติกภาพนั้นนะน่าจะมีทรงนะ
Early on in a series on a map that previously Gen.G got absolutely obliterated on within their region. Now they come to the international stage and
They might do one better.
yeah, 13-4 us, well 13-2 you.
โอ้โห
Opportunity here at least to shut down
Ui.
the first and the second one. Yet does
Ah,
one
wah.
rockets on point. And when Lakia
เนี่ยต้องเป็นภาพอย่างเงี้ย เปลี่ยนแผนเล่น
to finally put another round on the board.
ถ้าอย่างเงี้ยยังมีภาพหน่อยแต่ถ้าเป็นแบบเหยาะแยะเมื่อกี้นะยากเลย
But it was shut down eventually by something with
Ui.
only one standing.
เว้ยว่ะ
It's an easy
มันต้องแบบนี้ เนี่ยคือเปเปอร์เล็ก
Finally
จังหวะแบบเมื่อ
back
กี้
on
ยัง
the
มีแบบ
board,
อารม
but
ณ์ซูม
hell
เต้น
of a
หัวนะ
distance yet to go.
Yeah, and again,
ก็เป็น
it
ซูมแบบ
comes
รี
off
เซ็ตด้วยนะ ซูมแบบ
individual brilliance out of Forsaken.
เพื่อเอาให้ว่ะเรานี่
โอ้เจนสันไม่กดอย่างไวอ่ะ
That kill if it's not for Munya being able
ผม
to
เห็นมี
kill
คนหนึ่ง
off
ไว
the
กว่านี้
player, but
ใครวะ
it's
ชื่อ
at
อาซู
least
น่าพี่
a break of life. We've seen them
เต็ม
have
ปุ๊บกด
strong
เลย
attack in
ไม่ว่า
half
รายการ
before,
เป็นยังไง
so even a sort of 8-4 scoreline wouldn't be a complete death sentence.
แม่งยิงตัวหนึ่งกดเลยอะเต็มหลอดอะยังไม่รู้ราย
Looking
การ
at
บวกไม่
two
บวก
operators on the attack,
Double
though.
operator, double duelist ว่ะ
Obviously, it's something that can be dropped, but
ก่อน
they
ที่
are
เปลี่ยน
waiting
ปืน
for
กล
aggression here, and it's coming. It's coming.
They ain't waiting in the right spot though. Those ops are elsewhere. And that mid control is going to be completely conceded. The golden gun on Lakia. Good to see him
ตก
show
ใจ
up.
เลยดิเจอ
Really swinging. I think he's currently 12 and 6-2 KD on the board.
อันนี้คืออาถรรพ์พี่เอ๋ย
Further at 8-3. PRX tried a mid push, got denied. Now it seems like they're caught. 1 foot in the grave. They don't know whether to continue on that aggression or reset for the later play. And Gen.G have not made a decision. With 1 minute 5 seconds on the clock, they don't need to rush. They're holding tight, waiting for PRX to make
มึงถือ
a
ช็อต
mistake.
ตี้เข้ามา
They're
เนี่ย
so
นะ
nervous of so being within the smokes
ไอ้
that
เหี้ย
are
เกมอะไรวะ
placed.
เนี่ย
Most of
จริง
the
ด้วยวะ
time, those smokes are being put down by Munya just to deter aggression, which is exactly what it's done. Texture, though, might have a fight because they're so passive. The
จริงๆแล้วผมไม่ค่อยชอบสเต็ปเกมมันแบบ เอะอะใกล้ควักลูกซองอะ
is looking to wrap
ตลก
around
ชิ
in
บ
the
หาย
other direction. A peek out from
เฮ้ย
something.
เฮ้ยทามมิ่ง
I think Meteor's seen him, but it won't matter too much for now. He's going to activate the dash. Something goes peeking, but now I'm just looking at that timer. TP into the backside once more. It's been cleared out, so the spike will be able to go down. This almost has to be a complete retake.
Oh, nice shot by Lakia as well.
เอ้า
There's his
อันนี้ก็
third
เหมือนกัน
spike drop. An opportunity indeed with that spike down. 15 seconds left. It's time for Gen.G to get a move on. Munchkin has to step out from that corner, and he's being caught. They need to dive on that spike and get it
โอ้โห
planted, but PRX are in their
เจ
way.
สันว่ะ
4 rounds at the half. It's not a
Mi-
death
mi replay
sentence
ดูไหม
like you said,
สี่
Tom.
แปดนี่ก็ได้อยู่นะ
Certainly nothing to celebrate. This has been a strong performance from
ฟอร์มนี้
Gen.G.
48ถือว่าไม่แย่นะ
leading the charge
ได้ปืนพก
and plenty more left in the tank
Yes,
for this
sir.
second half. You have to hope the PRX have got something special planned on their attack because this was a
Over จัด
really rough scenario for
Timing
them
ดี
to
จัง
have
ทำไม
to
มันดู
fight back
วาง
from.
เป้าดูอะไรมันดูง่ายหมดเลยวะ
ดู clean เนี่ย เจสันมัน clean man so clean
ตอนมึงตอนลงผมก็ได้อย่างนี้
Even
แหละ
still though, you said Lakia's
โอ้โห
performing.
ไม่หมายถึงไอ้ตัวที่เดินเข้าบอมตัวที่3อะ
ไอพี่นะ
เต็ม
ใคร
ทุก
ยิ
ตัว
งใคร
ไม่ใช่เป็นเจสันเหรอพี่บุ๊ค
ไม่ให้พวกพี่ก็โดนฝรั่งยิงอย่างนี้แหละแล้วก็มาจบวินก็โอ้ยเฮีย
일단 첫 스타트가 되게 힘들었었고 오늘 또한 첫
แต่
경기
พวกนี้ในแมปเจอได้ในเอแมปเจอได้นะ
그거를 잘 극복해내서 좋은 모습 보여줘서 기쁜 것 같고요.
ต้องขอบคุณพี่เอ๋ยผู้เล่นคนที่
ตื่น
그의 진출이
จริงก็น่าจ้างพี่เอ๋ยไปนั่งข้างพี่อเล็กอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแล้วคอยเจิมในวินที่เสียอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
남은 경기도
좀
잘
룰루아.
준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
It leaves it down to just one player actually within the site. They have to go running in though. Karen might be able to just ruin their day, and that's exactly what he'll do.
ทำไมน้องจริงไม่ได้ลง
치킨
น้องจริงไปท
선수가
หาร
전지에 들어오게 되면서 저희 게임 스타일이나 그런 수준이 되게 올라갔다고 생각을 하고 그리고 이제 네, 개개인의 실력 또한 이제 먼치킨 선수가 저에게 콜을 되게 많이 해주는 게 피드백을 많이 해주는 게 있는 것 같다고 생각합니다. 자신감은 늘 넘치고 우리는 준비되어 있고요. 그리고 이제 진짜 더 잘하는 모습과 더 좋은 모습을 보여드리기 위해 잘 저희가 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 이제 플레이오프까지 진출하게 됐고 이제 또 경기들이 며칠 뒤에 올 텐데 그때까지 더 좋은 모습을
กู
준비할
พี่เอ๋ยเลยกูพี่เอ๋ยเจิมพลาดแล้วโดนทุบแทนโต๊ะ
거고
โต๊ะไม่ต้องทุบแล้วทุบพี่เอ๋ย
항상 응원과 격려해 주시는 팬분들께 너무 감사하고 팬분들을 위해 게임을 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, it was third time lucky for Gen.G last time facing off against PRX. Now fourth time fantastic, at least kicking off in that first half. 8-4 when we left you. And now it's time for Gen.G to close this map out. At least that's their mindset going in. PRX, their attack side is about to be put to the test. And the big thing to write home about last time was something diving into sites. The thing is, he had a Yoru causing a lot of chaos for him. Now it's a little bit more conventional, but that's never the name of the game with PRX. In he goes! Something's looking for a fight. Paranoia is perfect. Snakebite's even better. And with 1 HP, he doesn't stand a chance. The rest of the squad comes in to save him.
โอ้โห
They
เร็ว
ended up falling to a 3 versus 1 with Meteor left standing and his back wide open. That's a mistake! And it almost was a costly one too.
Yeah, the Munya needed to hit that headshot at the end. It looked like there was a
บ่ายแล้วมีคนหลับครับ
Meteor managed to turn that back. Still though, it is the pistol round for PRX, and that is the thing. Even with this compositional change, the thing that it adds is firstly that paranoia available for Munya to sort of set them up in, as we saw at the beginning of that round. But also, it just almost, we're going to continuously see the switch up of who's going in first. So you're going to have Forsaken sometimes taking space for something, maybe if he has that operator in hand, and something in that round taking space for Forsaken. They are a deadly duo, whether the
มัน
Yoru
จะ
is
จัดไป
there or
13
not.
เมืองเลยที่เพิ่งเห็น
There's a reason that they went to this combo.
Home.
Overall, nice shot by Meteor. Opportunity for more, and he's landed that shot as well. Forsaken's very low, a big help to any teammates that end up taking that fight. We may talk about the
ผมว่า
outlaw.
ไอ้ปืนนี้น่ากลัวกว่า
Work with the Marshal, the
เอา
chief
หลอด
weapon. And okay, an opportunity if they had have spotted the player in the corner. Monyet though able to deliver.
Good
The killing
เอ้าโดน
blow.
พิษตายไปหนึ่ง
Fell to a snake bite.
โอ้ยเก็บเม็ด
Oh, what is that push from Meteor? You will rarely see a man with the
อุ้ย
gall
น้องมอน
or the gumption to
แล้ว
do
สุดท้าย
such
เข้า
a
หัว
thing.
พอดี
Karen, 1 versus
So
2.
far away.
A serious opportunity. Yes, he's far away, but that might mean by the time he gets here, he could pick up a weapon.
It depends though, because PRX, that's the thing. The
ราคาร้อน
blitz
เขาไปไหน
plays of PRX have been so
ไปไหน
fast.
มา
There's actually still loads of time. They don't need to over-aggress. They've just thrown out the guiding light, the flash to get them a little bit of extra information. Still no weaponry found. Now, Karen does have himself a paranoia. He's brought up his full belt of utility. If he can somehow isolate one of these duels, for now at least it seems like he's waiting for that site to be taken. Smoke will give that away, the spike being planted, and now he can look to try and see if there's any gun to be had, and well, there you have it.
Thank you, Yeti. Yeah, we've got a Bulldog to play with, 100 HP, a Paranoia still online, both smokes. Timing is key, and they swung him together. That's a 3-2-1, perfectly on cue. They won the round, Tom. 3 players down. This definitely isn't how they would have wanted to start it. When I add to that it's a Marshall headshot, okay, what can you do? And another Marshall headshot from a guy pushing a smoke close range, using it like a shotgun. That's not going to feel great. And the other player died to a snake bite. So few kind of random engagements that ended up rocking the boat a little bit for PRX. We'll see how they recover.
When the thing is as well, the player you really don't want those ults to be going over to.
Ning.
3 away from the Blade Storm. Even just a bit of damage in this round, and he'll have something for the next. Now, this purchase from PRX has players now fairly low on cash. You've got Forsaken and Mindfreak down at 150 credits. So for the next round, they might be in a little bit of trouble. Forsaken, though, he's just gone walkabouts. He's sprinting after Luckier, but he isn't going to be able to land the shot. And at least for now, it's only going to be the control that's lost for Gen.G.
No heavy price tag associated with it. Down in red, this is an uncouth hole. 2 players and they're dropping in, landing on each other's head. It couldn't be easier for Luckier. Signed, sealed, and delivered to this man with the heal up for his teammate. Munchkin's going to be back up in fighting form, and in a 5v3, that's another nail in the coffin for PRX. Tagged up a little.
Oh, young Sway. Aaron.
Now there's only 2 attackers standing. Their chances are looking pretty slim.
Yeah, he almost killed Devi through the screen as well, so he's going to be half HP entering the site. They don't even know the Munchkin's there. A perfect reposition. This might be a flawless return to form as Devi's the only man left standing. A 1v5 scenario. Talk about, can he do any semblance of damage? As said, they invested some extra credits into this round, so the next round's not exactly going to be pretty. Wouldn't normally talk about saving, but I think actually holding onto a gun here would have more value, and he's just been seen and knowing exactly where he is now. I imagine there's going to be pressure placed onto this man. Blast packs thrown in, but it's just going to be the entirety of the squad looking to just jump down upon him in those last few seconds.
น่าสงสารชิบหาย
จับตัวก็ไม่ได้
มันนั่งอยู่ล่ะนั่งขี้อยู่มีคนชะโงกมองมาจากข้างบน
น่าสงสารจริงช็อตนี้
Gen.G haven't had a problem when it comes to economy. And I think for this 6-9 scoreline, PRX attack side, they get a decent buy out of it. And, you know, it might seem weird. Look at the timeline.
Hey, flawless.
First 2, what's the issue? The issue is the damage done. 2 players alive coming out of both of those rounds. It meant constant reinvestment, and PRX now left with a Stinger and a Sheriff. Light shields on most players. Some heavy disadvantages to play with.
เฟลอะเดี๋ยวแอร์ร้อน
ไม่รู้ว่าไม่เฟลแต่กับเหมือนเจ
มันหลุดจริงว่ะวันเนี้ยแอรอนอะ
Again, an explosive start to the round. Almost a kill. Well, I tell you what, with 3. This is exactly what PRX does. These fast buys into the site. As mentioned, this was a weaker purchase. They had some pieces missing.
ทุกครั้งที่เป็นเลขเซตเฟลนี่มันก็ดูดีขึ้นมาเลยตั้งแต่ด่านบายของเจสัน
จริง
เมื่อไหร่ต้องเฟลบ่อยๆแต่เล็กน่าจะไม่ปลื้ม
And they've spotted Karen as well. No, I say that. The peek out never really came in. The player behind the back of the site. Should have probably seen him. Now it gets a little bit more interesting. Space given to Texture.
โอ้โหคม
มาแล้วว่ะจอดเรียกความมั่นใจครับจอดนี้
ก็เลยเอาให้ว่ะ
Popping a couple of heads with the Sheriff isn't going to go amiss.
This is definitely the time to wake up. You know, we get the same caveat coming into the last half, and then Gen.G ran away with it. But here, a challenge early on, and more importantly, a challenge with so many weaknesses on the board. I mean, this was a round where you have a couple of rifles, and what ends up winning it is a Stinger diving on the site, 2 kills out of a Sheriff to close the round out. Doesn't get much better than that. It was even a classic jumping around the corner to find one of those opening duels in elbow.
It's also now you've talked about.
พี่มอนนี่อยากให้จับอมเลยจริง
พี่มอนมาจัดอะ
มาจัดอะ
The difference is now just 2. That's how close.
ปกติด่านนี้มอนเล่นแอสตาทีมเก่า
The B site under
ใช่
serious pressure. Half the team
อุ้ย
still
แล้วเขามา
waiting
ตรงนี้
patiently.
เนียนจัด
Carrot's
คารอน
reposition. It's sublime. He's managed to TP
อุ้ย
behind.
ได้
He
เป็น
gets away with murder. Brilliant from
โอ้
Carrot.
โห
Picking this player out of ranked. He's put the ranked
อย่าง
play
เรียน
into the pro play.
And it works. You know, sometimes you just got to throw out those curveballs. You're focused on so many different things. You don't think the lunatic's going to be up top, but my goodness, what a reposition from him. And clearly one that wasn't expected on the other side. And again, we fall back into economy discussion around this squad. They've been sitting pretty. They've been looking fantastic. They were able to obviously rebuy in this
ทำไมเขาหันหลบ
because
มาต้องซูมด้วย
of
อ่ะ
the damage done early on. And well, they only really needed
บางที
by the looks of
บาง
things.
ทีน้ำหนักคลิกขวา
Timeout
มันลง
called
อะ
by
พี่ผมก็เป็น
PRX
บ่อย
as they can now feel that it's getting very late into this game. We're at a stage where if Gen.G picks up one more, they'll be knocking on victory's door. So, yeah, 17 and 14. He's had a great game, but I think that double kill from Munchkin, that tripled his kills.
Mind Freak.
I said Munchkin, sorry, I meant Mind Freak.
Yeah.
Munchkin's been doing well.
Yeah, Munchkin's got his
He's been
triple
fragging
kills.
out.
That'd be impressive. But yeah, no, Mind Freak's definitely had a quiet performance. I also think something though, like we talked about the duelists in this matchup. Other than I'd say even Forsaken, they've actually all been a little bit underwhelming. It's been other players stepping up in this matchup, and I think that's really what we're seeing at the moment is the depth of both teams individually, but more so just that interplay. I think we're seeing much better fundamentals out of Gen.G, and it's mostly been those explosive plays from PRX, like going off the back of a paranoia, everybody diving in together, and you see if it's even a slight bit disjointed like that round, Karon just pulls out a crazy play and is able to win the round for them. 10-7, as you said, everything on the brink here. Seekers available. On the other side, a Bladestorm as well for Meteor, but I don't know if he'll use that in this round unless he sees the value. An immediate setup for the Paranoia, but this is a ruse. The spike is over on towards B.
Costly
เจ็บ
ruse
จัด
perhaps. Forsaken.
เจ็บมากอะสแปม
Decay
นี้
is going to fade, but he's still half HP, and
โอ้โห
Munchkin finds it too easy to deal with
ดอก
him.
นี้ก็เจ็บเหมือนกันครับ
One play shot, and he's down and out.
เพื่อเฟกเอาบีว่ะ
Now we need to see the return for Gen.G
โอ้โห
as another is
Picture
found,
big.
something falls, 2 rifles still in play.
จบเลย
คารอนเล่นแบบ
Still in
คอย
play,
กันตลอดเลย
and a few flashes here and there.
เราไม่รู้
One, in fact, just on Divide. Not a lot for them to fight their way back
เขา
through
ไม่ร้อง
utility, but it's this man's position that
เรีย
might
บร้อย
give
เล
him
ย
something. He's found another with the weaker weapons. This man's an animal.
Oh,
he's
du
been
wang
put
pao.
down. And for PRX, they look to take it elsewhere, but those steps are heard. Meteor's in position, unbeknownst to them. You might have her trail, but, well, it's a little more difficult to deal with her cleanly. Mind Freak, the last man standing, 1v3. And Munchkin's already spotted him. He's a known quantity with a flank
หลังเขามาไว
underway.
จัดเลยว่ะ
Munchkin just needs to buy some time, back off, and let his teammates take it. And gets this kill, he's got himself a Viper's Pit to play with. Or if he dies, I suppose.
That's the thing.
Eh.
He's literally just
Law,
playing
law.
because he knows that flank is coming.
Oh.
I really love it. It was brought up by Lakia in the halftime interview that he believes that like playing
วัน
with
นี้คัด
someone
คิง
like
เราดู
Munchkin
ตื่น
has
เต้น
brought a lot of depth to his own playstyle, and you can just see the intelligence even in this round. He literally just pulled Mind Freak towards him. He had no plans to fight him at any stage. Wants to just play the higher percentage play, and that's why Gen.G have been able to convert a lot of these advantages. And for PRX,
ไม่ต้อง
and
เหรอ
a
เอฟ
lot
ไม่
of the
ต้อง
time
เห
I
รอ
don't
เอ
mind
ฟ
these gambles, but I feel like Forsaken has
นี่เดียว
been one of the sort
เฮ้ย
of
เล่นอะไรกัน
glimpses
วะ
you were almost going,
กินน้ำดีกว่า
he has to get something,
กินน้ำดีกว่า
otherwise it's just now a push without him going into the site, and it didn't work with him.
You know, the thing is for PRX right now, at an eye test, you might think it's not doom and gloom. 11-7, 4-round gap, it's not that bad. It's a chance for them to fight back, albeit here with weaker weapons, but they've looked good there. The problem is, they've won 4 of those 7 rounds off the pistol and follow-up. Like, the injection of rounds early
My
now
Freak
makes
โด
this
นอีก
look like a much closer game
วัน
than
นี้
it
เป็น
is
ตัว
for
โดน
เอาหล่อจังเลย
ปกติตำแหน่งนี้จะเป็นม่อน
rifle rounds. Now
ทำอะไร
they've
ก็
got
แย่ไปหมด
4 ultimates to fall back on, up against weak
โอ้ย
weapons,
สวย
but no Lakia. A
อ่ะโคตร
big
สวย
opening kill for the side of PRX.
Combo death,
As
no.
Heaven could now be theirs. Gen.G might start to panic, might make a
Wait.
mistake, and with Munchkin
Ah,
inside the smoke isolated, that might just be the mistake they were looking for.
Oh, this could be big! He
Ow.
actually switches away, and it's just going to be the shutdown.
โอ้โห
He starts
Yeah,
off
let
the
this
round
one
and
go
ends it
die,
as well. 12-7. This map looking over. As you said, in terms of buy rounds, we've barely seen
จะ
anything.
3 ไปแล้ว
Three
ด้วย
of
ผ
them,
ม
in fact.
อยาก
Well,
เห็นเลย
guess what, Mitch? They need 5 in a row.
5 in a row, up against 4 ultimates, only the Bladestorm that's gone. Like, keep in mind, Gen.G have a full buy with Seekers,
Oh,
with a
Kalon,
Viper's
inside.
Pit, with a Showstopper. from the shot.
เฮ้ยโห
And so that's a lot for this defensive side to close out this game. If you remove those ultimates, it looks like they'll
การ
close
ที่
out the game
เขาจัดเว
because
ที
they're
ใก
winning
ล้ๆอย่างเงี้ยมัน
almost all of the buy rounds thus far.
ค่อนข้าง
The
เดือด
closer rounds for PRX have been
ค่อนข้างเดือด
individual.
ค่อนข้างเดือดจริ
They
ง
need to show up individually.
เมื่อก่อนเว
and
ที
to
ไกล
get
กันนะ
5 in
ไม่
a
ได้ยิ
row
ง
needed, and the challenge already underway.
อุ้ย
เอ้า
สวย
Yeah, he put down early utility to try and slow this push a little bit, but the fact is he underestimated the pacing. Lakia in the corner, but they expect it. He's stuck in good utility usage in this round. It leaves now Karen. He's had some magical plays, but they know exactly where he is. It seems so.
น้องม่อนโด
When
ด
it goes
คิวหรืออะไร
bouncing
วะ
past him. Now there is a flank, and no one really watching it, although it seems like
เหลื
Texture
อ2 ตัว
was doubting the player behind. Also a 1v1 taken, but it won't matter in the end. A 1 versus 5. Some serious mistakes needed, and Munyet's going to put him down immediately.
Okay, there it is. The start of the way back for this squad.
บัฟยืนโดนแล้วบัฟยืน
They've actually
หนึ่งและ
managed
ห
to
นึ่ง
deal
ราวแล้ว โดน
with
แล้ว
the vast majority of the ultimates as well there, Tom. Gen.G are left now with just a Viper's Pit. We listed all of them last round. They got used. They found nothing. So not only winning a buy round, but winning a stacked buy round in terms of ult economy. And they've still got some left to play with themselves. The Blade Storm can help out. The Pit can win rounds. And with 4 needed, Gen.G are finally seeing
เฮ้ย
some
ซัมติงไม่ซื้อ
negative
แวนดอลแล้วเหรอวะ
economic stake. No, that peek from Lakia was not expected. Good flash too, and it's a double. He's got his teammate Meteor with him, and they're absolutely extinguishing the flame of PRX's early fight. This squad's gonna have to go back and reconsider, surely.
Yeah, I like this. Just a direct counter. These A-side takes have been one of the major problems. Viper's Pit, although they might just about win 2 duels. A little bit dangerous.
โหแล้ว
Spamming.
ลาเกียโลด้วย ตัวฮิว
Because of
สวย
that,
จัด
being able to get rid of Meteor is a big
โอ้มันปิด
pick.
ตายหน้า
It's
เอ
looking
โด
like
นพี่
map control and a man advantage for Gen.G.
ต้องโยกเลยอะ
Instead, much more of a problem. And also bear in mind, Lakia is the only one
กลัว
who
โดน
can't
ดัก
be
เหมือนกัน
healed.
นะเนี่ย
I mean, that cam there is very important. Just seeing something
Bill
clear
Sam
to
ครับ
spawn, you see how much space they lost. Because this Viper's Pit isn't just stopping a push, it's stopping all of PRX's plans. Their plan was to blitz A. They
แต่
get
จะเอา
slowed,
A หรือ
they
เปล่า
get
อ่ะพี่
stopped, and now they have to
เอา
go back and re-clear everything.
ดิ
Even if there's not a player flanking,
ให้
if they're just
something ไป
pushed up in B
เช็ค
main
ก่อน
holding
ว่า
that aggro intel, you're going to find it very hard to
เป็นทีม
actually
ไม่
dive in.
ไม่ได้
This
ข่าว
TP is to B side. Up top,
เอ้า
it's going to be broken last
ดีนะ
second.
เขายิงทิ้ง
Down below, spotted and taken down.
โอ้โห
Gen.G have the
เอาว่ะ Texture
advantage. They're going to challenge Munchkin
โอ้โห
inside the pit.
โอ้ยมา
And what
จิ้
a
น
mistake that was. Welcome to
Ning
his
cat.
world with Munyet, the last man standing and a free kill presented. He's got 3 more to
15
go.
seconds.
He's found the 4Ks in the past, Tom, but this would be
doesn't
exceptional.
have time.
Good luck to you
Oh.
and good night.
GG ครับ
It
แบบแรก
just wasn't enough there. And the fact is, the
เมื่อ
running
กี้มันเก่า
through
จัด
of that Viper's Pit with the spike, they needed to clear that man out immediately. It did not happen. A stellar map, losing both pistols and only losing 8 rounds. What a performance for the side of Gen.G.
It's even more impressive considering Munyet on PRX, a player that we've highlighted again and again, that was a big talking point, not just from the desk, but even from the team themselves when they were being interviewed. And he comes out fragging. The calls were good. We had some good fake plays, but at the end of the day, this was a Gen.G map. 13-8 doesn't sell it. This was convincing. And now they move on to their pick of Lotus after this.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
ขออนุญาตปิดเสียงก่อนนะครับ เดี๋ยวมันจะโดนลิขสิทธิ์ ผมไม่ค่อยอยากเสียงเท่าไหร่ โดนแค่ตอนโหลดแมตช์ เป็นไง จริงๆไม่ต้องมาลุ้นเลยแล้วไอ้ว่าโลตัสจะกลับมาได้ไหมเปเปอร์เล็กต้องดูว่าแก้ยังไงผมว่าโลตัสเป็นด่านที่เปเปอร์เล็กน่าจะอยู่นะต้องดูแหละว่าไอ้นี่ขนาดไหนแต่เจนจีอะมันผมมองการไกลมานานแล้วมันเป็นทีมที่แบบไฟพาวเวอร์ได้อยู่แล้วค่อนข้างที่จะเวอร์เลยด้วยซ้ำใครขโมยคีย์บอร์ดวะของพี่เองขอโทษมันเล่นมันค่อนข้างเล่นดี แต่ว่าเป๊ปเนี่ยเป๊ปมันผีเข้าผีออกนะแต่ถ้าผีแบบว่าถ้าแบบว่ามาก็คือมาแบบมาจัดเลยวันนี้ไม่ค่อยเห็นกล้องอเล็กเลยก็น่าจะยังไม่นี่พอกล้องเลยไม่โฟกัสยังไม่เดือดพอคมแต่ไม่แน่ครับโลตัสอาจจะเกิดอะไรดีๆขึ้นรอลุ้นกันผมก็เชียร์2ทีมนะอยากให้ทั้ง2ทีมได้แบบนี่ดันมาเจอกันเองซะก่อนอะไรก็จะต่อยกล้องบังไปแล้วเกินไปเดี๋ยวพอถ้ามีทีมในทีมหนึ่งไปสายล่างแล้วก็ไปลุ้นครับว่าจะตบโซนอื่นได้เปล่ามีโซนอะไรเข้ามาบ้างนะ NA 2 NA 2 Pacific คุณเกรซคุณ9 เดือนนะครับไม่ใช่ N ทำไมเขารวมต้องไม่ใช่ NA ต้องอเมริกาเขารับรวมกันแต่เขาเขียนว่า NA ผมก็ไม่เข้าใจแต่ทีมลาวนี่เป็นไม่รู้ NA หรือเปล่าแต่เป็นมีเซาท์แอฟริกาอยู่ในทีมมีบราซิลอยู่เราก็มาเชียร์แปซิฟิกเราครับดันมาเจอกันเองดิถ้าสลับโซนกันนะโอ้โหมันวันนี้อีกผมบอกเลยแล้วก็รอไปลุ้นสายล่างเพราะไงสุดท้ายเขาก็โดนส่งมาสายล่างทีมหนึ่งอยู่ดีสรุปตัวนี้เป็นได้โดนปรับค่าโต๊ะทุบหมดงานเลยนี่คือทุบจนแบบว่าเขาต้องเปลี่ยนทุกวันขนาดวันหยุดนี้เลยต้องเปลี่ยนโต๊ะต่อคือตามมาทุบยันวันหยุดล้อเล่นนะล้อเล่นนี้แซวขำๆเจอกันไวไปตอนนี้สกอร์อะไรเจนจีนำอยู่ 1-0 ครับอันนี้ผมน่าจะเปิดเสียงได้แหละแต่ว่าเบาไว้หน่อยแล้วกัน
with the mindset of, you know what, fight aggressive teams with aggressive attitude. Don't be afraid to take those fights. Don't give them too much respect. And I feel like we're just having a really good day overall.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Gen.G. So thank you very much. Let's see if they can close this out.
It's not just a good day. They've had a great tournament so far. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Mimi and Hypok. You heard it from Solo there. They're confident. They're hitting their shots. They know how to deal with PRX. And Mimi, it's not looking great on the other side.
Yeah, to be quite honest, I think that Gen.G looked like a better PRX in this game, right? They had the ridiculous individual moments. They had the pop-ups, but they also had excellent fundamentals. You compare the info these two teams were getting on their defense with the Sky Util. Gen.G was always on point with the rotations, setting up reclears, swinging together, whereas PRX looked like a team who was, you know, playing for the individuality.
Yeah, and the telling thing for me is Gen.G willing to step into that zone with PRX, where, you know, you have the flood pre-techs or, you know, stacking up bodies and looking very aggressive engagements. Gen.G, we're getting down and dirty with them. I'm kind of coming out on top.
Yeah, you guys are hyped up the rookie. Karen coming to this a lot, and here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment, round 17. I mean, you gotta check your corners, man. You gotta check it.
This is exactly the sort of scenario that I'm talking about, right? Making plays like this, getting ahead of this execute. You lose to PRX when you allow them to execute onto you, come up, play very aggressive and carry it. I mean, Tom nailed this as well in the cast. This is sort of rank play that catches PRX off guard because they don't expect people to match their level of unorthodox.
I think that's exactly the point, right? They're used to teams playing back, cowering in fear, playing for flood retakes against a squad like this instead. Gen.G can give it.
ส่งแล้วSGน่าจะ 2-0 เลยเฮ้ยเกินพูดน้องก็พูดเกินไป
We're constantly staying alive, doing stuff like that, and actually buying time for the team to rotate over and help everyone out, which you contrast that to PRX. Their players were trying to do the same thing, and they were getting owned by the executes.
Yeah, and you saw it in the vibes as well. After every round, they were giving it, they were shouting across the stage. And on the other side for this, for PRX, as we take a look in the AIM Lab shoot-around, Monyet, again, he was kind of one of the players we were really looking forward to watching, but what else has he got?
I mean, he was looking pretty deadly at the start of this map here. Again, super aggressive, almost like in the pistol round. He forgot he was put onto the Omen, still on the rage for some reason, jumping in. But there's just a number of situations where you're looking here, and I was talking about, you know, some of the aggressive plays that PRX made. They felt very disjointed. It felt like it came down to one person delivering at the end of that sort of play, as opposed to the typical PRX, too strong on the front line, fragging together.
And I think that's exactly it, right? Like, this is a team that can rely on those moments against lesser teams, can rely on those moments against a team that's not familiar with them, but Gen.G knows them so damn well. They're used to dealing with these individual plays and not letting it get past them.
I mean, we've been here before. I'm not expecting a smile from this man, but I am expecting a solution. Let's hear what Alex had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Alex of PRX. So we did see that, you know, although the team struggled on that map, once the side switch and PRX was on attack, you got some of that momentum back. And we do know that the team is a very momentum-heavy based team. So what do they usually need to hear, like maybe from you, in order to get that push, in order to, you know, get that swing into their favor?
I mean, usually momentum comes when you win some rounds, you know, so I try to just figure out how to win the round. And then if it goes well, you know, then we can snowball.
And I guess calm them down a little bit and make sure that they get their nerves in check, yeah?
Yes, so.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if PRX can wrangle in those nerves and get map 2.
Alex, you've done this before. You made the comeback before. Come on, boys. I want to see them have some fire in their bellies.
Dude, Yinsu, we got to get you down there. They need this energy for map 2 or they're
เรียบร้อย
looking at this
พี่มอนจับเลสพี่วูเห็นหรือยัง
พี่วูถูกใจสิ่ง พี่วูถูกใจสิ่งนี้
ขอบคุณครับ
พี่มอน
This does fix the issue of having these flanks open. It fixes that issue.
นี่สมมติถ้าเป็นโค้ดนะไมฟิกไซเฟอร์เจสันเลสเลยนะครับผมมอนไปโอเมนอันนี้1-1เป็นไม่ได้อยู่ลงล็อกจัดเลยนะ
แต่ไมฟิกเล่นเซนิเนลเหรอพี่
ได้
เล่นได้ครับ
จะสอนเอาหน้างาน
It was absent last time with the Astrocom, so really going to be scrutinizing him.
Oh well, PRX, if they don't win here, they will be going into elimination on day 1 of playoffs. Mitchman
ต้องแอรอนเลสทำไปเล่นไปพวกนี้มาเล่นกันเป็นนะ
I'm feeling excited because at worst we should have a good game on our hands. Last time around, Gen.G won both pistols here on this map, and it was still a very close game with them barely edging it out 13-11. Now, Tom, they come in with momentum on their backs and a map that they've put the prep into. For PRX, it's looking like elimination might be on the line soon.
I don't mind the change back, because obviously this isn't the comp they played last time, but it is the comp they ran versus Heretics. I think it's slightly better for them overall. Still has something on the Jet as well, because they had a similar comp to this, but with him on the Reyna. I think this just allows him to do more damage. I like the start though from Gen.G. Oh, okay. They
สวย
had that 3-man push initially. Didn't expect anybody to still be around the angle, and because of that, they've lost the first battle.
ต้องให้ CGIS มาเล่นเลส
But the rest are rotating into the right spot. The read is good from the side of Gen.G.
ต้องเสียงหน่อย
To the A site, here comes PRX diving a little
เฮ้ย
quicker than expected, but there's the return. They're not expecting this many players to be on that defensive side already. Anchored down, and they're winning
คม
fights, leaving Devi all alone. The 1v2, good damage done, and the follow-up, and he's out of ammo.
เฮ้ย
He brought a knife to a knife.
ดวลมีด
Kills already. This guy's been
เขาเรียกว่า
sensational.
สู้แบบลูกผู้ชายดวลมีด
Respected from Karen. He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna be the coward. I'm not gonna go and reload.
Respected it.
I'll take you in the 1v1. Well, I'll win.
คาร์ลอนไม่ก็เอาด้วยนะมาดิ
That was again. We talk about the advantages
มัน
of their
โห
conversion.
เจ็บเหมือนกันนี่หว่า
What was that? 5v3? As they get into the site, they get the initial opener and they get an entry, and then they don't convert the round. It's good work from
เพื่อนกัน
Gen.G.
เพื่อนกัน
You have to look at PRX and
มันไม่
go,
ได้ท็อกซิก
the
เขายืน
ways that you expect them to be able
ยื
to
นเอาสนุก
convert.
ยืนเอาสนุก
Not the start they were looking for. And again, we're going to see the same proactive approach from the defense, constantly looking to garner extra control. And PRX, they're going straight into the site.
Oh yeah. Look,
เอ็กซ์เล็กบอกกูไม่สนุกด้วยดิ
as soon as Munya picks up this agent, and well, he very nearly died to the turret.
ก็เป็นโซนเดียวกันนะครับ กดแรงเจอกันก็น่าจะเพื่อนกันแหละ น่าจะคุยกันนะ
No nade left online for Gen.G. Nothing to really
แวดวงอ่ะต้องบอกว่าคนในแวดวง
with that sees. It's keeping him in position.
คือเหมือนกล้ากดไปเจอเจสันอะไรอย่างเงี้ย กดไปเจอซัมติงอย่างเงี้ย
And the problem now is
แต่ว่าอยู่ที่ความสนิทสนมกันแต่แค่รู้จักกัน
PRX have the numbers to play with on a lot of
แรกๆขำหลังๆไม่ขำเฮ้ย อุ้ย อะไรวะน่ะ
เท็กเจอร์มันยิงเป็นเอมแลบเลย
Could have been much
วัย
worse.
รุ่น M Lab
Interestingly, yeah, something buys shields for that round. So maybe hoping that they could get a kill and he could steal a gun away, but doesn't come to fruition. Texture as well is one off a showstopper going into round number 3. So especially on this map, it definitely is a little bit more difficult to challenge for those orbs, but it might mean that we see a bit more of an aid push, an opportunity to find something there.
เจเจอร้อง
You'll be happy. Forsaken is already bringing in an Odin.
Listen, he's a wise man. I've always said that, Tom, and he's just proven my point, isn't he? You won't expect this off rip if you're Gen.G. And a
เฮ้ย โดนไหมเนี่ย
danger for
หัวแตก
Texture.
นะ
Crosshairs lined up on his head, and it's done some damage, some serious damage by
อุ้ย
the looks of it. Down
มัน
to
เถียง
77. Texture's tag, Lucky is dropped. And we can continue on with the spams. Heals for most
เลย
players.
หิวขึ้นมาไง
The only one to stay quite low, not having anyone to bring him back to full fighting health. The reality is, though, they're in a pretty good position. The close range spot by Karen shouldn't be left unchecked. There's still a flash on Devi. You expect that to pop as they move forward. No, in fact, it's just a double swing, and the same thing there. Exactly. Clean trades for PRX.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be fight after fight. Meteor now has to try and pull off some
Hey!
individual brilliance as well. I think a little bit too predictable on when he'd make his move.
เอ็งเห็นอะไร
Side of the map, and
บินถามนิ่งสแปม
could just hold this through to the next round, but I don't expect him to. When there's an opportunity to have an upgrade, maybe take a gun away.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, I mean,
สวยตัดไปหนึ่ง
you're going to be clearing a lot of the time. Done well to start. Player close is low. Devi and Mind Freak both playing without shields and with a bit of dent to their health. Forsaken also with no shields and no head anymore.
ไม่ชิวอะ
Very costly for the attacking side. Munchkin not stopping anytime soon. He's already picked up 3, and now he's quickening his pace to the site. The time is so desperately low, and he doesn't know where Devi is. The element of surprise gets PRX
เสียหายเลย
the
อย่าง
kill
งี้
and the round. But at what cost?
อ้าว
Everything.
ตายเลย5 กระบอกเลย
หนีไม่ทันแล้ว
Every single gun just goes for overhunting a player that was going to have a gun in the next round anyway. Like,
ทันป่ะป๊าให้เปิดประตูไป
I understand
Hey, Dan.
wanting to earn those extra orbs up, but this is one hell of an overextension. Just constantly
เสี
fighting
ยหายจัด
versus a player that had a
พี่อเล็ก
bulldog
จะเป็นยังไง
and
บ้าง
Munchkin.
นี่ไง
ไม่ยาวไปหนึ่งที
นี่ไง
เอาไปหนึ่ง
ไม่
ตอบปั๊บ
Round 4.
พี่เล็กแบบ
There's going to be no challenge for this attacking side. Weakness is already seen. chance for Gen.G to shut down the way back through for PRX very early on. We know this is a map that both teams can pull to tight contention, but with Gen.G having done that extra work on it, picked it into this series. I'm worried for PRX. It's early times just now, but with showstoppers online for both squads, we knew this was coming. Munyet's on the way, head caught on the arch on the way through. It slowed him down enough and actually bought some time for Meteor to escape. And for Munchkin to round the corner, no one's going to go down to that showstopper, but it's claimed a lot of space.
Yeah. Oh, they don't realize how close Karen is. He had to move because of the Tiger. Monya's going to try and aggress. This is risky. Multiple players on the other side. Showstopper, he should be dead.
โอ้โหยิงเข้าไปที่หน้า โอ้โหทัมมิ่ง
It's going from bad to worse for PRX. They need to find a miracle through these spams.
น้อง
To get one, but they don't know if the player's still on the spike. The second tap will definitely help them out, but it's not.
What the fuck are these?
Too many bullets to dodge there. But Gen.G, they break back immediately. And well, we mentioned them losing all their players. It's going to hurt now.
Yes, it absolutely is. Now you see the butterfly effect of that. Well-placed showstopper by Textures. We said there were 2 online, only one found its mark. And then the chaos afterwards. Every time you see someone on PRX turn their crosshair to look towards an angle where they've just seen someone swing, they've just lost a teammate, they get shot in the back. Because that's the exact timing that Gen.G go for the retake on all sides. Gorgeous stuff, 3-1. Odin being kept through, Lakia going way up in my estimations, let me tell you, buddy. And the spams, well, they're not having too much success, but they don't need to. In this round, PRX have basically nothing to play with. 4 sheriffs. Also,
ชื่อเลยว่าโอ้ยเจ็บไปทั้งหัวใจกุมขมับแหละแต่วันนี้เล่นค่อนข้างฟอร์มเหมือนมาตอนแรกไม่ใช่ฟอร์มตอนเจอทีเฮดเท่าไหร่ยังไม่ระเบิดฟอร์ม
GEN.G ยังไป1แล้ว
พี่บอกเลยว่าเหล็กไม่ใช่หรอ
They can lead those.
เฮ้ยบอกตอนไหน
This is ambitious. Where is he going? Where is he going? He's made it.
Hey.
Just about around that corner, but that was
GEN.G 3 คนไง
I'm not sure that would have went the way he was thinking. It's very good for Munchkin. It's a narrow way to fight in, and wow, that's a lot of damage. No chance for PRX here. Of course, we did mention they have those weaker weapons. They don't have a lot to play with. And they'll get nothing done. A flawless round. I hate to harp on the economy, but Gen.G off to a flying start with it yet again. Yeah. It's feeling reminiscent of last map, but it is still very early days. Plenty of time for PRX to find their footing. They don't want to waste time throwing rounds away. They've called a timeout.
That's the funny thing. We might actually get to the point where we can just highlight when Gen.G don't have Yep. We'll just save time.
Whoa.
Yep.
Whoa.
Whoa.
The whole time throughout the series.
Whoa, หมอลำ
coming out from PRX because this has been rough, and even looking back versus KC, they struggled when it came to this attack inside. A lot of that was a bit of a peculiar composition, but I don't know if this one's looking any better for them right now. Also, it has a lot of reliance again on this double.
ยังไม่ค่อยมีทีมไหนไหวกับ Gen.G เลย
something looks like he's here to play.
ต้องมาดูว่า Sentinel จะเอาลงไหมเพราะว่าดูทรงแล้ว Sentinel เนี่ยน่าจะแข็งไปอ่ะ
In this round at least, one off a Blade Storm. Showstopper, the only ult that isn't going to be playing a part in this round.
พี่เล็กใจเย็นแหละ
For either side.
พี่เล็กบอกเฮ้ยรู้ไหมหมดน้ำไปกี่แก้วแล้วเห็นตู้เลดบูไหมทุกครั้งนี่คือโต๊ะไม่มีแล้วเดี๋ยวกูจะทุบตู้แทนแล้วนะ
Want to at least get that third map out. You know, officials are a different ball game to talking about regional play, especially against a team you've already played on that map. You're testing so many deeper things, and I think for them, bombing out like this in the uppers, it wouldn't speak well for what's to be seen because Loud Sentinels, they're not going to be any easier.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't want to face off against either of those teams right now. Here we go, though. Again,
ไม่ได้ตู้แพงโอเคตู้ทุบมันไฟดูดิกระจกแตก
I like the idea again, using that haunt. Get them space, but something I think he's just going to disrespect the utility. Had enough of these pushes coming through. He He is going to get pinged up. They know where he is.
โอ้โห
That's it. They're
เอา
trying to
โดด
understand.
เบ็ด
They
ให้
know
เท็ก
it's
เจอร์
not easy to fight from this angle, especially when the door gets open, and now he's dead. But that's what it's all about on Gen.G, filling in the spaces and being able to fight afterwards. But with the return from PRX, they've got a real chance. The headshot angle held by Mindfreak, but was just ducked underneath it, playing the limbo, and he's winning this game with Mindfreak down. It's 45 HP, and a dream turned to a nightmare. PRX losing out on another. They had a good pacey take, managed to put the players on the back foot, and filled in every gap that Gen.G
มันเดือดจังเอาวันเนี้ย
trying
Gen.G
to stuff their way into.
มันเดือด
All
มา
of a
ตั้
sudden
งแต่
someone to take
อั
that
นนี้แล้ว
second
พี่
fight.
แชม
PRX
เปี้ยน
had
แล้วปะ
someone to
เอ้ย
take the third.
อะไรวะก่อนที่จะมามาสเตอร์
They lose
ใช่
out when it comes to the post plan. You gotta say.
ก็น่าจะมีที่ต่อยวัดพลังให้อะไรข้าง
This is one of those things as well.
ๆ ตั้งไว้สักตู้หนึง
ตอนนี้เครื่องน่าจะพัง
Sometimes I feel like
ต่อย
I've watched
เครื่อง
him just get both kills and his teammates still rotating. Like he's just so confident at this stage in his individual ability. And
ทำไมกล้องแกงพี่อะไรก็ถ่ายทุกช็อตทุกวินเลยวะเนี่ยดูรีแอคทุกวินเลยโค้ดคนอื่นไม่ค่อยโดนนะ
แพ้ชนะไม่รู้แต่ถ่ายเล็กตลอด
ขวัญใจตากล้องอเล็ก
ขวัญใจตอนแพ้
His initial play
เฮ้ย
almost goes down, but has managed to dodge that singular bullet fired by Texture.
Yeah, the thing is that's sending them
อันนี้ไม่เคยพลาดอยู่แล้ว
was trying to claim some space by sneaking through. We saw good success for that. I think when Yad on the previous map was throwing out a few of those little feelers.
ส่งฮอนคูไปพี่อะไรก็แบบทุบโต๊ะแล้วเฮ้ยบอกแล้วใช่ไหมว่าอย่ามาเล่นแบบนี้ไม่เล่นตามแผน
Numbers advantage is the way to go, and they've done it. At
พี่
least
แคร์ก็
starting
ทำ
out
อะไร
the
ไม่ได้จัง
first.
หวะนี้
Karen though, he has been consistent every single time they've challenged him. This guy's coming up with multiple. 7-2 right now. Teammate ready to swing, and luckily because Karen was dropped very quickly, so too is Meteor. Hell, it's winning but his knife was
เป็น
pulled
ต้องหัว
out.
ตัดกระสุนน้อย
Trying
ไป
to
หน่อย
evade some spams or some, well, players emerging from the smoke. Fortunately, jumped right into their crosshair. 6-1
หมุนอะไรอะ
Gen.G, and 4 ultimates online coming into round number 8.
เซ็นกับลาวดีกว่าน้องอิง
One of those scenarios where, again, PRX have made some of these rounds look somewhat competitive, but
เซ็นกับ Gen.G
Gen.G
อ่ะ
consistently
ว่า Gen.G ว่ะ
able to clutch out the late round. As you said, ults are in their favor.
พี่ว่า
Finances
Gen.G
are
น่า
in
แช
their
มป์
favor.
ผมเห็นผลเดียวเลยทิกเจอร์มันจ่ายค่าแท็กซี่ให้
PRX counter break invested into on something. He has had a
เป็น
very
แชมป์
quiet
ตอนนั้น
start to
ตอน
this
แรก
game,
ผ
and
ม
a
ให้แฟนมัน
reaction
เรียก
shot
ตำรว
for
จให้
Texture already
Nó
puts
chạy
down
rồi.
Munya.
You see the idea as well? We see the aggression. We try to take space elsewhere. Denied on A because Gen.G are getting aggressive. Giving PRX a taste of their own defensive medicine. This is a really good start with 4 ultimates to fall back on, 3 of which will help you out if you're in a pinch. For PRX,
นี่ผมพีดิกไว้เนี่ยเคยพีดิกไว้แล้วเจนจีแชมป์มาสเตอร์
if they can even drop a
แต่ตอน
body.
นี้ยังนะ
นี่ไง
ยัง
ทำ
นี่
เองว่าแล้ว
A wall bang kill with the Odin from Lakia. That's something dropped. That's the op down, and he's looking for a little bit more.
เฮ้ยแต่ตะไว
I
ก็
don't
จัด
know
เท
where
คเจอ
they're
ร์อ
going
ยู่
to
นะ
take this on the attack, but I think I know what the result will be regardless.
ดาวไวโซคุม
Been quiet as well and reposition. Nice shot at least. Will make things that little bit more interesting. The reveal as well will tell exactly where their opponents are. Knowing there's only one player here, the turret though, keeping things disruptive. And Meteor, again, full sprinting to help his teammate out. It gets close for a matter of seconds, but Gen.G continue their utter dominance in this match. 7-1 on the
เชื่อ
defense.
คิดว่าต้องทำไงถึงจะชนะ
I don't know. Yeah, second.
จังหวะนี้นะครับต้องเดินไปตัดนิ้วอย่างเดียวเท่านั้น
I
น่ะ
feel like they're running out of ideas. I also just did tidbit as well. Last 3 times.
ตัดทั้ง2 คน
Gen.G have won. Yeah, played
ตัดเทคเจอร์ไปก่อนเลย
เต้นก่อนขอเต้นหน่อย
8 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack. They're 7-1 up on defense.
เนี่ยเรียกมาดูรีแอค
No, I would say that's very bad. If you're a PRX
อันนี้อะไรเวอร์ชันกินฮอนคู
And the reality is for PRX, you're looking at the
มัน
last time
ยิ่ง
they
เล่น
played
ยิ่
this
งดี
map
ป่ะ
against this
เจน
squad
จี
again. You know, I was looking back at that series, which worked perfectly for me to
ตำแหน่ง
think it's the same maps.
ตำแหน่งเทค
But
เจอ
the
ร์แล้ว
funniest
ก็
thing
ตัว
is,
ไอ้คาร์บอน
he was on the Reyna and he was popping. He was doing well.
ผมว่าสโมกมันเป็น
Just
ตัว
one
ที่
Reyna
แบบ
pick, maybe not, but we know on a good day he
ลั่นน้อย
absolutely can.
มีโอกาสได้
This
เล่นลั่น
time,
น้อย
I
สุด
don't
แต่
care what
คาร์บอน
agent he's playing, he's having a damn
ให้เรา
tough
ลั่นตลอด
time. 2 and 8 compared
ใช่
to the split
มัน
last
มัน
time.
ทำดีกันเสมอตัวตลอด
Opening entries on that attack side. Now
MVP
listen, I'm
ไง
gonna be the
ตัวแม่ง
last
แบบ
person to complain
ตัวแม่งหา
about
จังหวะ
Jet get dying on the attack, right? Often that's your job. But here we haven't seen those dive plays as consistently. At least that hasn't been the crux of their attacking side. The problem is, how many rounds have we seen where literally 10 to 15 seconds in, it's 3v5. No control, no benefit for it. One guy goes down, they push somewhere else, that guy goes down, then they sit there with nothing to do.
Think about the spots that Gen.G are also willing to claim. Like they pushed down 2 players in all the way past Mound. They weren't even holding the deep angles anymore. So what's the point?
And they push two players in the same round.
Yeah.
Right? So like, this is the thing. You even peek your head out and go, oh, are they rumbled? Yep, they are. I'm dead.
Yep, dead everywhere.
Now we have no
อ๋อ
advantage.
มีวิธีเดียวที่จะชนะเจนจีว่ะไม่เป็นเล็กคือ
Insta smoke.
ต้องให้จริงหนีทหารว่ะ
B control being taken by 3 players.
อันนี้มาแน่
Just waiting to see if the push will come through in that direction. It's going to allow them the fast take back of this
มันจะมีเพลเยอร์แบบน้องจริง
immediately put through. Trade's not awful in the beginning.
มีแหละแต่หายาก
Quickly divulge.
มาต้องขัดเกลาอีก
For the side
เฮ้ย
of PRX.
พ่อเกียร์สั่นแม่งแบบ
Finally,
คือ
he
เพอร์เฟก
comes
ต์อะ
alive.
คีนสุดๆอะ
This is the round that he needed to wake up in. That spike is theirs, and they can walk it straight to the seaside once that door is closed.
ยังมีอารมณ์มันแคบ
Mind Freak on 42, but Texture's got an op and an nade. And there's a snake bite
Nade.
left. This could be very, very dangerous indeed. For now, though, Texture's not deploying the nade. Instead, sitting down. Op in hand, 16 HP, turned to 0. Nice shot with the operator as Mind Freak now has a nade below him. He's safe. Up top, he's got the angle.
มุมที่อร่อยที่สุดในไซต์
That can make it win. But Texture's a little too quick. I love it. I just think he could fire that quick.
It's just like, he's got an op as a negative, and then it's like, no, never mind.
Wide swings it. Like, all right, we're quick scoping now, but that's the level we've hit for Gen.G. 8-1, Tom. Yeah, I almost wanted to say coming into this map, well, it can't get any worse. It just has. It was 8-2 at least last time.
Yeah, it definitely is looking like a golf in class, which, again, considering this is the #1 and #2 from the same region, that we've already seen them play a best-of-5 series that was a 3-1, and a lot of the maps are close. It looks like Gen.G have
ไม่มีทรงเลย
leveled
ว่ะ
up, and for PRX, I don't know if they've fallen off, because that like, the difference between these two is not the same we've seen before. All 5 ultimates, by the way. Gen.G don't need them. That's actually the point we're in. They don't need the ults. They're just winning the rounds anyway.
Normally you'd be thinking at this point, oh,
ยังไม่
let's
กลับ
just
ครับ
throw
ยังมี
one
สาย
out
ล่าง
just to see. There you go. There it is. Okay.
เอาละครับผม
Economy a little bit. Here comes the big rocket, and it's not landed. It's not found the value it needed to. The lockdown has been destroyed, and Meteor was tagged down quite a bit.
Meteor
That's the value, right? That's the value. They got rid of the show. They got rid of the
ปืนน่า
lockdown,
กลัว
so they can at least claim some space. He's screwed. There's no way he survives that.
แผนดี
เฮ้ย
อุ้ยซัมติง
It's a little messy. It's giving PRX a chance, Tom. They haven't planted the spike, but they don't need to if they win these fights again and again, and they have. Lakia drop leaves Munchkin 1v3. If he wins this,
ไม่รู้
I'm putting the headset down. They've got decent amount of HP,
Oh,
and they've
ยิง
lost
ไว
Mind
มาก
Freak.
วางเป้าแบบ
It's all
เกินไป
right.
ว่ะ
They've still got 2 players, no utility to play with. They've got to just take these fights, not one at a time. That's the only thing I beg of you. Not one at a time, not up against Munchkin right now. He's 11-4. He's been winning round after round, but a reposition by Forsaken. The swing is good.
เจ็บเลยน่ะ
And the double peak wins the day, 8-2. Deja vu for PRX. And, well, Gen.G got to be feeling confident. The good thing
มันจะโหดเกินไปล่างนั้นอ่ะ
ยอดมนุษย์เกิน
They lose their rounds, they use the ult. That's the weird thing about
แต่มันก็เกิดขึ้นได้นะถ้าเป็นไอ้พวก
And
นี้
again, a lot of this just came down to some brilliant individual play from something. Finally putting a couple of kills on the board.
แต่ช็อตนี้เจสันตัดสินใจดีนะ
Munchkin
มันเล่นแยกกัน
First player peaks,
ล่างบน
dies, second gets dinked, and it's only
ไม่โผล่
finally
หัวข้างบน
they
2 คนละแฟน
reposition.
ทอมแล้วก็ไป
I think we
คู่
would
ผ
have
มว่า
needed a new
มีสิท
disc
ธิ์
completely for
ถือว่า
Alex
ตัด
and
สิน
they
ใจดี
managed to lose that round, but it's scary that it even got close.
I think just get rid of the desk, man. Punching bag with an LED screen in it.
Whose face is on it?
มอนในประเทศอะไร
Depends on the game. Make it
อินโดนี
interchangeable.
เซีย
Well, Forsaken's picked off Karen. That's a fantastic kill. Look how open the A side is. And they've made that realization. There's no further challenge. There's no utility. There's no reaction from Gen.G. So Forsaken realizes it's wide open and he gets caught by Lakia.
เล็งยาก
That
ไง
timing
เหลื
was
อง
near
ๆ
perfect.
ถึงบัง
You have to, well, I mean, you
ทำ
call
ตี
it
ตัวเอง
mistake,
ทำพิษ
at the end of the day, he's open to like 6 angles, so he has to just be clearing those, constantly being paranoid about them. The site, though, is lost, and PRX will find the
เอา
plan
ละมาแล้ว
nonetheless.
ภัยร้ายกำลังคืบคลาน
Showstopper online.
something.
Not wanting to allow them to set up something's going to try and get
เชี่ยว
aggressive, but
เชี่ยวจบเชี่ยวอ่ะ
เป็นสไตล์อยู่แล้ว
on the shot. Now, I think the flash through the back might have actually caught Munchkin. So he's going to actually reposition through B instead. Move away from the flank position. It's open. I think it's because Divide's having to check too many angles. The Seekers at least will give it away. Showstopper has been thrown in. He might get caught by all of the Seekers, but his teammates got his back, and that means he'll be able to kill off Mind Freak. The remaining players a bit of an obscure position. Munyet has not been cleared yet, and because of that, he's going to be able to deny the defusal. The spam doing so much damage, and now it's all onto Divide with an operator. First shot missed, but he just needs to get out of time left.
เอาวะดาไวเอาให้วะ
ดาไวจัดให้ครับผมราวนี้
We've seen from them that everybody will go down with the ship.
Well, it's the same thing as what we saw before, Tom, right? They're getting this
เหมื
little
อนโชคดี
resurgence
ไม่รู้
towards
ที่ยิง
the
พลาด
end of the half. This time, PRX didn't have the pistol to help them out. They weren't both on the previous map.
ไม่แน่ถ้าเกิดไอ้
They ended on 8.
มันกินมันตายไอ้นี่อาจจะลุกไปยิงแทนก็ได้
Doing it in the clutches as well, as close as they may come. It's still giving them that little bit of a heartbeat to continue on forward now.
มันอาจจะเอาครึ่งพอดี
This
วะ
round, the last of the half, Gen.G come in with the Viper's Pit. That's going to be a problem to fight through on the defensive side, or potentially a very strong tool for retakes.
Man, it's scary when it's a Red Bull clutch that gets you your third round, but as long as they're getting the rounds, I don't think they're going to mind too much. This battle is now changed. It was previously Karon being solo, and now it's Texture and his operator.
เสียเหลี่ยมวันนี้เสียเหลี่ยม
มันค่อย
เลี่ยม
กระดึบเลย
เหลี่ยมอีกฝั่งมันดีกว่าเมื่อกี้
Looks like they're going to go back into it.
Oh.
No, it's just a dry wide peek by Munyet. Players up top looking to trade, but Texture's out of the angle too quickly. PRX have given him another shot. And it looks like another bite of this apple. As around comes another, but finally the miss is there.
เฮ้ยเกินไป
with low HP. He's
จิตใจทำด้วยอะไรวะ
ถ้ามันยิงโดน
no escape this time, and with Lakia falling, a real chance emerging.
Something
For
Mawa.
8 to 4 half. It looks like PRX
ช็อตนี้
have
โห
finally
ดจัด
woken up. They found some punch to be packed.
ยังไม่รู้
Let's see. Meteor is on his way in. Up close with a teammate further away. Munchkin's making a lot of noise. They're trying to find an angle to deal with him. And instead
Something
running into
we don't
Meteor.
know.
Well played. Now they
มัน
can group up.
มันเนียนอยู่
Try
นะ
to
ไม่
force
รู้
this 2v2 with the Viper's Pit. That was a little scary. Thought Munchkin was about to be spammed, but now they've got a lot of space as they close in the distance. No snake bites to play with though. That could help out keep them way out of this pit. And with Munchkin falling, it's done. PRX 8 to 4 at the halftime. They found some legs to stand on, some foundations laid. But the second half will be tough if they lose the pistol.
Yeah, they're almost identical to what we saw in the last half.
โอ้เสียเหลี่ยม
A
จริง
streak of rounds. That's just disgusting. I was thinking from Forsaken's point of view, I was like, I didn't even really see anything. That's how good Texture has been. But again, it's those player deficits that are actually what turn the tides over there. Well done from PRX.
ได้วินก็หงุดหงิดงงเหมือนกัน
Well, Tom, now toss this one over to Divide, who had some words to say earlier.
ต้องแบบว่าพี่เอ๋ยต้องวินโดยที่กระสุนลดแค่คนละนัด
Personally, I feel like we are playing
แล้วไปฟอร์เรส
because the way they play is kind of like similar, you know. I mean, trying to ask
เราเล่น
very good. I would say they are smart and they kind of like one step ahead, especially on Lotus. We kind of like way behind them. Yeah, I think we were taking too easy. I think. I mean, they did exactly what we were watching them like in the
มา
box.
ตีน
Like they play the same.
มาตีนนี่แม่ง
They're not
หนัง
scared
สยองขวัญ
to
สุด
like,
โห
I
ด
think for some of them it's like their first time in
สปอนเซอร์เยอะ
Masters.
จังวะพี่
And yeah, I mean,
มัน
very
ยืม
surprising
เข้ามา
how they
ขอเขามันติด
actually perform.
ของติดเลยอะเดินตรงถนนเห็นอะไรเขาก็มาติด
That's rough. Blinded and Monye just popping off. Yeah, Farmer even spotting the right there.
นี่ไงบ้านเรามีอะไรยางรถดังๆบ้าง
He's absolutely on the money today.
ยางรถ
Gen.G games, I mean, the good thing is probably
แค่มิชลินเหรอ
we might be able to get some revenge.
ไม่มีอย่างอื่นเลยเหรอ
I mean,
โยโกฮาม่ามิชลิน
Pacific kickoff.
ไปโยโกฮาม่าอีก
Yeah, I mean,
เขาถาม
I think
แล้วเขาสปอ
Texture
น
is
เราได้
giving
เลย
us a lot of
ถ่ายยางรถออกสตรีม
เดี๋ยว
พี่เอ๋ยมารีวิว
over and over.
เดี๋ยวยก
And also,
ยกยางมารีวิว
Karan was
ใน
playing
สตรีม
insane as well, even though he's a
ซ่อม
newcomer.
ยางขอเปลี่ยน
But I
ยาง
think he's
อะไร
probably
เดี๋ยวเปลี่ยน
the
ยาง
top
โชว์
player in the league. I think he got MVP as well in the Pacific.
Bridgestone.
kickoff. And yeah, I mean, insane. Yeah, maybe we go back and cook some strats, you know, to cook these two.
Divide has certainly been cooking 15-9, exiting that first half with the next closest player being something. Pretty good player, pretty well respected. He's got 6 kills, almost a third of what his teammates rocking. It's been tough for the side of PRX. They haven't found a lot of success, but that little 3-round streak to close out the first half, Tom, it's given them a chance here. We want to see them take the pistol, though.
Yeah, we want this to
ดู something แล้วจับจอนี่เป็นยังไง
definitely has
หมุน
not been. Gen.G are looking like a competitor for the crown, and thus far we haven't seen the PRX that we know and love. This pistol round might just be a deciding factor, but a great start from Monyet. Already pushing aggressively on the other side. Is something waiting for someone to try and make their move, and he's going to go back for a little bit more. Has to use the dash to get out of there, and is now waiting for the cavalry to arrive as the rest of the team somewhat far away. An opportunity, but forsaken with a good trade.
Keeping the numbers in their favor. Something needs to do a little bit more. Some damage, and there's the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with PRX. Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something, though, delivers. Okay, he's up top. Not spotted. Easy peasy. That's a 3K.
เล่นล่างบนนี้ของถนัดเขาเลย
That's exactly what they need. Just him having confidence. Because you look at some of the fights he's taken, and there's definitely risks about it. But that's always been his play style. Even on a guess, he's basically an old main, so they get the finances.
เชื่อว่าเมื่อกี้ถ้า something มันเอามีดลงไปฟันจะมีการทุบกันอย่างนี้มุมเนี้ย
อเล็กน่าจะไม่พอใจ
ที่พอใจแล้ว
ว่าถ้าเอามีดไปจริงอะไรก็น่าจะแบบว่าเด้งเชือกมาจากมุมโค้ด
รอ
แล้วก็โค้ดสแลมตกที่ไปเลย
เด้งเชือกมาจากห้องโค้ดเด้งออกมา
เด้งออกมาเลยยังไม่ไหวแล้วสัตว์มึงจะมันกันเกินไปแล้ว
Now the follow-up looks easy. Very little to play with for Gen.G, and even if they drop something, he's the player that's rocking with the pistol.
มันได้ไปหลายเจ็บอยู่นะ
There's already been reached here. Any further kills will be costly, will force some level of reinvestment from the side of PRX. But on the defense, they can keep distance, and with the buy that Gen.G have, they're definitely not favored on ranged fights.
มาตีมันฟิกแบบมันหยุดแบบนิ่งเลยอ่ะ
มันคีนมากเลยเป็นเมาส์ไวนิ่ง
See the rotation already coming out from Monyet. Jump peek will give him the info to go back in with that Marshall. This is a round that they shouldn't really have any opportunity to win. The weaponry not falling into their hands off the kills they've garnered, and the players they're pushing into are actually just going to start running into them. A good round from PRX as they again back within 2.
จัดออฟเลย
It has been the 5 rounds where Gen.G truly have been
แต่ออฟซัมติงนี่ก็น่ากลัวอยู่นะ
Well, just look at your screen. Besides something, this is a round that all
เดี๋ยวรู้เลย
น่ากลัวทุกอย่างเลยมันไม่เขาก็เราทุกอย่างเลย
from a blade storm. Means he can force up here by an operator and potentially the blade storm, even if they lose the round with how consistent he normally is with that op. I would definitely put stock in him finding at least the 2 orbs. 1 kill and a death.
วันนี้ไม่ฟิกหลับจริงว่ะ
It also means they can gamble the control. They've got him holding onto the A side, an aggressive position from Monyet. This is not really the guy you want out here. Somehow he gets out of there unscathed. They also had an initial setup for players outside C, but after that spot comes through,
เพื่อนมาช่วยเลยสั่งบอกมาเอาเทคหน้าปีคืน
cross has already happened. So something now in a really position, and honestly, I think Meteor's a little
ยังเอาไป1อ่ะเหลือเชื่อจัด
Here's the chance for that operator
ดู
to
ช็อตนี้เลยครับ
show its ugly face.
โอ้
Only for the side of Gen.G as they lose a player.
มาว่ะคุณเล็กมาแล้ว
And it's Texture, the man with the responsibility to take the space to close the distance. Now they'll be a little bit slower on the way around these corners, which is just perfect for something. He had to be watching the right way though, and Munchkin caught him unaware. The same happens with Divide though, leaving it to a 3v2. Defensive advantage and Divide walkabouts. He's been so good. 19 kills, looking for his 20th and his 3rd of the round. And it looks like he might. Oh, he will get the opportunity, but he's being dropped. Doesn't matter because to 7. And now this gets me excited for PRX. That round puts them way back in contention because Gen.G got an eco.
Yeah, I like the way they play it as well. After the initial spot, that there was at least 1 player lurking. They know that there's an opportunity to potentially steal a gun away. So they 3-man push. Even a trade there's not too bad, knowing there's some things on the other side. And even though he only gets 1 kill, he does enough to delay and allow for those rotations. Devi as well, though, as you said, he's been fantastic. 19 and 10.
เดี๋ยวพี่เล่น
Entire
ไซ
scoreboard
เฟอร์
right now.
เต็น
Something once more.
ไอ้ไม่ใช่
They know he's going to be here. They know
ใคร
there's
วะ
a high
ฮี
chance
โร่อี
he'll
ก
be here, and they're actually going
เป็น
to
จี้
really
เป็น
put
จี้
the pressure on early.
โอเคไหนมีใครอยากเป็นใครอีกไหมครับ
แดงแม่งทั้งวันวันนั้นนะ
Elsewhere, trap just got broken on B. So now for PRX, they have to be worried about the flank. It means you're not going to have Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own. And again, he finds texture. That's a big part of this cake. They try to seize this blast packing in, but instead they've been left to try and trade it out. 2 versus 3. Meteor's good position has been noted. As we said earlier, that trap was broken. They know there could be someone around here. It's why you see Devi wait for Mind Freak, waiting for the plant to come through. While Moyet finishes this flank. Looks like they're aware. They're very much aware that something is going on. I mean, PRX have to make a move.
แล้วได้ดีอ่ะ
ทิปหายแล้วบอกเลยจังหวะนี้
And that's not something they'll find an answer to until they plant the spike.
Looks like because
แต่ไมฟิกยังมีบายอยู่
players near
มันเล่นอย่างนี้โดน
and they're worried about their spawn, they're actually going to go fighting aggressively.
โอ้แม่งพี่ไฟ
It's
เย
going
อะ
to be a big win if it comes through. Nice work
เล่น
from
อย่างนี้โด
Meteor.
นจริงพี่
เฮ้ยแต่มันเข้า
One bullet left.
ได้
เฮ้ย
Nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they
โอ้ ถึงก็ร้องโอ้เลย
confirm the MasterCard Thrifty from what was looking like a round firmly in the hands of PRX falls to 1 man.
1 man with 1 big gun and 1 medium gun also. Very ambitious to go for this. That could have put it to a 1v1 top, but he was having none of it.
That's what I said about this guy. He knows he'll hit the shot. For some reason, when it's him, a 2v2, and he goes, okay, I've got the first one, he always peeks for the second, and weirdly, he always gets it. That's the thing. Every time I'm sat there going, I'm ready to critique, and then he gets the kill, and I'm like, well, fine then. I guess that was the right play.
Well, uncouth, but it works this time. Certainly caught his opponents off guard with Gen.G 9-7 and claiming that round. PRX have weaknesses. An operator in the hand of something.
Look at where he is.
It's not really a hopping angle normally, is it? Oh, nice flash. That's good. But he hasn't got the dash anymore. It's faded out. But Munchkin... Oh, the shot's missed. And Munchkin's been given a second chance at life while the showstopper is again just... Oh, I thought just used for space. But he fires it out close. No! He doesn't pull the trigger. And now he realizes his mistake. As the dive comes in from PRX. They've got a lot to work with.
ไม่ได้คิดก็ดีหมดพอดีนะ
Should be. Well, in theory, forcing them back, but it hasn't happened at all. They went aggressive.
ระเบิดไล่วิ่งยิง
Made this one problematic. Spike already planted at least. So they're going to have to respect it and just fall back. Munchkin's still holding, and they have a pretty nasty potential crossfire just with the amount of time.
ถ้าแพ้วินนี้มาดูย้อนหลังมันจะรู้สึกไงวะนะ
That's all he really aiming for, sitting back, waiting for the
เฮ้ย
push. He manages to
เกือบ
land.
นะ
ดีนะไว
เหลือ5เกือบนะ
PRX respond in turn, a back and forth so far in this second half, and they close the gap once again to just
ยังไง
one
ติมันก็
round.
ต้องยิงทิ้งหรือเปล่า
Well, that's the response and resurgence we
ต้อง
wanted to
ต้อง
see.
ยิงทิ้ง
This game, this map, and indeed this
He
series
would
is
have
hanging
killed
on a knife's
something if
edge.
he just shot the bullet.
น่าจะคิดก็ได้
That's
แต่
got
แบ
to
บ
be
ว่า
so infuriating.
ตัด
I can
เวลา
understand
นั้
he
นหมด
doesn't
พอ
want to
ดี
give
ผม
away
ว่า
his position, but, you know,
ใจก็อยากคิดใจ
you make a decision there. Do you gamble it? Do you not? And, well, he chose wrong. Chips on the
Wait,
wrong
again.
color. Well, 9-8. And for
โอ้
PRX, looks like they've really got their hands dug into those
ถ้าเมื่อกี้
reins.
ยิง
The economy
Gen.G
is
ได้
low.
แน่นอน
We've seen Gen.G win low by rounds. There's a Viper's Pit online with 1 kill from Munchkin, 1 orb, 1 plant. But the main thing is something has got big
Hey!
right now. That's a Yassine dash. But it works out for
ตั้ง
him.
ใจ
No
ตั้งใจ
punish.
ตั้งใจ
Reposition gets him another
ตั้งใจไม่ต้อง
swing out.
ไม่ต้องตกใจครับผมจังหวะนี้
The side of PRX.
เฮ้ยซัมติงบอกรู้ว่าเดี๋ยวเพื่อนมาช่วยไปยืนพื้นที่ข้างหน้าไว้ก่อน
And you miss it as we're
แดดผิดตา
9-9.
บอยบอกเฮ้ยไป
They
ช่วยดิ
have
วะ
somehow made this comeback happen.
แดดไปข้างหน้าอย่างงี้
5-1 in
ไป
this
ช่วย
second
น้อง
half after what was basically, we were at a scoreline where this looked over. What was it, 8-1? And then they went 3 rounds in a row.
8-1.
And that's the thing. You don't really think it at the time because an 8-4 half is still
แต่
great.
ตัวที่
But
สองนี่
it seemed
เอา
like
เรื่องอยู่นะ
Gen.G just
ยิงยาก
let
อยู่
the foot
สอง
off the gas.
โอ้
A few big plays coming out. Now we're starting to see players rise up. You were mentioning it, the distance between Devi and everybody else was a lot. Well, something has been closing the gap. I'm also just looking at Mind Freak.
โอ้โหคารอนมันแบบ
Yeah, it looks like they're looking at him too. Karen was trained in on that with
กดไม่ลงครับ
finding a field day.
เหลือ
2
2
HP left on Devi. He'll find it hard to get any impact from
ดาวัยเป็นห้อยพระอะไรเลือดเหลือแต่ละราวนี่คือแบบ
But he's caught Karen off
โค
guard.
ตรคุ้มดาวัย
No more flashes and they don't regen anymore. An opportunity still. No. 2 versus 3 though. Viper's pick could change the game.
They're trying to get in as quickly as humanly possible, but Meteor's there to defend. Leaves it onto something. As said, he's had a real resurgence. They just fall back to
ใช้กระสุนหน่อยไหม
the reload. Never mind. He's
เหลือเต็มหมดเลยเหลือ
I think they know exactly where he is.
Why?
And somehow he
Hey.
still wins the battle. 3 bullets left in the clip. The pit's been dropped. He's already going to
Hey.
stop one, but he's now
Oh.
down for the classic, and it's a classic v classic. Malaki is the one to take it home.
อุ้ย
Getting insanely close, and it's a back and
ถ้า
forth
กระสุ
once
น
again.
ซัมติงมีแค่ชุดหนึ่งเมื่อกี้
เหลือ
Really is like a pendulum swinging. There's no stability to be found for either of these teams. 2 rounds for PRX, an immediate answer back by GEN.G. But the fact that it comes down to this, that the Viper is dropped outside the pit, and then that's the
แต่เขา
result.
ก็ยิงไป
ง้าง
แล้
แล้ว
ว
As
โซ
can
โล่
be
ง้าง
with
แล้ว
the final click to close it. GEN.G, they've got a lot set up in front of them, Tom. There is a showstopper for Munyet. Other than that, everybody is just on the rifles. Credits are low. GEN.G could be on the home stretch very, very soon, and Forsaken in that corner needs value. They've not seen him. He's good for 1 and damage on texture. Those could be very, very pivotal facts for us as PRX look to move back through. So many players are low. One extremely low in the corner. It's the Rocket to find him.
ไม่
That's
คุ้
the
ม
thing
เท่าไหร่
about that trade's
Oh,
alright.
man,
That was
ท่าไหร่
the low HP player that goes down. I
เจอ
don't
มัน
think
ใช้
they're
เลือด
gonna
ได้
mind
คุ้ม
that
สุดละ
whatsoever to put it back
เนี่ย
into 3 versus 3. Something
ถือว่ามันใช้เลือดได้
about
คุ้มสุดละ
through this.
ช็อตตี้ว่ะถ้าเมื่อกี้มีช็อตตี้นะก็อีกภาพเหมือนกัน
A
นะ
little bit further behind. No flash available for Devi, so it's just going to have to be the raw push. Already managing to retrieve a
กดไม่ลงครับ
every member falls. GEN.G now get a double back of their own. And the major worry here for PRX, they don't have backup credits. They don't have anything in their pockets other than a Blade Storm. This could be the beginning of the end.
It
แต่
feels
รอบ
that way,
นี้ไม่
Tom.
มีตังค์
2-round gap. GEN.G in this series have just been miles ahead when it came to these rifle rounds. And again, it seems strange that 13-8, to talk about it as a dominant game. Yes, it is a strong score line, but not damning for the other side. But when you look at both pistols, that's a 4-0 start based off of coin flips. And PRX managed to just about come ahead. When it came to rifle rounds, they weren't able to succeed. Now, early push, it's not quite a rifle. Instead, it's a set of blades, and those don't even get fired off. They lay by his side as he falls to the floor. Something down, so too is Devi, and they're ready for another player close.
ขอบคุณมาก
There
สอง
seems to
คน
be
นี้เด็ก
nothing
เจอคา
that
รอน
PRX can do to surprise this GEN.G roster in the last few rounds. And with 12 looking like it's on the board, Tom, these players, they have to be feeling the crushing weight of this series. The lower bracket is beckoning them, and there they'll face elimination against the Sentinels or Allowed. There's no easier fight for them than a team that they know. The devil they don't is coming.
Seems like GEN.G have got their number. This round at least was a weaker investment, but they had to use one of the ults, and it got absolutely nothing. And the second we've got into these post runs, that's where GEN.G have looked their most aggressive. A team from last year that started strong, had a massive fall from grace, made a huge overhaul of this roster with risks taken. Players brought back who had been at a Masters right at the beginning of Valorant, a player they got from Ranked, and players that have not found success elsewhere. Texture, one I think we can really highlight.
เอาหน่อยโอทีหน่อยก็ได้ป่ะจะได้มัน
Go into a GEN.G roster that's now playing for a minimum of top 3 if they win this match. Unheard of, surprising, and now looking like that pinnacle of Pacific. Looking to try and do what no Pacific team has ever done before. Take themselves to an international victory. PRX are not dead, not down, until you stamp them out.
Definitely looking injured. path to recovery. 3 straight rounds in OT in the third map. A lot of win conditions. For Gen.G, 3 ultimates to fight their way through. PRX don't have reactive ones, not impactful ones. Whereas the lockdown, the showstopper, and of course the nightfall. Any one of those can open sights, pull you out of sticky situations. Door open. That was the defenders, but it's covering Munyet's push forward. Problem is, okay, good nade up close. That's going to force that player out in the open. Problem is, Texture was covering it. And now the push on mid is spotted as well. 3 players left for PRX. And it looks like they've still got a fight.
เอาวะมาว่ะ
Nightfall.
3-3
He's being caught. But, oh, it's fake information. The Shrouded Step has bought a little bit of an advantage for Mindfreak as he's still alive, his HP recovering, but with something down. And Divai, very much known towards that spawn. Mindfreak's on the wraparound, wants to move towards that singular door. For this, Divai needs to buy some time. He still has a flash to play with. There it goes. It's popped and it's cleared out this corridor. Divai's even won the fight. The smoke is down. A chance if Mindfreak can make it to Divai, if they can take this fight together, but they don't know where the last players are. And the nade has even forced them back for a second. The time now very low. And with 2 players still to root out, it might be too low. Divai just dodges that seize, but Mindfreak down. The time now not to be played with. Okay, no, Texture went out swinging. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose. It was never swinging the other way. 13-2 and 13-8. A consistent showing from the side of Gen.G as they take victory over
ไม่เป็นไรยังมีสายล่างนะสำหรับเปเปอร์เล็ก
It's on to the upper final.
เทพสายล่าง
Huge statement play for
ไอ้
Gen.G.
บุ๊ก
No
ไอ้
doubt
ชาบู
at
พี่
this stage that they wear the crown when it comes
ชาบู
to
เป็นเล็กไม่ใช่หรอ
they're gunning for
ไอ้
anymore.
เหี้ยใหม่ฟิก
They
เป็นไร
said
อะ
at the time
ออฟ
their
แดง
goal
ของ
was
แมป
to
เลย
make it to the playoffs. Well, they've made it there and they've
ไอ้
continued
เหงาเลย
to
มาฟิก
push
กู
forward in that upper bracket. A team has
ที่แต่
said
เจน
that
จีแม่ง
last
เล่น
year
หน้าที่ดีสัตว์เลยว่ะ
didn't really
ใช่
do too much.
หมายถึงว่า
Didn't
จังหวะ
really
ตัว
give
เหลือ
us
มาก
much
กว่า
to be
จังหวะการ
excited
ปิด
about.
เกมเมื่อ
And
กี้
then
แม่ง
bringing
แบบ
together
เป๊ะกว่าเยอะ
a mix of players that maybe many
ผมเป็นโซโล
didn't
จริง
expect to do well. Definitely didn't expect to get this far. They
เดี๋ยวผม
continue
เบรก
in
แป๊บ
that
นึง
upper
เดี๋ยวมาเจอกัน
bracket,
คู่หน้าครับ
off and be the representative as they face Americas, and they send the previous Pacific champion, a previous finalist of one of these events, down into the lower bracket.
This second map, although only 1 round in the difference, Tom, this was definitely a much better feeling from the side of PRX. They earned their way back in from an 8-1 deficit to a close scoreline in the end. But despite that streak of rounds, Gen.G take the victory thanks to map number 1, PRX's pick, where they just didn't get started. And that's a big concern for them. Moving on to an
คู่หน้าเซนติเนลเจอกับลาวเดือดเหมือนกันครับ
slow start. They've got to come out swinging off the bat for Gen.G. They get to watch their opponents play, figure out who it is, take some notes. This is a very nice position to be in and a chance to make a historical run here in Madrid for their region.
But that's always been the thing. Like, we talk about Pacific teams as a flash in the pan a lot of the time. You look at the Zeta run. You could even throw a Chinese team of EDG in there as well, making a run. PRX making a run. This Gen.G squad, though, it feels different. They have so much depth to them in terms of individual plays, but they have such a solid structure, great trading, and also it just looks like the individuals on that team have leveled up from last year. They look like different players, even if
มิน
they're
จี
in
กับคุณ
different
20 เดือนนะครับ
roles, some coming from the tier 2 as well. They are an absolute joy to watch. And the fact is, I don't know where this ends for them. They could genuinely be there lifting the trophy.
It definitely feels like they have a long road ahead of them. Hopefully no bumps in that road. And the reality is, you know, Texture for me, certainly someone to take notes on, because this guy, he was good before, but now on the international scene, up against some of the best in the world, and he's leaving his mark. He's already left his mark, and it could get so much more beneficial for this squad as they now get to watch their opponents play, take those notes. I really put so much stock in that. I'm excited to see what this squad can do, Tom.
I think I've loved the fact that just even hearing them talk about each other, it's Munchkin elevating his teammates. Like, I think that's such a huge compliment. Like, you could say someone come in, oh, he's a great leader, he's playing great individually, like all of these compliments. This is a nice thing, but to say he's come in, as someone has said, one of the first players coming out of Korea, Lakia, to play at a Masters event, and you're going, yeah, this guy has made me better.
we're familiar with going up against compositions with Cypher. So first thing we talked about was how to play against the Cypher comp. And I think when PRX were making the comebacks, I think we had some miscommunications and mistakes going on, but we were able to, set it straight.
Lo que nos cuenta de ese mapa de Lotus es que ya habían jugado en contra de composiciones de Cypher, así que el enfoque principal era cómo tenían que jugar en contra de ese Cypher, y cuando PRX en esa segunda mitad estaba ganando rondas, el enfoque principal era en que la comunicación no estaba de la mejor forma y después la podían arreglar y cerrar el mapa. Ahora, mientras más vemos Gen.G, mejor se ven. Sí se consideran uno de los equipos que bajo presión puede brillar más comparado a los otros tres que tenemos en estos playoffs. The more that we get to see Gen.G, the brighter and the better you're looking. This time around closing it in a 2-0. Do you find yourself to be one of those teams that is able to be better under pressure compared to other teams that we have in playoffs?
계속해서 경기를 치를 때마다 강해지는 모습을 보여주고 있는데 젠지라는 팀이 먼치킨 선수가 생각할 때 좀 부담감이 더해졌을 때 더 잘하는 팀이고 또 훨씬 더 이렇게 좀 긴박한 상황에서 경기력이 더 살아나는 그런 팀이라고 생각하시나요?
사실 저희가 부담감을 아예 안 느끼는 건 아니지만 사실 그렇다고 해서 또 부담감을 많이 받는 건 아니거든요. 사실 부담감이 저희 경기력에 영향을 끼치는 것 같진 않고요. 그냥 저희가 연습하던 대로 계속 대회에서 성장하고 있기 때문에 그래서 더 잘해지는 거라고 생각합니다.
I would say there's a little bit of pressure on us, but not a lot, and it's not going to be a lie. There is a little bit of pressure, but that's not enough pressure to crack us when we're up on the stage or, affect how we perform. And I just feel like we're that type of team that gets stronger and stronger and that can grow as we play and as we make those runs today here in Madrid. So I am very glad that we're able to pull this one off as well.
Dice que definitivamente hay presión, de que la presión está ahí, pero que no los llega, que no los rompe, que no les destruye en el momento en el que están en el stage, en el que tienen que jugar. Y también dice que sí se consideran como uno de esos equipos que bajo presión puede brillar más y cada vez los vemos más fuertes por eso. Ahora, para mi última pregunta, quiero saber si vemos un escenario en el que Gen.G llega a esa gran final, ¿esperaría tal vez más adelante un rematch en contra de PRX o espera tal vez que sea en contra de alguien más? Ya, asumiendo que siguen tomando esas victorias for the next couple matches here. Assuming that you guys make it to the grand final, everything goes according to plan, are you expecting to have a rematch with PRX or are you expecting it to be someone else?
계획대로 결승전에 간다면 PRX를 만날 것 같으신가요? 아니면은 다른 팀을 만날 것 같은가요?
일단 제가 원하는 건 PRX가 아메리카 팀들 다 잡고 다시 결승 오는 것까지 다 원하고 있지만 그래도 센티넬도 한번 온 김에 만나보고 싶기 때문에 센티넬도 열심히 해서 올랐으면 좋겠네요.
Well, if it goes to my plan, personally, I want PRX to kind of eliminate all the teams from Americas, and then we meet again in the finals. But I want to play against Sentinels because they're a really good team, so I hope they do well right now. But yeah, I would like to face Sentinels.
Dice que si todo va de acuerdo a su plan, la idea es que PRX le gane a todos los equipos de Américas para que se encuentren nuevamente en esa gran final, pero que aún así dice que le gustaría mucho jugar con Sentinels. Espera que les vaya bien en lo que viene siendo esta partida que ya se viene. Y hablando de eso, nosotros nos vamos a pausa. We're gonna take a break real quick and we get ready for that Americas match.
That, you know, they're willing to switch away from some of these Phoenix compositions and pull out a curveball and change something up. So there is actually a real opportunity with the break coming into the playoffs. They're Loud, I don't want to say in terms of prep, but have the upper hand in that regard.
They played less maps than some of these teams, but remember they were playing back-to-back. It was something like 12 hours of prep between playing Heretics to then play KC and beat them, and it was the same in Americas. They played more rounds than the rest of the teams in America's playoffs combined, but finally this team has had a bit of a break ahead of playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, this break is going to be very, very important for them as well. And speaking of that, here is what Coach Kaplan had to say right after they secured playoffs.
I cannot wait to sleep. It means a lot. It's been really hard to have such a quick turnaround. We showed everything we had pretty much in kickoff, and it's we didn't have a lot of turnaround time to deal with that strategically, right? Especially even with scrims or jet lag. There's just so many challenges. So having some time to breathe and be better equipped to handle opponents studying us is a huge relief and a confidence boost for the games ahead.
I mean, this is the thing. They've already achieved everything so far without that a little bit of a break. So how much stronger do you think Sentinels are about to be?
I think they're going to be really strong. We've already seen, even with the low prep time, how good this team is at counter-stratting. Against both Heretics and KC, I think the squad came in with really good game plans to fight forward, to punish their opponents' tendencies. I think they're really good when they have even more time. And we saw that in Americas. When they went into playoffs, they further leveled up. This is a squad that when they really take that effort to study their opponents and come prepared to a match.
Yeah, and I think the individual performances here, Sassy a little bit of a concern, but I think if there are going to be any change to the composition, the way that particularly Zek and Tens are both performing individually, there's room there to put them on anything potentially, and outside that, John QT as well, individually standing up so far here in Madrid.
Yeah, let's talk about Tekken here, because we say, yeah, Tens and Zek and Tekken.
Okay.
We've been kind of debating, you know, rookies here and there, but there is no debate when it comes to these two Mimi. They are just the best right now in this tournament.
Yeah, both these guys are looking like top 5 players in the tournament, and they're on the same team. And the thing is, they're always playing together. These guys out of the server, they're good friends. Their teammates call them the kids of the team. They're always hanging out, and they're setting each other up together in the server as well. They're a very aggressive duo. You'll see them take risks, but the difference between them and maybe a team like PRX, as a player like Forsaken per se, is it's always together, and it's always being really well integrated into John QT's system. When they go for these risks, when they go for these early fights, the rest of the team is calling around that. They hear Zek and say, hey, I want to make this play. Tens knows how to set him up, and the rest of the team adapts around that really, really well.
Yeah, and I think as well, just to double down on that, the support system here is really the difference. To have everybody here delivering individually, Zek and Tens being the ones to lead the charge, it's terrifying to have to go up against them in this sort of form.
I'm going to make Tekken a thing. But let's move on to the other side for Loud, because they had a slow start. But Hybug, as you know, even when they've had a slow start in the past, they always go really, really deep, and they manage to take it all the way sometimes.
Yeah, Loud have always just got this playoffs form that they seem to, it's almost like the trump card, the Uno reverse that comes out in the series that they need to deliver it. And I don't necessarily think they've shown that so far, but coming out and bouncing back the way they did with the follow-up series, we talked about obviously it being a bit of a concern, the loss to Gen.G, but outside that, you still look back and you think, well, what series has Les been playing in? In particular, Les having another MVP-worthy performance, and you look back at the series, you think, how's he doing that?
Yeah, and I honestly think that this team has leveled up yet again to a form where they can be a contender for a title. I think they worked out some of the issues they showed in the kickoff event, where they're playing these like Phoenix comps, it's not really working out. Here, I think they really narrowed down their map. They showed maybe some weaknesses on Breeze, but on the maps that they're committed to, their Sunset, for example, they've looked excellent. The strategy is really coordinated. Players have also leveled up. Quick in their last game looked so much better than the rest of the season thus far. This is a Loud that always wakes up the deeper they get into tournaments. It seems like they find the ability to hit the peak at just the right time in like every event.
Yeah, and I think as well that they've already shown here that they are willing to kind of detract away from the commitment to the Phoenix and Breach. They're obviously busting out the Euro in particular, but QCK's individual performance across all the duelists has been pretty incredible. I keep saying that nobody plays this much Phoenix and comes out looking like, you know, a great duelist or a great individual player, but somehow he's doing it.
Yeah, you guys mentioned Les already, who's also having a great tournament. I believe he is standing by with Mika Fabs. Take a look at this. Not just quite yet.
What about this?
What about this?
I want to look at this, because this guy's stats have been ridiculous this tournament, but they are every time. Les is the consistent member of this squad. With us out of the team, he's the #1 guy you have to look towards. He's always playing Viper, but he's competing with the star duelist in every role. The guy's ridiculous, and if Loud is going to win a trophy here in Madrid, it'll be because he's keeping that up.
Yeah, that was Les. We got Les as well because less is more. So let's send it down to Mika Fabs.
Hey Les, I like that little groove you had on going on a little bit back there. So you've been on the team for forever. You know how it's like when the team gets that synergy in order to win championships. I'm curious how this level of synergy has been from like the beginnings of this roster all the way up here to Masters Madrid. It felt like we have Arthur here to help with some translation.
Oi Les, então, primeiramente eu gostei, você estava ali mandando uma vibe bem legal. A gente quer saber, você está desde o início com a galera, com o time e agora com esse novo roster, vocês estão com a sinergia. A sinergia tá boa? Como é que tá a sinergia de vocês agora até o campeonato?
A gente está começando a evoluir, né? Querendo ou não, tá no início do ano. A gente está com um jogador novo, staff nova, então a gente está planejando a longo prazo, mas estamos evoluindo aos poucos no campeonato.
Overall, step by step, we're evolving not only in the championship because we also have a new player. We're working on with like new staff as well. So I would say we're just on the way evolving because overall it's the beginning of the year as well.
Well, eager to see the next step. Keep that vibe going and best of luck.
Thank you.
No confiaron, pero míralo. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón.
มาคู่นี้ให้ใครกันครับ ผมให้เซนติเนล
2-1 ครับ
ใช่เหรอ
เสื้อQCK สวยไหม
โอ้โห
แต่ดูไฮไลท์มาเทนนี่มันเอาเรื่องมากเลยกับไอ้จอห์น QT
โอ้ยมันรู้สึกเข้ม
เป็นพี่น้องกัน
ใครนะ
ตอน QT กับเทน
ใช่เหรอนี่เรื่องจริงเหรอ
ดูหน้าดิ
ว่า
It's the new versus the old guard for Americas in this match. It's the 3rd time they've played this year, and we're already into the detail. These teams have a lot of similarities in their strengths, and I think we're going to expect maps like Icebox. It was just picked that both these teams
มาแล้วแชท
play. This honestly what we're
เห็น
getting
หล่อ
is
นี่
a
ไง
bit of a rematch of that.
เราอะไม่ดูเกมไง เราไม่ดูเกมไง
Massive concern to kick things off on split. Obviously, two
ส
very
ปิดอีกแล้วอ่ะพี่ ไอ้บ็อก
back at this, but last one being a 13-3. Sentinels absolutely slap loud about.
Yeah, Split is far and away the best map for Sentinels that we have seen thus far. They look lights out on that. In particular, their defense, their protocols, the way they set up for the retake, everything has been on point. And yes, so much of it is in Zekken, and so much of it is also John QT. It feels like his calling is perfect on the defensive side of that map, on how this team sets up. This first map's going to be
ที่ผมปิดไมค์ไปคือผมกินข้าว
Close do you think this will be though? Because the first match we saw today, very, very one-sided, also what we expected. But Hybok, do you feel like it favors one team or another coming into this?
I'll be honest, I do give the edge to Sentinels here. I don't think we're going to have a very clear-cut series though. I think Loud may be looking to reinvent.
พี่เอ๋ยให้ใครระหว่างจอห์น QT กับจอห์นโอเซนครับ
I don't think this is going to be an easy run.
จอห์น QT กับจอห์นโอเซนชั่วโมงนี้ต้องจอห์นโอเซนก่อน
เอ้ยเหมือนผมเลย
ได้แชมป์มา
แฟนบอย ผมก็เป็นแฟน
เดี๋ยว
บอย
รอเซนเดลได้แชมป์ก่อน
I look more towards the rest of this pool. I think Icebox and Sunset, both teams are incredibly close on how they play. In particular, Icebox leads towards Lads. I really expect us to get a 3rd map, to get Sunset, and that's so exciting because these teams are both excellent at the map, but with very different reads. One playing the breach.
คืนมิสกาขอบคุณสมาชิกนะครับ เดี๋ยวผมเอาโพลออกก่อน
Both have these great retakes. Both have really cool ideas for how they take space on the map. Really hoping we get there.
Yeah, and I also you mentioned a little bit of doubt perhaps in Sassy.
3,000 โหวตเลยเหรอโอ้โหยังเอาอ่ะเรามาเริ่มโพลใหม่ เซน ราว
well, no surprise to see the compositions come out, but I do think it is a little bit concerning performance in areas. But I mean, you could argue
เทน
again,
จะ
it's
โชว์พลัง
another one of those familiar opponents.
VALORANT ไอคอนที่แท้จริงหรือเปล่า ตั้งแต่ VALORANT เปิดแรก
we've seen so far in Madrid.
Sentinels are starting on the attack. A lot of this comp is built around how in the mid-round they take space for Zekken. I think shutting down Zekken has to be a priority for Loud. He is looking like the best player in the event right now. And if he can keep that up in this one, if he can get the openers for Sentinels, give GEN.G those options in the mid-round, the way they
รอนน้อยมากจริงไม่เป็นไรครับเปลเล็กไม่มาวันนี้พรุ่งนี้จะมา
Yeah, well, I've just been told that Brand and Sideshow are in fact contractually obligated to cast every single Sentinels game. So here they are. Over to you guys.
That's extremely true. We have so much influence.
ขอบคุณกี้ XXN นะครับสำหรับ19 เดือนนะครับ
Excited to get started. Well, our second match of the playoffs, and it's bound to be a barn burner. We've already had it, a sneak peek of it, at least in the regional finals. These two teams clashed, and they're kind of taking over that mantle now. Me and you, Josh, we were talking about it just before we got into the game, but you think of that Optic Core versus Loud matchup. That was, El Clasico, and now maybe to pass into the torch over to this one. We've seen Sentinels versus Loud now many times so far in 2024, and it's always pushed both of these teams to great heights.
It's possible that we'll see it even later on in the playoffs too. We've yet to really discover which of these teams are going to be able to battle it out against each other and make it deep in a playoff kind of situation. Gen.G looks scary. You do not want to be in the lower bracket if they end up down there at some point. Obviously, PRX no pushovers either. But yeah, this is a really cool regional matchup that you have between these two teams. Last year we only had one regional title in Americas to fight over. That was Loud that ended up taking it away. This year with kickoff, stage 1, stage 2, we're going to have 3.
เซ็นทั้งใจสู้คนหนุ่มนี่ชอบความมั่นใจขาดใจเหมือนขาดจริงใช่ไหมขาดจริงเหมือนขาดใจไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวน้องจริงก็มาแล้วกี่ปีนะปี2 ปีนั่นแหละมันต้องมีคนมาแทนน้องจริงได้แหละสักวันแต่เมื่อไหร่ก็ไม่รู้นะนี่แต่ม่อนแทนจริงไม่ได้นอนในโลเดียวกันนะแต่จะต้องให้ม่อนไปเล่นสโมกอะไรอย่างเงี้ยน้องปอมเดี๋ยวมุกอ่ะ
Now that we've got a little bit of time to just to dig into the map veto, it's going to be
แต่ GEN.G ต้องบอกเลย GEN.G มันมาแรงจริงหยุดยากมากไปดูย้อนดิว่ามันตบใครมาบ้างในทัวร์ตบลาวตบโอ้โหมันเอาหมดอ่ะ
And Sunset too. There's no guarantees that goes the way of Sen again if we do end up going to 3. Sen need a good start here, but I think for Loud too, they cannot afford to just get battered as they did previously. Hypok was talking about that scoreline. It was devastating for Sen.
Early presence showed here by Loud into
เริ่มครับโก
with the boom bot.
35 34 33 32
สำเร็จ
มาดูเกมกันดีกว่า
The smoke. But Zelsis is going to be holding for this one. Jiggles it.
เฮ้ยเราเอาสุดไง
คือตั้งแต่ทัวร์วาโลมันเริ่มมาเนี่ยไอ้ GEN.G มันเพิ่งแพ้ไปครั้งเดียวที่เหลือแม่งไม่แพ้เลย
And Ten's prepping the paranoia in case this
ตั้งแต่คิกออฟยันมาสเตอร์
but not necessarily going to start taking that territory with bodies. Instead, looking forwards to the fight in mid. Kawanzin did not use a fault line at the start of the round. So he still got that.
พี่ตุ้ยยิงคืน
อ๋อเบียด
being utilized again. Want to face with the bodies.
And to be honest, I think that favors Loud. Yeah, they've lost the breach, but no smokes if they decide to go over and commit to B. And Loud are re-exploring down mid as well. John Cutie and Sewers.
เขาเอาบีเราซื้อกัน
อุ้ยจอน GT left to do so much more there. Just the one before the trade comes through, but the B site now opened up entirely.
ถือว่ายังไวอยู่ช็อตนี้
Sassy's out wide into the open. Could have been danger there, but the nade I guess staves it away. And a call is made to try and fight into the spawn. Zelsis. Snake bite now being held, but he's got 3 targets to deal with. Luckily, Zell. Okay, Zekin right there. Will he be able to get the damage? Yes, he will. The snake bite post-mortem.
ได้หมด
I love watching Sen set up these kind of little plays. You could see it constantly when they were playing against the European teams in the Swiss stage, and they didn't want to offer them opportunities to go for retakes, where they would cook up some kind of post-plant aggression. They've always got a different idea. That's the great part about this Sen team that took the off season so
โอ้
seriously.
ไอ้ของไอ้เวเปอร์พินอันนี้นี่แม่งสุดจัด
Depth of micro plays that they can add in. This one a snake
เจ๊
bite
เข่ง
off
บอก
top.
โอเคสังเวยแต่คุ้ม
Already seeing examples.
กำลังจะชูป้ายเลยคอพับเลย
Yeah, so that calling that mid push earlier, fighting through into spawn. So I think what I said earlier, both these teams, they're going to be pushing themselves to brilliance. I think you might be seeing it. At least we certainly hope so. Les Korani open no man's land, so he will fall.
And I think what you're seeing, at least at the beginning of this game, is Sen taking a very slow approach. That's a big kill. G.E.N.G going down on A means that this side of the map no longer has any offensive threat.
Oh, second reactions there. Fault line stunned up. Well, there it is. The classic damage coming through. Flash in the end as well, so Tens is shortly behind him, but a flash repeat. Kawazine can't get too much more done. One player left. 2 years. Can't see too much danger in the round.
No. And Sentinels were forced to accelerate there once John ended up dying because they don't have information about what's happening on the other side of the map. But if you want to talk about info as it relates to these compositions, Loud constantly need to be jiggle peeking corners, need to be going for those proactive explorations. And that's going to incentivize Sen to play a little slower, to try to punish the jump peaks and see if they can get damage or kills that way, to try to punish the info pushes into mid, that kind of thing. And Loud can't always run around the map pushing on defense with utility because it just makes it so obvious where they're playing. It's a difficult comp to play on defense.
Might just get even harder as well when Sen end up swapping sides. They look like one of the better teams here at this event when it comes to their split. Largely due to their retakes. The fundies here for Sentinels though. Standard. The util being thrown out wide here for that ramp control early. Now setting their sights out into the A.
Oh,
Sadak. Anchor in position, tucked nice and tight and safe, and really just buying time for the rest of his team. Other reinforcements. There was a molly into the smoke, and well, damage has been done. Vulnerable duck. Sets it up for an easy one for Celsius. 3 versus 3.
Bit of a blunder there for Loud, offering Sen another opportunity to get back into it. Not planted for Heaven. Oh, and the pick goes down to.
ขออนุญาตแผ่แม่ครับ
มันมีอันตี
I
ตั้
mean,
งแต่
look at the way
วิน
that
นี้เลยเหรอ
Loud are
เนี่
clearing
ย
this. They're
เก็บ
expecting
3 ปืนพกไป
up.
ถ้ามันตาย
Holding. Usually going to be the bread and butter of a team like Sentinels, just trying to fight.
แต่ว่ามีระเบิด
Scale for it. That paranoia, the timing on it. It's immaculate
Oh,
as soon as an A comes through.
the bait,
Just hearing
by
it
bait.
to the corner. Sassy removed. Taken out now, just 2 will stand, and it could be just a bit of random spray, a bit of random spam that saves the day for them. Celsius traded, pit going down. Tens 1v1. Doesn't really have to gun for it as a bulldog, but will it be all bark or all bite? Tens is wielding it.
เลฟมันกาแบบ
พี่เขาก็นิ่งเกิน
Enormous round for Sen to be able to pick up. The momentum
จิตใจทำด้วยอะไร
forwards for Sentinels as they win the bonus and knock Loud's economy down. And what a fumble after Sadak's able to get a 2K at the beginning. And it's a 5v3. The stun just comes through a little too late for Sadak to be able to follow up on. And then the flood that comes out is late too. And they've taken a huge player advantage situation set up by their IGL.
เทนตัวเล็กป่ะพี่เคยเจอป่ะ
Tossed it away.
โหสูงมาก
หรอ
Glimpses of the comms there as well, keep playing together. Fundies on show for Sen. Winning that bonus round is amazing.
And I do think that that's such a key.
เลนมันโดนคาร์ลอนมามันเลยต้องเอาบ้าง
Against teams that opt into the individualism. You saw what they did to EDG. Oh yeah. It was a massacre.
No chances, no gaps when they're playing against that. I mean, you can argue as well a team like Loud had a relatively easy path into playoffs. Only beating out the Chinese representatives at Madrid.
Neither of whom played that well in their games against Loud.
Didn't put up a fight really, did they?
But having said that, we know that Loud are an extremely good team when they're on.
Sassy feeling the danger there. The dog spotting out too. John is so much
Yep.
Yep.
That is so much info. John's like, guys, there can't be anybody B because they're all looking at me in mid.
Lucky to not pay with it with his life. Nade waiting for Loud. Could be some danger if they find a few initial picks rattled off maybe with the sheriffs, but to use the Trailblazer early. Nade follows through with a snake bite exchanging, the handshake dropping down. Sadak was alone there. There wasn't really much to do with in terms of the follow-up. They have to face it wide though with the aftershock being played for. So much damage done to these Loud players. The positioning's known and noted. So 3 survive into it with Zekin picking up 3s. 1 away now From the
ที่
big
ขวา
vertical
แม่นขนาดเลยเหรอ
attack side, that showstopper is going to be putting in some
Offside.
work if you manage to earn it.
Yeah, and this is the problem once you start snowballing forwards. Loud are going to be one away from having a broken economy again, and Senna starting to get up to key ults. Look how nice as well the Sentinel's utility usage is when they get into a
ตายแบบ
place.
โคตรมีประโยชน์ตอน
Second's
QT
holding nade to try to deny somebody who might try to stop the plant, but he's also ready to throw counter utility with that nade as soon as the retake starts happening. They know how Loud are going to play, and they've already prepped the counter to stop them.
Truly one-sided affair. I want to see some bite back from Loud, really.
Well, this is interesting. Zelsis went for an orb lineup that's all the way into mid there. You see how there's 2 Viper orbs layered on top of each other. And that's going to disincentivize what Loud have been going for. This is Sentinel's Viper orb in mid there. You're going to take a lot of damage if you want to try and fight mid. If you're Loud. And that's broadly speaking what Loud have been doing on this defense side so far. Only 4 rounds in though.
Dog right on cue there. At the minute mark. It's going to be broken for a bit of that mid-round information, but only shown by the one player, so Loud still left scratching their heads ever so slightly in terms of wondering where this might land, but they are starting to guess now correctly with the Seekers as they're pointing them directly into the right targets.
Sassy's going to pick up the ult orb and get Seekers himself.
Seconds left. Which direction is this going to go into? They've still got 2 players planted into mid here for Sen, but the spike over towards A, they are struggling to get themselves in. Push and pull, ebb and flow of the map, not really working out in Sen's favor.
4-0 แล้วว่าไง
They need options right now, maybe to be granted to them. A bit of spray,
25 วิ
damage, the bullets going wide, but this is such a difficult setup to break
20
into.
seconds left.
What are they
เข้า
even
ยังไง
going for
ดี
here?
ด่านนี้มันเป็นด่านบุกเหรอพี่เอ๋ย
Slowing it down, but really time is going to be their worst enemy. It's a
มัน
team
คอมอะ
flash. John QT there,
คอมมันบุก
close to the corner, cut to wide. Satchel's through and over the top. Kamazin still anchoring. Tucked tight to the corner, Sassy planting the balls on the man to go for that one out wide for a heaven plant. The wrap around, now Zelsis becomes a key player in the
หื
game.
มทามมิ่งมันเดินผ่านแบบ
He's managed to
เป๊ะ
pick up
มาก
his
เลย
orb and reposition it too, so he's got more control over towards heaven.
ดูมุมเทนดิ
So he's set to try to blind somebody playing
Oh.
elbow. Tens
Omen.
are already repositioned.
โดนแน่ๆบอกเลย
Follow up off of that flash. It's all Kamazin with the stun finally now to try and at least attempt that reclear, but
ลาวแม่งโดนชัวร์
they don't have
โหนี่มันเล่นลึกเซลซิฟเล่นลึกจัด
backed away,
ลึก
playing
จัด
a really passive position. 10 spots.
Zelsis,
Back
Zelsis.
to favor for that fight. And they've won out the at least critical ones. Now no mollies for Zelsis.
Les is
Tap
holding
onto
it.
it. Les is holding for it.
Late,
And
man.
watching for it.
เซลซิสมัน
That was
มัน
really
น่าจะ
nicely
มัน
done
จ
there
ริงๆ
by
มันต้องอยู่
Loud.
ข้างบนเพราะว่า
Coming back in,
มัน
they
สามารถ
had
ยิง
so
ตอนเท
many
นได้
different
ได้
things
เทร
that
ด
they
ได้
needed to navigate. You saw
Sai man,
that there was no
I need
follow-up
back.
on the paranoia. That's because they're expecting some utility in response or aggression in response. Look how good Cowanzine is at being able to deal with Zekken flying over the top of him too. Unless, as usual, the backbone when it comes to fragging, winning duels against Tens
เอาว่ะ
and
ซาเด็ก
Celsius to shut the round down. That's where you see the slower pace of Sen get punished. If Loud are not going to give them things in the mid-round, give them openings to punish, you've still got to be able to make your own success with the executes at the end of the day.
A familiar setup. Doesn't look like there's the same Viper orb that's being thrown out.
No, not this time.
Not from Zelsis.
The other thing that's amazing about that Viper Orb, though, too, is
Oi.
it keeps people in mid, because you could lurk
สวย
through
จัด
it. Yeah. So I think we'll be seeing that one come out to play a little more.
But the presence shown though, now with a boombot.
Touch tips.
Yep. Handshake.
QCK
Now grouping up for A.
QCK and Cowanzine are really close to huge ultimates, too. So Loud being able to put that previous round on the board is just so huge for them to stop the bleeding. Everything was red.
It's a lot that could happen right here now with 50 seconds left. QCK shows it, body checks the dog, breaks it down. Now he's one away from a large hold of his own. Onto heaven control, but now here it is. Showstopper. Fault line to stop this one. Zekken was blind as anything. No way with the movement. Just evades capture. He's still low enough though. Tens now with a TP into the back of the side. That was not punished, and it is that full retake protocol. But already ram control game for Loud. Look at them clearing that so damn proactively.
Meanwhile, Zelsis is so far away from the rest of the squad, just trying to find the timing for a late lurk. He might be too late.
There's a kill. Here's the showstopper. Finally online. Rocket round towards the back. Sassy is dropped like a fly. Tens has to do the most now. He stands his ground and wins his one out. Cowanzine falling outside.
Coaching.
Zekken. Zelsis is here.
เราเริ่มตื่นแล้วพี่
Arriving to the party though, Util in his hand, Sadak
นี่
adjusting,
ตัวคัด
watching for it, tens now 1v2, the
ไม่ไหว
double
ไม่ไหว
face is there. Terrific together, it's 2 years.
แย่ละ
Partner in
ต้อ
crime,
งยอมเลย
Sadak himself, so with
พี่
that
ตุ้ยนี่เขา
fuse
ยิงคม
online, it's
จัด
going to be that second round on the board. And Loud starting to get a handle now in terms of how to tackle these A sites.
Yeah, finding the timing there to re-push ramp
โอ้โห
before
เคจอดนิ้ว
Sentinels were anywhere near set up for it, right? Sen's general game plan is we're going to get to site, we're going to have some kind of post-plan idea for aggression, or a backup plan like
ไอช็อตยิงแบบเมื่อกี้ถ้าใช้วูตติ้งนี่จะเป็นอย่างนี้มันแบบว่า
them going to site and setting up the next play, which Loud did.
โอ้ยากเลยไม่เคยใช้
And also, one of the big crucial factors in round 5 and 6 to Loud winning is that they just had players able to take ones and win duels. You saw tens at the end there. We've seen him do magic in those positions sometimes before. But Loud is shooting back. Might sound reductive, but it's very important. Here's that same orb lineup, but this time it's just going to go straight into a pit. I don't think that's going to have the value that Zelsis was hoping for. Kind of risky to go and retrieve it too.
Yeah. But it's a little lost, isn't it? Can't really be reclaiming it unless you have a plan to re-clear, which is stacking bodies, don't get me wrong. Just hoping that a few stray bullets might land into the cranium of less, but he's tucked to safety, making sure the pit will stay up.
Scout destroyed.
If Sen get a read that Loud are playing heavy over mid at the start of these rounds, which they generally are, there's normally 2, sometimes 3 players there, Sen might be able to make an adjustment and go for more burst executes. But all of this is so based on having a read of what your opponents are doing in this match. And they will be changing it up compared to the last time they faced off.
Re-clear called, it looks like, was the dog John QT. He's been pushed forwards now, tucked. And there it is, kill, claimed, QCK, fault line. Definitely there, actually, labored enough, but still, the trade on line. The call's being made to try and speed up the play now into B, but already that Util, look at it. I mean, the paranoia, the smoke drops down, cuts up the side of it, that lurk into mid. Sassy not rewarded for it. Tens has the spike here, looking eager. Potentially to take some fights here, but has to stick the plan now towards the
เอ้าเมออยู่เมอ
เพิ่นไปหน่อยโคตรเลย
มันก็คงไม่มันก็ต้องล็อกอยู่ดีป่ะเผื่อเทน
อะไร
ก็
กัน
พลิก
ครับ
มา
เนี่ย อันนี้แหละอยู่ในบีคนเดียวมันจ้างโดดเดียวโดนตื้อป่ะตู้สองทางไงมันจะมีทางมิ่งไม่ดีอยู่หรอ
Celsius destroys that attempt to flood retake. Dodge the flash and pick up both players.
นี่เซคเคนมาไทยนี่พาไปเดินเยาวราชนี่น่าจะชอบ
ทำไม
ไม่ซื้อหลายเส้นอะกลับบ้าน
ทองไง
ซื้อทอง
Slow, nice retakes, but now the economy's broken again.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? How that ends up working out, but quite salvage. Will keep any of the money running. Keep smoke. Going to be disrespected apparently. At least with the flash, they know that nobody's close, tucked to the corner. A lot of players now looking for a punish on the John QT. He's been noted that he plays here a lot, solo play. They're just going to posture.
อินเทอร์เน็ตนี่แม่งพอได้จอห์น QT วันนี้โหเปลี่ยนไป
แต่มันขาดแบบว่าคนสั่งขาดผู้น
And I think they've got a very good read that John is playing solo A lot.
เขาบอกว่าจอห์น QT นี่คนที่วินัยสูงมากในการเล่น
But at the moment, Loud have found a decent time.
วินัยสูง
คือไม่โยนไม่อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
ยิงบอดไม่ต่ำกว่า100,000 ตัวไม่ถึงไม่นอน
ความฟิลนั้น
อ๋ออาจจะแบบว่าวิธีการเล่นไม่โอเวอร์พีคไม่แบบไม่มั่ว
think he's going to get really punished.
And Brent, the spike is going towards A, which is where Loud are going for their gamble stack. There are only 30 seconds left on the clock. Sen are quiet, but so far
30
away.
seconds left.
They're faking like it could
เขา
be
อยู่
going
นี่เยอะ
towards
จัด
B,
4 คน
blocking off Less's sight
ลาว
lines, but no one's budging.
โอ้โห
Budging Kabazine.
ซื้อถูก
ไซบีนี่แม่งอย่างว่าง
It's being held around the back now. The nade flying forwards.
อุ้ย
Close
โอ้โห
quarters still.
อะไรวะน่ะ
วิ่งจริง
Players are brutalized, eviscerated. Sadak goes for the flash.
แต่แฮงค์มันเล่นปืนนี้เก่งยังไง
Celsius, safety in numbers.
ไอ้สแน็คนี่มันนิ่งเลยนะเมื่อกี้
Great dodging movement by John as well. Can Les pick this up?
V3.
He's been a monster.
He's got the rifle to do it still. There's going to be no gaps there. Not with Sentinels, they know.
เซนติเนลมันเล่นจังหวะอย่างงี้โคตรดีเลย
And another round where Sen, it looks dangerous on the minimap. You see them walking into the trap. QCK even manages to get one. But everyone on Sen is playing really tight together. making sure that they can trade, making sure the spacing's excellent. It is. Absolute sentiment. And they're running away with this. If you wanted to have an expectation coming into Split, I think it's a little difficult. Because the 2 times we've seen these teams play before, one was an extremely close split that Loud ended up winning, with Sadak just popping off at the end of the game to drag him over the line. And the other was a flattening. It was Sentinels just utterly, tactically dominating the game. And this is looking to me to be more like the latter. Obviously, the scoreline would suggest that, but the approach, the way that Sen is so patient around the map, dealing with everything that Loud threw at them. I think that time, having been the first team to qualify for playoffs, has been used very wisely.
Oh yeah, rest and rejuvenation. I mean, listen, I've seen these players wandering around the hotel, and the coaches, Kaplan and Drew. They had very dark bags under their eyes, but now they've finally been able to get some sleep.
And you saw there in that the shot of the stage, actually, Sadak popping off, making sure he's communicating what he wants to be adjusted heading into this. Tack timeout taken for Loud. Are they going to be able to find the adjustment that gets them a little bit of a cushion to work with? Because the economy has just never been in a good spot.
No. Really quite vital round coming up. What you mentioned, the economy situation is a deep fault line. That's just off the rip from Kawazine into market, but there wasn't really much to follow through with it. It looks like maybe it was just to set up B main control for 2 years.
Now look how difficult this is from Les and Kawazine's point of view. You know, when this orb goes up, it's very difficult to know if someone on Sen is just quietly taking the timing through. And so these A players have to be cautious, concerned.
I've got your trail.
Little portion of the round though, with a minute 10 onto the clock. You can see those Seekers offloaded, pointing in various different directions, but it doesn't really give Sen an indicator. They do know that the Mail is going to be free on Mail, but Ropes itself.
เสียงดิสคอร์ดอ่ะได้ยินเสียงดิสคอร์ด
A long way before it hit Kawazine over in A Heaven. So Sen have a pretty good idea that that path to A Heaven is fairly uncontested. And the dog here actually might give such bad information.
It's broken.
It didn't see the second player of John QT. We'll see what Sen end up going for. Certainly relying a lot on the mid-rounding here from John, rather than having set game plans going into the rounds.
Sadak Seekers of his own now, spotting all the way through into mid. Everybody bursting through. Now the snake bite. Used on the Q as he hears that Trailblazer. Where's the follow through now from the rest of the team? B main lost control of this one. There's going to be questions asked now of a lot of these Loud anchoring players. They want to give it up entirely. Don't want anything to do.
Yeah. That paranoia thrown from Tens is lovely. Would have caught anybody over towards Rafters, and yes, the time is low. But look how devastating this looks to
อัน
retake.
ติรอบที่ 8 ล้าน
Yes, you have a rolling thunder, but it's going to be
ตัว CT ออกไม่ได้อะต้องหนีอะ
เฮ้ย
มีโดนติแก้
and yet he's caused
เอา
all
ร
the
ถ
distraction
จะ
in the
อี
world.
สาน
ที่โดน
With his life
เอ้า
close to the corner, cut him up. Still
คืออะไรอะ
GEN.G. Quality tactics, quality time
ตา
now
ซี่
with
มา
all
เบ็ดให้ก่อน
family as he's sat back into the spectator. CQCK forward. Leading it with the team, but it's already wrapped around, so they got to expect the Sassy's there.
อุ้ย
No
สาดที่ออมมาซะ
Not enough. 2 years TP adjustment. He's on that high ground position, just propped up. But Les now needs to get more done, and he can't do it. It's going to come down to just a bit of spray and pray.
เป็นโคตรดี
Already time ticking, so 2
ซา
years
ซี่
no
เหมือน
chance
เหมือ
in
นรู้ไว้
hell.
อยู่แล้วป่ะว่าจะโดน
And
แก้
it's
แบบนี้
another situation, Bren, where Loud cannot get any
Dù
level
thuộc
of
khi thuộc về
economic
là-
cushionary going.
เมื่อกี้สุว่าอ่านขาด
They're going to be knocked
เพื่อน
straight
เก่า
back
ไง
down onto
รู้
a
กัน
low buy. And that adjustment, whatever it was,
เพื่อน
the
เก่า
side came into the round
เพื่อนเก่า
trying
เพื่อน
to
ลาว
inform the
ลูก
rest
เพ
of
จ
the
ลาว
team. It did not
Good
work.
attack.
They weren't ready for Sassy here in B Heaven, and they weren't ready for Sassy again once he repositioned into B main. It completely disrupted what Loud were going for there with the retake. The timing could not have been more perfect.
The way Sen are working this map, I mean, it's a masterclass.
Yeah.
Speed running it.
It really is. There was a lot of talk coming in based on their regional performances on Split that they might have the best split in the world. And, you know, I was saying, be cautious. We haven't seen them play up against all the other teams in the world, but man, is it looking clean. I think the believers in the Sentinels split are getting their beliefs confirmed every time we watch it.
Yeah, now a heavy group up. The weaker buy here from Loud using that Trailblazer, trying to be fast onto the approach. Chance here, Zekin tries to adjust the spray, expecting players to swing from that left side. Tens evacuating, has a paranoia still left to play for, but the mollies are really clearing him out of position. What's the call now for Lau? It looks like a pivot.
Yeah, very mobile though. They've made it feel like it's ramp and they're already pressuring the screens. There's still a trip here for John. And Stens is in
Oi.
their spawn.
Oh.
They buy guns.
They don't have a clue. I mean, they've just caused them to all just be looking backwards as well. Les didn't have any sort of idea. He was just watching the case. It was in mid-tiers. One with a rifle, but no longer. Drop to the floor, drop to the deck. Les
เสียขบวนเลย
able to do it.
Yeah, and it's not really tense.
พอเวลาจะเข้าทำแล้วแม่งต้องมาเสียวหลังนี่โคตรเสียทามมิ่งเลยบางที
I believe that's how Cowanzine ended up falling off screen. Zels has got a double spray down. Have a look here. Blinded up. Yep, hits the trip. And also gets QCK killed because he's right behind him. So it just gives the perfect timing and positioning.
QCK
for Zels to go for that
สวยอันนี้
spray. I mean, everything is working.
Light up.
It must be devastating for the Loud morale. Bear in mind you have a full BO3 ahead of you, and you knew that you wouldn't be favored here, but it is still going to be mentally
ถื
difficult
อว่าเลือก
to
คือคน
bring
เซ
your
นเนล
spirits back up.
เลือกมาบัฟ
Hopefully off that experience in spades. Oh my,
เอาวะ
showstopper.
second
Let loose
แล้ว
there.
ก็ตายไป
There's a trade online from Kawazini. Followed up with the stun at least, but his high ground angle of 10s drops down, gives him
อุ้ย
a
คม
juice. Kawazini just taking a white peek by
คาวซิน
himself,
ว่ะ
man. Taking a fight by himself.
ตาย
He
แล้ว
was back up there, but
ไล่สองคนที่พีคแม่งเป็นคนที่แบบไฟเลทแบบ
exactly what Loud
แม่น
ordered.
สุดอ่ะ
Yeah, player advantage situation, looking lovely for
สอง
them.
สี่
One away from a showstopper too. Sen, they're going to be able to get a plant down here. They're pretty certain that A is completely clear. They saw so many people
เอา
fighting
วัน
for
น่า
it.
จะไม่มีพลาดสำหรับ
This
วิน
one
นี้
is going to be
38
tough, and Loud cannot afford to throw it away. Yeah, just watch
อื
it.
That
ม
Loud
ละเอียด
great awareness
เล็ง
knowing
ไว้
that Sen have
ดั
to
ก
be
ให้เพื่อนอยู่
a
แล้
bit
ว
more
รู้ทัน รู้
proactively
ทัน
making their moves into the post-plan
โอ้โห
situation.
QCK
วิ่ง
ว่ะ
ไวจัด
Sassy is the lone survivor, gets shut down by his former
วิ่ง
squad.
สโคบอ่ะ
And so
Good
Sen,
way.
for about the first time in this
Way
half, tried to do something fast at the start of the round. And that actually results in Loud getting the round win. Right, every other round, we've seen Sentinels with a tortoise-like pace to the beginning of these, making sure that they are cautious, diligent about everything. And as soon as they step forward to try to take the fight, Loud are so happy. These players behind Zekken just got wide swung and minced.
no reaction จอห์น QT
Final round of this first half, the money's looking
ไม่สะทกสะท้าน
better.
แพ้ก็ไม่เป็นไร
The showstopper for QCK. Play really much more
no
aggressive.
reaction ของจริง
And the silver lining, if they can get to 4, if they can win a pistol, maybe
ต้องบอกซูมเกอร์เลยเซ็งเลยไปซูมมาเล็กดีกว่า
to be securing those wins.
Clean with the
John
rounds that are
QT.
available to them now. Viprorp does throw.
น่าจะ
Just chaos
ไม่ทำให้
I mean,
เพื่อน
looking
เสีย
at
ลม
the Loud players, it's just gathered all the way into mid to watch it. They've got 3 players checked and ready.
Yeah. And Tense is still holding counter utility over towards B main. That timing was looking pretty good. Just.
Now that they've spotted the op though, the call's been made to contact in through B main. So Sen have just got themselves a freebie there. Can now utilize this. Holds forwards.
Oi!
Yeah. ผิวจัด
Now no valley to be found there. Out wide once more. Still QCK's on a swivel. Molly's vulnerable him up. Pushed him out into the open. The easy collection of the kill. Now there's 45 seconds left. Chances to slow this one down, but it looks like Sen have no intention of it. Forward positions once more. Kawazin drops down from the ropes here, spraying down. But Tuyis is disjointed on the rest of his team. Kawazin out wide.
Oh, Kawazin.
Puts him up in the air, sky high. And then one player standing towards the back as a crossfire setup, but the aftershock is the lead.
เกิน
On for so much more. An ace on
ไม่
the
น่า
cards. Less to stick. This one comes down to the spam, but John is stunned. A tap. He's going to be out wide. He's going to be forced wide. Knows it. Info gathered now, but another stick now. Less finally the trust maintained in his teammate. Maintained in
Reload.
might be punished. A tap.
ดูตัวนิ่ง
Force with a jiggle. John QT. Balls of steel.
เป็นไง
อย่าเลย
ตัวนี้มันนิ่งเหรอวะนี่
Reload in the middle of that.
นี่เป็นจอห์น QT หรือจอห์นวิก
As Cowanzine reloaded, Les was still on
แต่
the
เขาซีน
spike.
เดือดมาก
Unbelievable timing from John. And Cowanzine had done
ผู้
so
เล่นวินัย
much,
สูง
more than anyone could have been asked to do.
กูเสียทาม
But
มิ่ง
the
รีโหลดนะ
timing on that,
ไม่
of
งั้น
when
นะ
to take the fight in the 1v2 was utterly superb.
It's perfection.
เท่ว่ะจอห์น QT มันอย่างเท่
God damn. Absolutely unreal stuff. Well, we heard from John earlier. Let's find out what he was expecting coming into this matchup.
Hello, I'm John Curie and I'm the IGL for Sentinels. We definitely did a lot of mistakes and we looked rough. We've had 2 rough days, but we made sure to rally the team, everyone stay focused on the goal, and we won 2-0. I watched a lot of their VODs. I even came here and just spent all my time watching Split and Lotus. I've noticed their patterns and what they like to do, what's their tendencies. So it wasn't that hard to kind of guess what they were doing. I like to tell my teams that the devil is in the details. It's the small things that adds up and create that big thing that will make the difference.
All grouped up right towards the back TP on top.
That's amazing.
This man is terrifying.
What an angle to find.
All the way forwards, Judge in hand, Shin. It's away with it. Still, reinforcements arriving. Narrate can't withstand it though, the pressure. It's too much, it's immense. This man is a thing of nightmares.
The mobility, the confidence, both working in tandem. He's on for the ace.
Obviously, the team has been through very lows after the 2021 Reykjavik. So it hasn't been all rainbow and sunshine, but the fans still stuck with the team. Since I joined, I mean, I'm lucky to say we've only had high highs. We've won all of our off-season and VCT so far. So, I mean, everything is going great right now, but we're still process-oriented and goal-oriented. Even if we lose, we still make sure that to keep it consistent and not really worry about the comments.
Consistency is key at the end of the day. It's clearly working out for Sentinels. I mean, he was talking about it, time in the off-season, they've been winning a lot, but with that comes a lot of hard work. They've shown some of the most maps of any teams coming into the kickoff, coming into the entirety of this year, but part of that is just them honing these map pools, All the questions placed onto their split, why the teams keep letting it through. Well, the reality is, it's a middle ground map for most teams.
Certainly true. Loud have come into this perma-banning Lotus, and Sen's Lotus looks good. That means you have to go towards this. So pistol round. Loud decided to take a ramp control at the start. Sen wanted to fight over mid, but there was nobody there. And Loud has still got some people really, really far away from the action.
Real fast refight the stun. There's no connection there, so Les is able to just skip it away. But John QT
ไม่น่าวะถ้าจอห์น QT ยิงแบบนี้
โอ้จอห์นเหนียวจัด
Sen are also expecting there to be more players on site right now. Okay, well, where are the other 2 players for Loud?
มันนิ่งดี
Lost
ว่ะ
track
จอห์
a
น
little bit of where Kalanzin and Tui's could be, and now they've lost a lot of map info too. There are still chances here for the Loud players to turn things around, but this silent jump spot
ไม่เอาดีกว่า
gonna be punished.
หรือว่าเอาดีนะ
Comes down to a couple of obstacles.
เอาก็ได้
And look at the rest of Sen, tripled up, re-clearing areas of the map, trying to regain some information, making sure that they don't offer any 1v1s.
จะโยกหรือเปล่า30 วิโอเมนได้ A แล้วอะ
The win conditions of Loud right now. And against it,
โยกไม่ทัน
slowly
โยกไม่ทัน
creeping
ละ
forward, making sure to regain some of that map control. No kill found onto Kawazin. Less a
Oi.
chance really for him to bite back and fight back. Here it is. Turn of the fire, 10 from the wrap around. 2 years running all the way through. He knows the time's against him. So Mr. Round does not go the way of Loud there. Sentinels
เหมือน
again
จะ
looking like just a
เป็น
map of
แมป
pure
ที่
domination.
เซนเลือกมาแล้วก็ได้รับ
This
ไป
could be extremely similar to the last time we saw these teams face on Split. As pure Sen domination. Sadak caught off guard by that one. John picking up the 2K. It's just enormous. That paranoia, by the way, too. Lovely from Tens. They didn't know, as far as I'm aware, that Les was in that position, and Tens just sensed that that could be dangerous.
Keep it up. Small windows, but
now Loud have got to, they've got to force. Right, you're down 3-10. You didn't win the pistol. You need some momentum.
All relying on this one. That full investment. No money left standing. Tripsto to stop them in their tracks as they try and take control of this. The dog broken before it even triggered into it. They do find it. Reface, Elsis, that is incredibly brave. Well,
QCK ไม่ได้เล่นเลยว่ะ
second following through with the bullets as well as Sting, and it's just a wide bit of a gap there still. Sentinel's fully aware of all potential possibilities right now. Sadak has been pushed forwards into this deep angle and approach. That trip broken, there was a chance of timing.
Sassy's going to re-explore. He's very favoured in a fight against 2Es unless 2Es gets the jump on him.
No way, just the ghost doing work!
That's bonkers.
Yeah, it's got the one pick, but there's no real follow-up there with the players. I mean, they can't really react appropriately. Sends the util flying.
It's pulling Zelsis over. It is making the A site weaker here.
พูดเดี๋ยวนะ อันติกี่จุดวะเนี่ยพี่เข้าซินเนี่ย
9 ป่ะ
Online is going to be spotting the
9 เลยเหรอ
crossover.
30 seconds left.
There it is. Going to be calling out now that they could have been compromised.
VALORANT ยุคแรกนี่ไม่มีตัวไหนเกิน 8 นะ
Loud. Get a move on cages.
ตอนแรกมัน7ป่ะแล้วมันเพิ่มมา8แล้วก็9
Through after that trip, there's a smoke in his face. It does make it quite dangerous, quite difficult still.
Oi!
It's a bit of run and gun in action.
Oi,
Only a few
John.
seconds remaining. Pull out the sidearm. Why not?
โอ้จอน
Really excellent
นี่
team
มัน
จอนเอาเกิน
again
ภู
there
มิ
from
ประเท
Sen.
ศไอหมอนี่
Didn't have a cage for himself to be able to play inside of, but has a smoke there from a teammate.
เราจะมองไปที่ไอบล็อกแล้ว
Spam off. Just really solid setup. Beautiful little team plays happening all over the place for Sen on this map. They've refined it so well. And Loud, that force smacked of desperation.
ยิงทุกคนเลยนะเซนติเนลดูดิ
Down 3 to 11 with only sheriffs to work with. This one is a GG go next.
That's brutal. Really brutal.
And the other two maps here are going to be, even if Loud were to win them, very hotly contested. It's not like Loud have a map themselves that they are guaranteed to dominate on.
No, they've got a Sisyphus level fight ahead of them, honestly. Uphill battle. Icebox, both of these teams quite favoured on their attack side. Sunset, I would give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah.
So even if you do win on that second map to extend the series, it looks dire still. Anything can happen. Team like Loud, being around the block, they might be down and out right now, but they have that experience to maybe rally themselves here. They need a few more though. Openings not going to be given to them.
เรียบร้อยแมปพอยต์ชัวร์
Defensive setup for Sentinels just a little bit too strong, too well honed.
โบนัสเราต้องคุ้มจัดยาวชนะเลยเมื่อไหร่โบนัสเรา
Crossed every T, dotted every I. You heard John talk about it too when he said the devil's in the details, right? What makes a team excellent is not just the macro, not just the shooting.
ดูดินี่เหลือ
Small things, the little
มัน
interplays
มัน
between
ดูดิ
players.
ขนาดเหลือเลสคนเดียวที่ถือเชอรีฟอะมันยังไม่แบบรัดมาเพื่อที่จะฆ่าเลยเพิ่งเล่นเอาชัวร์จ้ะ
Always throw this nade in this particular way.
เป็นเรานี่จะแห่ถือมีวิ่งไป
โอ้โดนจอนจัดการเหรอ
Some levels of perfection on this map.
น่าจะ
They
เป็น
are
ผู้เล่นที่ดึงโซ่เป็นผู้เล่นดึงโซ่
And it's going to strike fear into the hearts of anybody else because if you have a perma, you have to let this through.
ทุกคนเป็นเด็กดี
Yeah, playing split against Sen, I mean, almost guarantees. Sentinel's going to be taking it. They've only lost it a few handful of times.
ทำไมแข่งระดับนี้เขาไม่ค่อยไล่ไลน์อัพกันมันก็มีอยู่นะแต่จังหวะมันไม่ค่อยมี
Sentinels the kind of team getting knocked by their losses. Re-clearance called here with a flash and a paranoid. Well,
good counter
good one, yeah, from Kawazin.
Yeah, very important counter flash there. Sen are trying to set up plays like this because they have looser weaponry to work with. The two Spectres, the Bulldog. So we get to see a slightly more aggressive version of their setup.
So goes the ebb and flow of the map.
But there are still chances for Sen to win this round and just dominate with the same scoreline that they did.
Rifle! Bloody hell, that's a lot of damage in the retreat. Covered and watched for. Celsius just swinging wide, a bit of run and gun in the reaction. Called now from Loud. Into the site. Will they be able to get the plant down? Looks like they will do so. Too much pushback.
There isn't very much retake utility here for Sen. Normally their retakes are amazing, but there's really only a boombot to work with.
Waiting for the right timings. I mean, the smoke up. 1 second here for TenZ. Going to be using it probably to block off one of the angles. Just jiggling for now. There it is, actually dividing up the site. Paranoia flying with the fault line. Time. Time to tick. Crucial kill. Celsius falling on top heaven. TP forwards. Backside control, at least partitioning in it and trying to take it wide. Still with that util online. The aftershock does push him away. Time from John QT, but forcing the fights out into the open. The snake bites, plenty of util here. So Loud, really well played into that one. Just understanding how to play that.
เอาวะโพสแพนยิงโหด
Fully, just using the util.
And it's officially now a closer game than it was during the grand final, where Sen won 13-3. But man, it doesn't feel much closer.
No. I mean, this round almost I'd say a givey, but
it was a bonus.
It was a bonus, right? You know. Yeah, Sen didn't have as much util available to them, but still, you know, Loud. 1 round at a time, it's all the way. You got to take it.
Yeah, and we've seen them pull off big comebacks before. And we've seen them lose leads before as well. But listen, we won't talk about that one.
We won't talk about it. We'll mention it a few times.
Look at the timing there. Just beautiful. Great read that Les was going to go for an aggro lurk.
Les dropped. I mean, this is your star player. This is a guy you're expecting to put up massive numbers, who's going to offset that mechanical advantage that a team like Sentinels might have with players like Zek and like Tens. The desk was talking about it. When he's shut down here, your chances begin to dwindle. Trip in their face. There's no protocols at all to really deal with that one.
โอ้ยแถบตัวนี้ยังแซ่บ
It was there, surely, if they were walking all the way
มันต้อง
taking
ยิงทิ้
forwards.
งอ่ะ
It is just
แล้ว
being
มันต้อง
toppled
ยอม
and
เกี่ยวที
crumbled.
นึงอ่ะ
All the opportunities in this round here for Loud. QCK with a nade does get the one onto Zelsis.
I mean, this spike is down in such an open position, though. It sends to close out.
And Sadak, it's inevitable, yeah, the double face in the end. That is one of the most one-sided maps we've seen. Two of our top teams here in playoffs. But Sentinels are primed and ready. This is a team angry. They want to go deep, they want to go forwards. They know they've had obstacles, they know it's been tough for them.
สวัสดีครับชา
That
โค
was just a dismantling of the opening map.
I don't know whether Sentinels have, been
ใช่
talking
ส่วนใหญ่เขาใช้ของไปกันแล้ว
to
มันเลยไม่ค่อยมีไลฟ์อัพให้เห็น มันเหมือนกับว่าของมันเอาไปทำอย่างอื่นมีประโยชน์กว่าตอนเนี้ยไลฟ์อัพไม่รู้ว่าจะได้ไลฟ์อัพไหมอะไรเงี้ยเว้นแต่ทีมที่มันเซตแผนมาเพื่อที่จะไลฟ์อัพอันนั้นมันถึงจะไม่ใช้ของ ส่วนใหญ่จะใช้ของเปิดไซส์เข้าไซส์ง่ายนี่ทำไมถึงปล่อยเซนเล่นด่านคุณเซนแม่งโคตรโหดเลยจอหน้าเหมือนพี่
ไปก่อนครับพี่พรุ่งนี้ไปหาหมอ
เอ้าเป็นไร
เฮ้ย
อ่ะ
เป็นสิว
เป็นสิวเดี๋ยวกดให้ไหม
บ๊ายบายครับพี่เอ๋ย
ไปครับ
เจอกัน
บ๊ายบายบ๊ายบาย กด
User
ซิลเหรอพี่
disconnected from your channel.
ฮะ กดกดอะไรดีวะ
แบงเลดครับ สวัสดีครับผมอาวาโลแรนทั้งหลาย ตรงนี้ผมต้องปิดเสียงนะ เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวมันจะโดนลิขสิทธิ์เคลมที่ YouTube แล้วผมก็ต้องมานั่งแก้เดี๋ยวน้ำมากินดีกว่า นี่เป็นเรื่องที่ดีเลย มาแล้วครับ ใครเขาขำมีมใช่เหรอ เสียงเข้าด้วยเหรอเรียบดูจบไหมครับ จบค่ะ ตรงนี้เซนมีโอกาสโชคน้อยมาก ภาพแชมป์สุดๆจริง ต้องดูเซนกับเจนจีว่าใครจะเดือดกว่ากันแต่ แต่พูดตรงๆไฟล์พาวเวอร์สูสีนะสูสีแต่ว่าความนิ่งกับแผนเซนติเนลอาจจะแน่นปึกกว่าป่ะไม่แน่ใจว่ะแต่ผมว่าเจนจีมันมีของอ่ะอันนี้ไม่รู้ดิทำไมผมรู้สึกว่าเจนจีมันจะชนะแค่นั้นเองแค่รู้สึกเฉยๆนะมันอาจจะสูสีก็ได้เป็นเพราะว่าเราอวยเจนจีไงมันก็เลยต้องรู้สึกว่าชนะใช่ไหมพวกนี้เอาจอไปเคลมดีกว่ารู้สึกเซ็งมากๆจอมันแบบว่าไปคิดก็เซ็งแล้วซื้อจอมาโคตรแพงใช้ได้ประมาณ3 เดือน 2-3 เดือนจอกระพริบเหลือจะเชื่อ
Really emphasize the atmosphere. Is it too high? Is it too low? Recognizing it as a team without me needing to pause, and the whole team having the skills to call it out and know what to do to shift into the right space. And the guys have done an incredible job with that.
That's awesome. And have you guys been able to take a day off? Have you touched grass?
Yes, that is another big part of it, preventing burnout. So we had a really nice day where we, I think it's called Parque de Retiro or something. It was beautiful. We got outside, walked the city. It was much needed.
Glad to hear it. That's why probably Sentinels look so good. So let's see if they can carry it over to the second map.
Oh, great choice of extracurricular activities there from Coach Captain. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi. And High Park, they look so good.
It's the park, man. I went to that park. It's lovely. They ride around on a little rowboat. There's peacocks
They
in the
had a
park.
boating day for sure. For
Wow.
sure.
How could they not 13-4 last?
How come we don't perform like this, Mike, after we go boating?
Yeah, I can't answer that one, unfortunately. But I mean, to take nothing away, now if there was any discussion ahead of this, I know Josh said on the cast as well, there is no question. Sentinel's split is seemingly flawless. Like, they do not miss a beat. And every single decision you see along the way in some of these rounds, it's not even coming down to mid-rounding. The decisions of the individuals are automatic. They're firing on all cylinders.
They look so drilled. We talk a lot about this team's defense and how good their retakes are, how good their protocols are, but look at how they're playing their post plans as well. They're setting up forward here. Zelstis has a molly off his teammates' contact, and then they're ping-ponging off each other to take that fight together. This is another round where once they get into post plan, they're going for these executes with the double dive between Tens and Zekken, which always looks incredible. And again, look, Zekken has a nade primed, ready to go towards heaven. They have so many layers to these post plans, and really it seems to every stage of this map.
Sorry, yeah, sorry, just caught my breath for a second there. I think as well, Loud, yeah, just an inability to really throw them off their game, right? There was no pressure towards the backline, the weaker extremities ahead of some of these executes coming in. Unfortunately, Loud just didn't really get a look in. And with the way Sen have been playing and how well drilled things are, if you let this Sentinels execute on you, you're losing time and time again.
Yeah, and I want to shout out to the fragging IGL on the other side too for Sentinels. John QT, take a look at this. A HyperX reflex. I felt like every round when he was still alive, Mimi, something magical was going to happen.
I mean, this was after Cow and Zine got a 4K, almost gets the ace in this round, and then John just plays the clutch to perfection. He's not always the flashiest player, but when you put him in a position he needs to step up, he seemingly always does, Mike.
Yeah, he does. It looked absolutely ice cold afterwards as well.
เลสบอกไม่ไหวฟุ
to close out the
ไม่ไหวแล้ว
it's heartbreaking to see Loud lose rounds like this, but like I said, with the individuals on Sentinels, not even Zekken and Tens, in scenarios like this, stepping up, this is the plan B. How scary is that for every other team?
I mean, everything is just coming together beautifully for them, but the job is not done. The job is not done just yet. They are one map up, but let's throw it down and hear what Loud's coach STK has to say ahead of Icebox.
Welcome back, Mika Fabs here, now with... Welcome back, Mika Fabs here, now with STK of Loud. And now that was a very tough first map. What was the team struggling with the most, and how do you guys plan to remedy that going into Icebox?
I think that we entered in the game with a game plan. This game plan didn't work. Unfortunately, they adapted themselves, so they have a lot of merit on that. So on Icebox, we have we are more comfortable on the map. Like we have more plays on this map. So I think that's about this. Like reset about the first map that anything went good and go with our full power right now.
Well, Loud is a team that you can't ever count. So let's see if they're able to bounce back on Icebox.
Exactly, Mika. Well put. But the thing is, Mimi, what are Loud's game plans for Icebox? What do they do?
So they play this Harbor Viper comp that they've been playing for a while, but they execute on it really well. Last time they played, the thing that impressed me the most was their protocols in plant denial and retakes. They're very good at kind of timing how they're using their mollies to delay their opponent's plant, then going for these flood retakes that with the Harbor Viper are really effective. This is a map where I think you get to see the experience, the fundamentals of Loud on full display. They've played this comp for a while. They have a lot of variations of how they want to set up with it, especially on this defensive side. This is the comfort zone for the Brazilians.
Comfort? I don't know. Call me a doubter, whatever. Okay. I think, obviously, this being the anomaly of the grand finals for me is a very, very close fought affair, a 13-11 scoreline regionally, but I don't feel like we're getting the same Loud here, other than obviously the EGC.
แป๊บนึงนะแชทแป๊บนึงผมมีเรื่องสนุก
Had no approach to really disrupt Sentinel's gameplay that they've demonstrated time and time again on Split.
Sentinels, they do look so good, but you guys at home voted and you think that this is going to go the distance, and I have faith in the MasterCard fan poll. But the question is, Bren and Saisho, do you guys have faith in Loud?
I mean, I'm praying. I'm on my knees here praying. So I'm not going to lie. I want a close game. I want something that's not going to be so lopsided between these two teams. We can certainly hope so. You know, the last time these two teams tackled each other on Icebox, it was Loud who got the better of them. Both of these teams have very, very good fundamentally attack sides with their comps. They are very well drilled in that regard, but I want to see some fight back now from Loud.
I actually think that Sen's composition is extraordinarily good against Louds too. It's just that Sen haven't worked on this map as much as some of the others in their pool. And if they've used this time accurately, then maybe they can come out with another incredible map win. That's not going to help Sassy going down there at the start of the round. You know, he's a really important piece of the puzzle in terms of getting the plants down.
It's a massive one with
early
face, that early peak.
And Loud expect this to be a re-hit. And they won't really know otherwise until the alarm bot takes contact. And at that point, it's kind of too late. Sadak doesn't have nanoswarms to deny. So just gamble in the wrong way here.
Sadak, flash through, who's playing anti. Where's the follow-up? There is none. Just rips away to it, and Frenzy in his hands. A backside position being played here. Dash fading away, but Second still standing his ground that he's earned himself. Dodged. Another play being set up as well. Attends with a pop flash into the peak. It allows Second to recross back, playing together now, but they've got 4 players to deal with. Make it 3. Can't let this one slip now, Loud. Shot dart. It's good for the damage. Tens going to be forced out wide. Tens! You can't be getting away with this, son! Surely not needs. Doesn't even matter. Sadak pushed forward. That's a 2v4.
That's ridiculous. The push into Sadak there to give Sadak 2 kills was about the only way that Sen could have messed up what was happening. Not that it's their fault. They didn't know where exactly he was positioned. But for Tens to recover that, he's forced to take that duel there as he crosses back. Yeah, he's forced to take fights because of their utility, because of how they're positioned.
Give to him, man. Oh my god.
I mean, the players on Loud are so talented, and Tense is just owning them.
เดือดมากพี่เอ้ย tense
โอ้
classic tense
เมื่อกี้กี่นัดนะ5 นัดอ่ะ
The actual shots that Tense
ในสุดเทนก็ได้เฉิดฉาย
multi-kills from
User
have been
disconnected.
unbelievable sometimes. When he's not forced to be the entry player, to have all of that extra mental bandwidth being taxed, the rifling's just been superb.
Player's going to be dropping plan online here for Sassy.
Now look at this high tide. It's not going to have an influence in this round, but I do like how Loud are using it. They throw it out from 2Es when he's playing over towards Snowman, and it's going to let them play between the Viper wall and the high tide to break the wingman, to deny the plant, to fight more aggressively. I think that could be crucial once we get onto some of the rifle rounds, but there is no danger here. Sen have just taken a very clean B exec.
Yeah.
ไม่เห็นสร้อยข้อมือ
He should be trying to hunt. Yeah, you see him swap the weapon.
Yeah. Offloading it in exchange there. Does want to go hunting. 2Es. Top of the bridge brings him down. Still one step closer. That's what matters.
It's a fairly important denial, though. If Tense had access to that ult at the start of the round, things would get quite difficult for Loud. The attack side on Icebox can be very potent. And the thing is, Loud's composition doesn't actually have great ways of disrupting you when you go for that. It doesn't have the ability to, you know, flash repeak from yellow or on pipes on A, that kind of thing, which teams like Gen.G have done so much work integrating those micro plays on the defense.
A little bit of proactive fighting over.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the attack side be so good for both of these teams, is that Sen hadn't really built out those defensive plays, and Loud's comp it kind of relies on playing retake, which is easier to deny.
The purpose of that Dizzy, just to spot if a player is aggressive up through B.
งานแชมเปี้ยนนี้น่าจะได้เห็นเซนเข้าเหมือนกันเนี่ยฟอร์มนี้ถ้าฟอร์มนี้ได้
Bonus round here for Sen, all grouped up.
Not really an opportunity here for Tense to be able to
เต้ไปแล้วครับพี่
online, I don't think. Instead, looking more like a standard A exec. Now, Tense is getting in position for this flash Dizzy combo that Gen.G were using. It's so good.
Yeah, choose to break it. You're going to be staying right into the sun. The flash goes off. Plan. Now here for Sassy. Util a little bit delayed. So yep, it's down. Close to the...
Hey, sorry.
Down underneath rafters. Kawazine wins his one out versus second. Still, gets to the position for it. And Tense is starting to use his ult now for this. Making sure that they can't use any of that post-plant Util. Keen and eager to take the fights. He's ripped Kawazine's head clean off. Over the top of the ropes. This is a real dangerous situation. Scenario flash. Peek. The rest of his team sets them up, but no real casualties. Now UCK finally, abilities back online. Dash, backing away, gets the one. Needs to clear the corner here, but he's just really struggling. Wading out wide here. Having a defuse from Sadek, pushed back and away, and a wide tip tap and a face there from the Loud players remaining just in time.
So close then. ถือว่าได้วินไปอยู่
Didn't get caught by the flash re-clear, but I can see that Sen are starting to add more stuff into their playbook. I mean, that flash Dizzy combo is so good. The pathing that the Dizzy takes and the way that the flash pops catches so much of the area. And Loud had to wait a long time to get their high tide and the cove back online, and then played with each other really well to stop some of this momentum from Sen.
Calm the mollies. We really need to calm the mollies.
Okay, there we go. Zekken looking for a readjustment early. And these players are smart. They understand what the issues are. Kaplan's talked about it so much.
Potential off the charts here, but clear understanding of what is really going wrong for them. Knife not broken. Tags onto 2.
Yeah, that's going to create a serious threat, though. See how 2Es is using his high tide to make it difficult for Sen to clear out that area, unless he's pushing up on the other wing of the map.
He's got walkabouts. Overstep himself, waiting for the high tide to now fade. He's going to be using again. Flash Dizzy. Dash forwards from Zekken. Make sure to clear all that space. If somebody was holding that aggressively, it would have been mince meat. But now, once they've gained control of B main, what's going to be the call? Maybe to go back into Zelsis?
Yeah. I mean, they either needed to hit B quickly there or go back over towards A, because if they wait enough time for 2E's high tide to come back, which it now is, it's much more difficult to get the plant down and get Sassy his ult. Drone is going to confirm. I think that a lot of these players have left the area. Does it catch? Oh, yeah, just
does.
onto Zekken.
ชิบหายแล้ว second
Looking like the Fox.
Ow.
With him notified now, he's really just caught.
He is, but he's going to be distracting and pulling people away for quite a while.
He's got 3 on him. Here we go. Coming through there. Is he firing a blind shot off, but it actually didn't trigger onto Les. Nano Swarm.
That's so much damage.
My God, yeah. Ten's lucky to be alive, facing top rafters Sadak. Taken out cleanly. Now Ten's going to be playing a 4 position here because he is so low. Might be able to get a 1 and done.
And Sassy, with that ult plant, Wingman got the Thrash online.
Need somebody to break that dart for him though, and there wasn't anybody really waiting available, but still, like you said, the Thrash is now online. Sassy, lets it loose, the movement, clean, jiggling with it. Entertainment, not quite online here. Now a bit of pace injected back into the mix.
โดนเต็มตัว
Using that util, all available for them, but it's a crossfire setup of Sentinels, and they punish that swing, and wide face out, great with the movement, and patience with the aim, cooling down the weapon.
จอนแม่งรอดได้ยังไงวะ
Over the top of the ropes, Zelsis, he's hungry for this kill. He's hungry for it. Building up towards it, but okay, Les just a better player on the day.
But a sad situation for him to be in. He was the player pushed the furthest forward on A, last to fall. Everybody crumbling around him. I just want to go back a little bit to their communication from the previous round. Sen were calming, or Zekken specifically was saying, calm the mollies. And the reason that's so important in this composition is because players need to be able to hide. Players need to be able to hide and not have to face and break cove and fight while the mollies are online. They need to force Loud to bring the fight to them if the spike is safe. And so getting that timing correct is really important against what Loud has.
Quick money here, QCK, 3K in the bank. Looks like he's trying to save the operator, but for now the Sheriff will have to do it. Will. Sassy.
คม
Dusted, taken the hell out. Deep knife clears yellow, but really they've got nothing to try and cross and take control of B main here. Just putting that emphasis here towards the section, vacuuming up the orbs to defend this gun as well.
Loud are looking for information. Sen have been mixing up whether they rotate, whether they re-hit, and you can see Loud here just trying to figure out, is it correct to stack onto B? QCK looking to explore through mid. They think it's a re-hit. They're keeping players on this site.
Might be some serious danger here. I mean, 2 years just holding onto the high tide's wall. There, flash through into the back. Dart, oh my. They knew exactly the position that was coming from, so Kawasi didn't really stand a chance on the armor. Draft dashing away. Second survives. Flank attempt from QCK. Oh my goodness.
Has anyone heard that? Tens is watching, but
Tens was watching.
They're going to get distracted.
They are distracted. Now the pressure being applied is less here, and QCK for the cleanup. John QT, he's there with a trade, but 1 versus 3 now. Diffuse online for 2 years. Not going to be pushed away from this one. There's no more utility left available for them. So a thrifty round for Loud. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, that is just in time. What we saw on Split was the economy just getting ruined for Loud over and over. They could never build up a bank to work with. They're going to call a timeout after the win as well, which is a bit bizarre. Maybe the timeout
probably queued a little bit earlier.
Yeah, probably queued before they won the round.
Yeah.
But QCK opened this up with a beautiful Sheriff shot and then closed the entire thing too. The Cloudburst to make sure that nobody caught him getting past the alarm bot. And often that kind of thing is going to get heard. But in this situation, gets away with it.
Like John Cuda was mentioning, it's the tiny things, the tiny differences, the minutia to watch for.
Yeah. And also QCK being able to give them the confidence to stay on B by taking that mid-round timing and taking the risk to re-explore through mid. And it is a risk, you know, he's only one man in that kind of situation. So now what allowed looking to readjust? Can they take any lessons from winning that round? I think one of them would be before Sen have utility setups, because QCK was able to manage that. And he's looked fairly good in the games of Icebox that they've played, despite people doubting his jet ability. And the other big takeaway, I think, from that is trying to look for mid-round information so your stacks are correct.
Maybe might see some signs of that proactivity from Loud being called. Like you said, just trying to gain some of that mid-round information, but the comp isn't really too suited for it. I mean, you've only got the Sova as your initiator.
Yeah, you really have to do it by pushing into areas. And again, you don't really have the ability to flash re-clear spots on defense, so it can be very tough. You kind of have to double up, triple up walk areas. That's got its own danger. So both teams on opposite sides of the map here to start this next round. 4 players grouped up on defense on A, just pushing QCK into an aggressive angle.
I mean, this is excellent for him.
Yeah, but I mean, Sen are nowhere near.
Still, he's going to be telling his team to over-rotate. Get your asses into mid, get your asses into gear, because it's leaning over towards a B hit.
Yeah, and Loud have actually finessed this. Lovely. I mean, they've managed to get into a position where Sen weren't comfortable going for the early round timing, and now Loud have stacked it for the mid-round timing. And on top of that, QCK's watching in case things rotate back towards A.
He's in a really good spot. Drone. Oh, maybe just catching tail end somebody.
I think they've got all the info they need, though.
Yeah, with QCK pushed up deep like this, look at it, you can just tell from the stack. Already protocols in play. Molly forward, Zekin just tanks it. Half his HP just removed, but they weren't expecting it. Still, Loud with all the kills. 2 versus 3. Sassy almost being taken out. Has to back his way to safety here. Fast flank of QCK. Might be causing some issues a little bit later into things. Now he's going to be notifying his presence, at least with the removal of that turret attack from Sadak. He's hoping that forces them out wide. Don't know if they could have took a glimpse of that one. Still 10 HP. Leave it just to Zelsis. Kova. There's no real chances here. There's no real chances. Maybe managed to get the second, but no. Full stick there from Sadak.
I think Loud's defense on B looks way better than their defense on A, personally. Especially coming out of the Loud Gen.G game, that was my big takeaway. I think Loud's protocols for dealing with B hits like this are actually real nice. Yeah, they missed Zekin, but they keep good snowman control. They fight from kitchen. They have good cross.
อุ้ยพี่เอ๋ยเพิ่งแบบกันนะดีแบบเนี้ย
ตื่นแล้วมันตื่นแล้วตอนเนี้ย
เรายิงรอบเดียวตื่นเลยอะ
ตื่นแล้ว
เวลาดูจอนเดี๋ยวจอนแก้เกมแล้ว
more of a weakness for Loud. They tend to play it for retake more often.
ตอนไม่มีแบบอารมณ์ร่วมเลยยิงอย่างเดียว
to fight aggressive in the post plan to stop Loud coming back in for the retake. I think you're definitely seeing that there are many more opportunities for Loud to get wins here on Icebox than we saw on Split. Right? Split from Sen is perfection, but not every map is up to that kind of caliber. And Loud are finding those ways of stopping Sen going for these hits. Now they've knocked the economy in the other direction. Did Sen even have a single eco round on Split? I don't think they did.
Feel like it.
They won the pistol both times, and then they
just did
the game. So I think this might be their first one.
Down to it. A couple of decisions to be made here because they do have money for potential investment of 1 rifle or so. Looks like John QT is the one who's bought that one up. Might get sold, but it looks like they should have money to spare if it goes poorly. And whatever's been called, we're probably not going to be seeing signs of it just yet. Not in this round with the weaker guns, but you know, Sen might start playing towards some of the orbs, try and earn up some big ults. Celsius will probably earn his after he goes down to a player.
And look at Loud setting up the same kind of thing. 4 players A at the beginning to post up some.
QCK messed up.
Sentinel.
I mean, I was going to say to post somebody up really deep so they have good information, and yet that 4-player stack now just has to kind of chill and reset. But Sen are not going for anything too aggressive at the beginning of the round. They're worried. As soon as 2Es puts up this high tide, it makes it feel like there's many players ready to fight B. Even though we can see it was only 2Es at home.
One Dizzy clearing away. Sassy. On away now from the ult. Knife being broken. Loud. Should have the protocols for this, but still Zekin with knives is a very dangerous target. Tagged up by the drone. Has to respect it now. Has to back away. Zelsis dropped on the other section of the map, the other side of things. Still with that plant down.
They're pitting.
They are going to be pitting, committing into this one. This is interesting. I mean, even though the money is a little bit wired still, now the lockdown being invested. I mean, that is absolutely crazy stuff still. Maybe feeling like it's necessary now. John QT getting into this spot and this position on top of it. Can't break it down, so detained and dealt with. Bit committed with the ultimates here on either side, but it's Loud win it out. 4 players surviving.
Yeah, I think both ults that were used there probably should have been saved for another round, but the problem is the kills came through so quick, so close to the ults being invested. I think John didn't quite realize that he was in such a player disadvantaged situation when he decided to pit. And likewise with Sadak just deciding to send that one. Make sure that they get the streak online. So now we go into a rifle round. Zelsys ultimate, super powerful. If they can get up onto pipes.
And this should be the round what the timeout was called for at least. Adjustments there with a deep knife. Now, very heavy emphasis and presence being shown by Sen. Sassy. Thrash movement. Looking elite. Looking to clear out the side as well for the rest of his team. Look at that. Skipping and hopping over around the side. Kawazin, he's been caught. Do they want to dive and dash onto this one? Now, Sadak is his bodyguard. Doesn't... Sentinels
Sadak
over
has a wallbang angle here.
Yeah, it's a wallbang angle with a pit drop down on top of it. Lockdown, though, should push him out of position. Potentially it to clear, but Les might just go down with a ship. He might just opt to getting detained. QCK is wrapped all the way behind him, and yeah, he will get detained just so that this pit stays. Somebody spammed onto the top Rattler's position. Dropping down. Crucial kill here onto the flank. Zelsys cleans that one up, so no gaps now left into the play. Hunter's Fury offloaded. Really just going to be utilized to try and push at these players from Loud into these forward positions. And they have managed to even it up ever so slightly, but still a player disadvantage. Molly, we're waiting for it to fade with Mosh down now. Dizzy on top of it with the Cove. Now stacking up all together. Post-plant utility should be good enough here for Sentinels. Now players realize it. They're the ones who have to make the moves. Forwards, Kawazin in 2 years. That is just disgusting.
That looked like a checkmate situation.
ดูทรงจะมีเกม5เกม4เกม3พูดผิดเกม5เลย
Different areas that they could have set up.
There's no way.
And yet through the high tide, through Tui's util, Kawazin, the hero for Loud in map 1, though the efforts didn't get him anywhere. This time putting rounds on the board. Yeah, Kaplan's going to be annoyed about that, but I don't really think that Sen misplayed it too much. Kawazin just hit some really nice counter spam through the high tide and then got a sick shot on a jump peak.
Sometimes it be like that.
มันสุดป่ะพี่
Only creeping forwards with this lead here.
รีเทคตึงเปรี้ยดูตั้งแต่จะได้เห็นเกม3อ่ะพี่เอ้ย
แหละ QCK มันต้องทำอย่างเงี้ยลาวมันถึงจะแบบเป็นลาวของจริง
Oh, hello, counter spam.
นี่พอเราเจอแล้วแปลกๆแล้วพี่ไม่ใหญ่เอ้าแล้วโดน2
Plenty of time and space brought for the rest of these
โอ้
Loud
โดน
boys
ยังไง
to
อย่างเงี้ย
get into the action. Auxiliaries are
อุ้ย
here.
เฮ้ย
By Zelsys traded though. Drop down and John QT again isolated in this 1 versus 2 position. Familiar scenes for him to reload. Surely going to be here.
โอ้โหรีโหลด
Is very quick onto the angle with the punish.
รีโหลดโชว์ก็ซะ
ไอเลือกด่านลาวครับดูซ้ายบนเลยลาวเลือก
Similar to the Thrifty that got them started on this map. Takes an early angle.
ลาวดิ
And then he's there to punish. This is now 5 in a row for Loud to really get the gears going.
I was talking about the attack side for both of these teams being good, but I mean, so far it's clearly Loud are the ones who have stepped up. Won't go quietly into the night. That is a disgusting shot. QCK with his op.
Zekin's Achilles heel.
Yeah. Barely tagging onto him.
So Loud, they have found something that's worked, which is QCK's op, and now they've given it to Kawazin.
Just to mix it up. If QCK gets spotted now, still, he's rattled off the shots. Ended up using the dash. Where has that kill come from? I mean, Les, this is literally the same as what he did in the pistol round. I mean, he went for this aggressive push on that initial round, man. He's taking matters into his own hands. Does not care. Damn! 3 fall.
What a beautiful bait and switch setup from Kawazin and Les as well. Such an unusual one with the Sova opping.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a Loud that is very, very angry.
Yeah.
Pod and poke the bear.
And frankly, it wasn't necessary for Les to go and do that. When they've already won 5 rounds in a row and the game plan's working, does Les need to force those fights and take the 1v1s? No, but he's Les. He's Les. He does just have these moments where he decides to take over a game, and he's been pushing up on A looking for that duel, but Zelsys has not been giving it to him. If they're B defaulting and they leave Zelsys with the killjoy,
โอ้แม่งใช้กระสุนไปทั้งหมดเท่าไหร่วะนะ8 นัดให้ยิงไป3 ตัว
มันจะมาว่ะ
good
แต่ลาวด่านนี้มันแน่นปึกอยู่แล้ว
แบบใครแบบปัดครับ
ลาวนี่แบบด่านนี้คือสุด แต่เหมือนจะโดน Gen.G ป่ะลาวด่านนี้โดนว่าวันนั้นไม่แน่ใจ
จำไม่ได้เลยนะ
ไม่ดิน่าจะ Gen.G น่าจะโดนจำได้ว่า 2-1
งั้นต้องเจนจีต้องโดน
อุ้ยนี่อะพอทักปุ๊บก็เอาหน่อย อ๋อโดนคารอนไง ไอ้ที่มันนั่งจุ่มจนจบอะ
ฝืนไปหน่อย
เฮ้ย สุดว่ะ ดูมันรีเทคแบบ
ฮาร์เบอร์มันรีเทคแบบโคตรดี
โคตร อุ้ย
โอ้
เดี๋ยวซิดนึงเฮ้ย อันนี้ติดไฮไปหน่อย
จริงจัดเทลซิส
โลก
อุ้ยแปลก
นี่ตัวนิ่ง ดูจอนอยู่ ดูดิ โอ้โหนี่ของจริงจัดอะจอนอะช็อตแบบนี้
ตอนบอกตัวใครก็ได้ครับจังหวะนี้
on split where we saw him play against Cowan-Zine and less. Beautifully done there. But I do think overall Senna giving Loud
จังหวะนี้เสร็จจอน
If Zalsis hadn't been able to get those 2 kills and open things up, I think Sen might have been in trouble again. Most teams when they play against the Harbor Viper, they're trying to get aggressive in post.
ซาซี่เมื่อกี้แบบดูยังงงๆไปเลยนะโดดไปตามหาโดดไปล่า ใครแฟนไม่ข้ามวะ เทนเหรอ
เทนอุ้ยมันใช้ของเคลียร์แบบว่าหมดสิทธิ์เช็คใกล้เลยนะเป็นจ่ายของแบบไอเหล็กตรงเมื่อกี้ก็ไม่ได้แฟดไล่
Another problem with this composition, you have no way of dealing with the lockdown. You don't have molly lineups.
Backing out, no detainment. Fast with the high tide. Cuts this one up. Mosh pit into the back now. This time Sen fighting to nail. But you're up against Cowards in John QT.
โหจอนอุ้ย
The pit has been earned. 88 health to his name. He just needs to survive. The spray down and he's hunting them down. Less with him toppling Ace. QCK spotted out wide. Will his team give him in? Not quite still.
ไม่ได้เลย
Around earned, around gained. And Sen will be happy with that. That's a salvage situation when his heart was looking so damn poor.
And round 11, round 12.
นี่ใหญ่ตัวเนี้ยโอ้โห มันทานเฟอร์แบบคลีนจัดอะ
And then getting the third on the rope too. All coming off the back of winning the 1v1 clutch. To get
ราชาวาโลเดี๋ยวคนละคน
get him to 5. That's crazy.
สมแล้วที่เป็นราชาวาโล
Really competitive map overall. I believe we've got a special guest down on the floor as well. Let's send it down for an interview.
คนละจอนครับ
Hey guys, I am here right now with Coriana. Coriana, what's up? How are you liking Masters Madrid?
Masters Madrid is awesome. I mean, I'm really cheering for Loud. I arrived 2 days ago and I'm enjoying the city.
Of course, right? And how do you feel about this rematch? What are you expecting from Loud?
Sentinels is a very strong team. They beat us on VCT Americas, so I'm hoping for a really close match. We weren't able to show our game on the first map, but we are trying our best on the second one.
Of course, excited for that comeback. Now, what's it like here that you bought every single VCT bundle? Is that correct?
Yes, is that true?
Oh my gosh. Okay, now I have to ask you, what's your top 3? And you can't say Loud.
Okay, I really like Talon, G2, and also Cloud9 one.
Oh, okay. That's a healthy representation. I like those picks. Now, last but not least, can you give a quick shout out to the fans? Maybe get them to buy some Loud bundles. How about that?
Yeah, sure. First of all, buy Loud bundle, and thank you guys for cheering for Loud. It's a close match. We are top 4. Last Masters we weren't really great, but I hope this one we can get the title.
All right, you heard it from Coriano. Let's get back into the game and let's get loud.
Serena bundles bundles, man. I mean, I will say about Loud, they do have one of the only proper green bundles, if you like the color green. So they got that going for them.
Yeah, if you're a fan of green, any eco-friendly people out there?
Yeah. I mean, money, other substances I won't mention.
วันนี้ใครไม่รู้เหรอ
If you're a fan of any of that, listen, maybe the Loud bundle, but listen, 7 to 5. Important pistol round coming up.
Yeah, a very, honestly, a huge one. And Sen have won every pistol so far in this series. So if they're able to get another one on the board here, that's just been such a phenomenal advantage for them to work with the entire time. Les, he's picked up a Sheriff. Loud are one of the teams that buy Sheriffs the most in these pistol situations. Often there's 2 players on the team with them.
Just trying to take those long-range fights, Celsius. In prior rounds, teammates dancing and dicing with death, but with that jiggle, always a chance, isn't it, that it goes poorly. He's going to be backing his way up to kitchen.
The reclear here from Sassy and Zekken. They had a cascade in their face early on, and now they've realized that was fake pressure. A good gamble to take. And they've got a little bait and switch set up here. Kind of blocked by the wall, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's no going to be any swings coming out for here. Sassy needs to get one, but yeah, like I said, no trade in sight. Zekken, dash, activated.
Yeah, that's just wasted. And he was expecting more pace towards that. Sadak's called that pause in the round.
And holding for a repush.
Yeah, I mean, Zekken's already re-cleared this area once in the round. Loud are ready for it.
Zekken's now going to be pushed into this one-and-done angle. Now that the dash that we talking about prior is gone. Loud, what do they have to clear this one? Bodies might do it. Surely, Ghost Moment, not getting away with too much more still. 1 for 1. Drop down, Celsius. Taking up space back towards the backside of Yellow. Might need some supportive util though, and Tens is the one holding it. So, flash, repeat, timing, needs it now, needs help right now, and he's got it. The follow through from the rest of them. Those reinforcements, jump, spot, and peek. Les, he's taking them all out. 7 seconds remaining. Ollie has to stick it through here for Sadak with that plan. The only way he goes down to it. It leaves it just up to Les. 1 versus 1. Viper versus Viper.
They should know that Les is this
คิดว่าใครได้จอห์นหรือลิส
This Sentinels Classic could do work here.
Time to put it to the test. Lot to clear though for John QT. Thankfully, he's got a bit of time on his side. Contacting, spots it. That's now going to be dropping. Orb propped up. How does John choose to play it? Here's those shots. Spots it out.
โอ้โหนิ่งกว่า
Done and dusted. Wipe your hands of that one. Pistol round here for
ชั้นเชิงพี่เขายังได้
จอห์นนี่แม่งแบบ1-1ได้หมดอะ
And Zelda pulled it back with some great supportive utility coming through from Tens. Sen really abusing the slower pace of Loud there.
ไฟเซอร์ข่าวลูกปัญหาอะไรนั่นนะทำให้เล่นยาก
Forwards as a team and cleared out a solo player on B. Because they took so long dealing with Zekken, and I mean this util also perfection, putting pressure on the clock. But yeah, because they took so long dealing with Zekken, that allowed Zelsis to tuck into Yellow. Nice! And like I said, Bren, this is 4 out of 4 pistols, 1 for Sentinels. And this is going to get them back.
เฮ้ยเปอร์เซ็นต์คัดเท่าไหร่วะเนี่ยต้องไปดูว่าจบนี่ต้องไปดูดิ
จอห์นนะ
ใช่100 เปอร์ปะเนี่ย100 เปอร์ที่บ้าจัด
Very clear ideas. I mean here, Zekken, Outlaw. Sees the jump, spots, just baited out for the shot wide.
หายแล้วครับผมเอาปืนไปตกฮะกระบอกแพงด้วย
แล้วปืนที่ตกเป็นปืนที่
กระบอกนี้เปลี่ยนเกมได้เลย
That's a really bold angle. He was expecting Loud to be playing more slowly.
Sadak not willing to give away his life to the Molly once more for the plan. So,
แล้วอยู่ในมือ QCK จังหวะนี้
Players will die to a one shot from the outlaw.
เฮ้ยทำไมนะ
the ghost gameplay occurring right now. Seeking to reclaim a bit of that territory, a bit of that ground.
แต่ว่าจอยยังอยู่
Slowed it down enough for the spike to be
สอง
dropped.
พี่น้องจอนเทน
This is the danger zone right now.
มาละ
Verge are getting thriftied. Like you said, a
โอ้โห
single shot
เจอหมด
will do it. You've essentially handed over the operator to QCK.
Yeah. It looks like a save, to be honest, but they're still going to try and fight over it.
เฮ้ย
Still opportunities and
เห็น
danger.
อะไรอ่ะ
Tens is making an enormous wraparound unless it's gone into Snowman. This is such a bizarre round.
And John QT's back to the wall, all about the timing. No way! Lesser finds it. And the gamble, the wraparound here of Tens has to pay off.
นี่ก็ทามมิ่งเหมือนกัน
But it's not going to be planted out wide. Less, does he even acknowledge it. The reload is heard here. Close.
โอ้ยเดินไปยิงแบบจ้าเอ๋
The angle 1 versus 1, but it really should never have been here. In the first place, Knife tags it. Knows a rock.
โอ้โหวอลดาวเชี่ย
The head is collected.
เห็นแม่ง
ลีดไลเอาบุก ลีดไลเอาบุก
I mean, both Les and Tens getting value
Oh my
out of the play
God.
that they went for.
เซคันด์เนี่ย
Tends to go for that flank all the way.
ใส่ทองเส้นซะหมดเลย
Back around quietly the whole time and not have clock pressure because of John being able to deny the plant. And the spike went walkabouts into Snowman.
โอ้มันกำลังจะหันมาพอดีนะ
Have gone better the timing in that round for Tens.
And despite Sen winning that follow-up round, it was really expensive.
คืออะไร
Carried a one rifle through, but opting to just take a full eco.
Yeah. And so a really bizarre start to this half.
Yeah.
Sen win the pistol. You expect them to get up the momentum that they have done on every other half that we've watched so far. And instead they're taking an eco after winning the round.
That needs to be dealt with here. What a snap to the side.
Like
QCK
him.
deleted off the face of the map. It is responded in kind here. Sadak, but cheeky there with a peek on the top here. Just trying to play on top of 410. Drops down. Swarms, making sure that nobody can play forwards. He does have the spike. Let's get his plan down.
โอ้เจ็บเจ็บเจ็บเจ็บ
But not too bad. Love that cove too. You can plant in a number of positions where it's very helpful. And Lauda looking to try to look further forwards than we saw from the post plants of Sentinels. You know, fighting on top of 410 with 2Es ready to swing. They've got 2 layers to this, really.
Oh, deactivated. Knife cooldown. A lot of util offloaded from Sen just to try and clear that back of the side. But again, time is of the essence, and with the Nanoswarm deaded already, it's running out wildly. It's not a luxury they have whatsoever. No one's even forcing
จุ่ม
a
ได้
tap
นะ
into
เมื่อ
the
กี้
spike here. There's a gap into the wall. Tens out wide and open. Man, this is just madness. Sadak, what are you getting away with?
Shooting fish in
วอลมันโคตรไอ้นี่เลยว่ะพี่
บอลมีรูพอดี
เออ
Sadak could see the spike. I
นึกว่าจะแบบว่า
it's being diffused. Sadak knows exactly where it's being diffused from.
ใช่
Headshots. And the fact that Loud were given those kills towards the end, and this has been a bit of a stretched out beginning to the half.
ไม่รู้ว่าวอลมีรูไงผมว่านึกว่าวอลไม่มีรู
Overall is excellent for being able to take more aggressive control of a site. You know, if you're Sen here cooking up a game plan, I think you want to be going for like flash reclears to disrupt this before the big execute comes through. Maybe that's what Sen are planning with both of the flash initiators and Zekken playing A. But at the moment, 2Es heading B for that classic cascade at the start of the round.
เจนจีอะลาเจนจีกับเซนเนเนลครับชิงกัน
And this is where I'd love
ใช่
to
ครับ
see Zen posted on pipes,
ใช่
trying to get some kind of flash aggression going. Because I think if you give space to Loud, this execute is going to be difficult.
แต่ทำไมรู้สึกถ้าเจนจีเจอกับลาอีกรอบมันจะ
Strong going to be heard.
จะไม่เหมือนเดิมเลย
Sassy backs him away. Top belts seen and spotted. Dash to get himself out of there. Reckoning now will clear the way through for the rest of Loud to follow. All the way through. Stuns. Not really being respected. I mean, Zekken is just trying to really get the most out of it there.
โดดอยู่
So, no command. Fast off the rig. Pushing forwards. Are they going to expect this? QCK is already behind the man. Already behind him playing up. And the rest of his team. And 3 players fall just like that. Dropped to the ground, to your knees. If you are Tens in this case. And Celsius, poor Celsius. 1v4. Last one left. Decision being made for him, really. Has to be the save. Just has to do some exit damage. But even economical damage doesn't do that much.
No, it doesn't. I mean, Loud are building up a nice economy. They've got a great game plan. And Sen are not playing disruptively enough. Loud are just getting to play their own tempo, their pace. They could never really get a grapple on split. They were always trying to force fights in mid. And Sen would never let... That time, the patience,
QCK
the
มัน
slow play really
ปลด
rewarded.
ล็อกแล้วว่ะแข่งหลายวัน
This map, I feel like they need to be
แม่งนิ่งแล้ว
a little more up in Loud's face, trying to utilize the strengths of this composition, which are the flashes to go for those mid-round re-clear timings. But when Loud are given space, you see how difficult it was. Though Zekken tried for him to get a timing around the harbor ult there. And then when Loud are set up in these aggressive post-plant spots, their players, they can shoot, man. Yeah. They can shoot. buy in this round, very similar to round 15. You know, everyone on pistols apart from one player with a rifle.
So with the money chunked down, in theory, you're expecting Loud again to just keep stringing these rounds together. The danger starts building. Hello. Through the wall just in case, but Dash to respect it. The trouble is here, I mean, Loud, you got to think, going to be probably able to get themselves a plan.
Only Zekken's seen both times, even though there's a stack here.
There's a flash repeat as well with a Dizzy, but wall in their face as well. It just gives that covering fire for Sadak. Beams him through, not too sure how that kill was found. Sadak, really sassy with this reposition. Close now, tries to face it. Again, there's just too many numbers to overcome. The advantage to Loudy, I mean, they've just picked them apart. It's methodical in nature. As I was saying earlier, I mean, it earns them up to a couple of key ultimates. Lockdown now for Sadak to use for the next.
Yeah. And sometimes it can be such flowchart Valorant on this map.
Yeah.
Because if the defenders can't get in a good position to disrupt what you're doing, we saw it from Fnatic when they dominated this map, you know, in times gone by. But the attack side, you have the opportunity to go and take a little bit of space and use big ults like Sadak's lockdown to really give yourself a free post-plant situation. And that's where you need to see towards pipes. And so having some setups that could deal with those might end up being really crucial.
Just trying to think one step ahead, right?
Yeah, yeah. And of course, you know, Sadak, he's a good enough IGL that coming out of a timeout like this, he might decide not to use an ult play whatsoever from the strat book. And he might just send it with, like, I don't know, 3 players pushing mid or something. You know, really to just try to mess with what Sen are expecting.
Right here.
So we're going to see Recon deep with the Cascade to try to push away anybody that might be playing aggressive over towards B, and that is where Zekken's got the Operator.
Look at how hard this is for Zekken to get value with the Operator. I mean, these smokes in his face. QCK, he's already pushed up onto the left-hand approach.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
You can't watch everything at once.
The Cascade now over towards A might give Zekken the idea that, you know, only the Lurker is here, so he could be a bit more bold with it. I believe Sadak was just caught by the knife. No, I don't think he was actually. So he's going to be able to get this lockdown off.
Spikes dropped down in mid. Trying to fake presence here, except with 3 players right behind him, it's going to feel very real. Still Zekken, will he be dislodged from this forward position? He's the one who's going to be trying to gather this information. Does
Allowed
the gamble?
Allowed overcooking this a little? Using the lockdown for the fake when they have the full A site?
It's if Zekken really, it's on him because the Loud players are now going to be walking and waiting right into that crosshair. Dart forward, misses the shot. Now he has to really just use those smokes to evacuate and escape the ire of Loud. They're already fast onto the approach, but
They're
they're
going back to A.
Yeah, they're going back to A.
Sadak's like, guys, there's no one here.
Look at this guy, look at the position. You practically expect him to be a defender with this spot.
30 seconds
Forwards
left.
though with the smokes. Elsis can't adjust it, can't snap to it. QCK drops him. And this is real chaos and pandemonium being strewn into the round. You don't expect this. Patience played all the way through. Thrash out wide, and they're just shooting bullets. It's easy targets all about.
แสดงอย่างเนียน
The rest of his crew
เด้ๆเลย
free plants. And there's nothing you can do, not with the retake to the operator.
Yeah, not unless Zekken's able to get a freebie in a situation like that. It just looks very difficult from Sentinel's perspective for them to get any kind of foothold in a round like this one. So I certainly don't think the round was game planned like that, right? It looked like it was intended to be an A fake that you end up hitting B. But the audible call, does Sadak just realize that he has all the space in the world?
I can't believe it. I mean, how did he get himself up there?
Yeah, I mean, he just wandered in.
Top left rafters.
He wandered in, takes the rope, jumps onto rafters.
Yeah.
He's got a great spot. But also, Sen unaware that a
ยังไม่มีแชมเปี้ยนครับเดี๋ยวต้องมีมาทัวร์เก็บคะแนนกับมาสเตอร์อีกรอบหนึ่ง
they don't think about
แชมเปี้ยนจะไปอยู่ช่วงวันเดือนสิงหา
because there's a lurker giving them that info.
Just let them try to catch me.
And Loud, they are pulling away. looking better
ถึ
here
งตุลาเนี่ยจำไม่ได้
which is really good to see because Split was unbelievably one-sided. But of course, you've got to look and frame this in context. This is probably the second worst map that Sen have in their pool.
Yeah, there aren't many of them, do they?
No.
Through the cracks here.
So, you know, for them to still be keeping it somewhat competitive, not bad.
It's not bad at all. For Loud, got their sights set though on his next few rounds. Make sure they can lock this map up. Easy peasy. Now for Sentinels, they've had to really be forced into a purchase around the 2 guns that they have saved. So it's just Guardians online, or at least for Zelsis. Presence now towards it. One more towards the Reckoning.
This is where Zekken was positioned in the previous round. He's got the operator over on A.
Clear. Just with the dizzy, there's really nothing else behind it. No flash re-clear. Just the one bit of util, and it was broken almost immediately with the slowed down approach, John.
Yeah, at least they're trying to find the timings to go for that kind of thing, but just throwing the single dizzy, it doesn't have the same impact. It's worse than a single flash from the KO, honestly. And Louder just keeping all of this presence over towards B, and Zekken is still worried about a lurker on A.
It's that prior conditioning here with 40 seconds left. Plan's gonna have to go down at some point. Drone.
Throwing the nade lineup so that they can still fight with the nade.
Hello, pop flash play, Tens. He's still alive here, got his one, but 2 years also returned with the fire now. Feeling the heat, feeling the emphasis that he needs to make a play here. That's why he's going wide, dodge. Side there, away from the shutdown. Mosh pit, dissuading it, pushing back this one, but he doesn't expect the player above him. And around the back. Oh! What an adjustment! Flicks to the side, luckily 2 years still there. Not a reckoning. Drop down with only 12 seconds left. There's no plan online. And stun here, up and away. Updraft all around. And Sentinels.
Wow.
They grasp it in the midst of all of that.
That's wild. The defense utility, though, was so much better this round than what we've been seeing so far. So Tens throws a nade lineup as he hears the drone coming through, which allows him to have denial of the plant pressure at the same time as flashing through the wall, which is sick. Those kind of timings, beautiful. It's also then, there's a mock.
เกิดอะไรขึ้นเมื่อกี้ตื่นเต้นนิดหน่อย
So much utility pressure in that round.
เกิดอะไรขึ้นกับคาวซินเมื่อกี้
รีเพย์เลย อ้าว
ตื่นเต้นนิดหน่อยเมื่อกี้ยิงหลัง
ยิงหลังมันไม่ค่อยจะโดนเลยพี่
ตื่นเต้นอ่ะ
มีครับเดี๋ยวเขาจะต้องเก็บคะแนนทัวร์เก็บคะแนนแล้วก็ต้องเอาทีมที่อยู่ในลีกมาแข่งต่อ
Too many spots to really account for. Well, forward, it's Messi. It's real damn Messi. Luckily, Zekken is still here and collects.
มาแล้วพี่ใหญ่กลับมาแล้วเอ้าชิบหายแล้วพี่ใหญ่ไปแล้ว ไปให้วาง ของเก็กโคนี่มันไล่คนออกไซด์ได้ดีขนาดนี้เลย โอ้ยทำไมมันหนาวอย่างนี้วะเนี่ย เซนชนะเถอะจะได้จบไวๆ แต่ลาวมันไม่ค่อยโดน 2-0 เลย
And then they're finding a timing to then flash and pop back out to re-fight Loud. When Loud don't really have utility available. Sadak anticipated it, fell back, but they didn't win the duels. This is aggressive.
Yeah, time to show some disrespect, and he does get the value from it.
Sadak playing that spot way more aggressively than Zelsis was too.
ซิเคนมันระเบิดฟอร์มอ่ะพี่
เจเคนมันตื่นแล้วไง ไปไหนก็เจอแล้วตอนเนี้ย
มันเหมือนผีเลยเจอบ่อยจัดโผล่นู่นทีนี่ที
อันนี้หลอกแน่เลย รู้แล้วว่ายัง
มีมีดเช็คไงมัจจุราชรออยู่พี่ว่าจะยิงทันข้างบนนะบริกทันปะเฮ้ยมันรู้
ทันละกัน
มันเห็น
เปิดพลังลมปานถ้าไม่เปิดตายบอกเลย
not active. Here he
ได้เหรอ
goes.
รอของมาส่ง
Cover himself. His own footsteps stay away from it. Go for the reswing now.
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ย
ไม่โดน
โอ้ยไม่โดน
เอาได้เฉย
And spraying and a bit of praying. Let's get the job done there with the removal onto 2 years.
เฮ้ย QCK ทำชั่ว QCK เอาซะเรียบร้อย
Over the top of rafters.
วางเปิดด้วย
Necessary in this spot, especially when you're a player down.
The pit invested in the
สุดเลย
4 here. That's dirty. It does cover the
โอ้
spike.
จบเลยครับ อันตีแบบนี้ยากมาก
He still has 2 snake bites as well. That will put the
Confirm
time
win.
now onto Sentinels. This could be the 12th round for Loud. It's about how they navigate it. It's about how they sail through. A tap forwards now. What is the next wave of things? QCK traded. Now sticking though already there. That's
Oh.
the wingman putting that pressure onto a Hunter's Fury.
Hey.
He's giving a
Hey.
hop over to the top. And well, it's just been
Ow.
stuck in the middle of all
ฮะไปกู้ตอนไหนวะ นัวอยู่อ๋อวิ่งแมน
เอาน้องจุ่มหมอ เอาเชี่ย
ไอ้น้อง
ตายไปแล้ว
When you're dealing with a player, the combination of pit and the vulnerable is just devastating. You can do nothing about that. But the wingman is...
อ๋อมันไม่โดนพิษ
Look at him!
อ๋อวิ่ง
ไอ้
แม
น้อง
วิ่งแมนมันไอ้นี่มันไม่เหยียบพิษ
Sliggy lives in his mind.
ไอ้น้อง โคตรช็อกกับเราช็อตเนี้ยกูใส่ทุกอันตีเลย
ไม่แล้วคือประเด็นคือมัน
เจอ
ไป
วิ่ง
ล่อ
แมน
อันติโซว่าไงให้มันไปยิงข้างบนน่ะ
Sense ult bank is just huge. They found so much more value out of being able to hide the plant and then getting off a good retake there. Perhaps with a little bit of luck involved too, but they got themselves a player advantage beforehand anyway. Zekan's been spotted. What does that do to Sadak's
โอ้
call?
น้อง MVP เลยว่ะ
ช็อตเมื่อกี้คือวิ่งแมน ทุกอันตีไม่สำคัญเลยเดี๋ยวน้องวิ่งแมนตัวเดียว
น้องวิ่งแมนหลบหมดนะเมื่อกี้ฮันเตอร์ฟูรี่ไวเปอร์พิษสแกน
จริง
หลบยันสแกนอ่ะสเน็กไบก็ไม่โดนโอ้โหผิวจัดน้องวิ่งแมน
พี่ก้าไม่อยู่พี่ก้าไปนอนแล้วพี่ก้าเหนื่อย
Love that. Early timing on the lockdown stops Loud from setting up to break it. And it's also not
มันไม่ได้แพนเกือบทุกตาเลยพี่
Yes, it doesn't go as deep, but Zelsa
ตาเลย
makes
ด้วย
sure that there aren't people playing these aggressive post plant positions.
อุ้ยแต่เทนเปิดตีเข้ามาดิ
Deal with the util and how do they deal with these players? Zekan just wants to take up the straight up fight attack.
เหงาเลยแบบนี้ไม่มีของส่ง
Short and shy off the mark there. Still damage is being done to a multitude of players. Only 3 left standing for Lau, but again, anyone could win it. You just have to just rely on a bit of that RNG. Zek 10.
อุ้ย
Push him with the operator.
ไปไวไป
Stands. Have on it. They don't have it. Still, John has got to stick it now.
อุ้ยโอ้
Rifle or praise. Praying from
มันมามันกลับมาแล้วอ่ะ
there with 2 seconds just over.
They look in control though of these retake situations, which is something that we weren't seeing from them in those
เจอน้องวิ่งแมนดี
between 15 and 18 that
ตายที่แล้วดีเสียทรงเลยเรา
the lockdown is so nice from Zelsis. Teams have come up with protocols to be able to deal with the lockdown that's over towards
เพราะเซลพอไอเคนมันซื้อสไนมามันเกมแม่งกดดันมากเลยแบบจะเข้าเลยใช่สไนคำนี่แม่งเดือดจัด
and yeah, it's not optimized, but it's not going to get broken. You know they're not on aggressive positions, so you can start the retake proper.
ไอ้นี่ด้วยลาวมันมีแค่ตัวเดียวอินตัวเดียวอ่ะ
ใช้ของไล่ค่อนข้างหนัก
ใช่
Now they've also demonstrated in round 21 and 22 that their retakes can look really good as well, especially when it's helped with ultimates. This is now anybody's game. It felt like it was Loud's completely until this streak of 4. Can't count Sen out.
No, you can. We were singing the praises of Louder there. International experience. Adjusted
นี่ว่า OT ป่ะ
Can't count this team out with how they were looking.
มีสิทธิ์อยู่นะ เกมมันสูสี
Slowly building up a repertoire. Their CV's looking long.
ลาวไม่ค่อยป่วนอยู่นะไอเลสมันมาป่วนผมก็ทำอะไรไม่ค่อยได้
Still with the Viper's Pit. Still with the Thrash.
And all of
มัน
this
รู้อีก
without
แสน
Zekan
สี่แล้ว
too much value from the operator in the last couple of rounds, right? He's trying to take the timings and he's finding good openings. But he's not landing the shots. Here it looks like he wants to try and take this timing instantly underneath the tube, aiming for less.
เฮ้ยถ้าเราถึงง่วงแล้วก็ตอบแบบ3เลยครับ
It's the turret actually.
Yeah. Drone utilized by Loud.
ไอสโมกไวเปอร์ตรงนี้แม่ง
Taking this space with a lockdown. Feels like a B hit. Should be a B hit. Second. Where are you going? Where are you going? With 4 seconds left, is this being held for? Yes. Look at that awareness. Jump spot, jiggle peek. Holy! Updraft dash, but he cannot escape it. Sadek was hot on the heels. Set to punish it. Deep dart now. Thrash being used just off the initial tap here, but doesn't really spot anything at all. In fact, no detainments because again, lurking up through. Spots it out with a nano swarms. Broken, both of them.
Celsius has a timing to try to disrupt this.
ทำมิ่งดี
So now it's going to be a 4v4.
หัวมารอตามนัด
Backside gained. Plan for Sadek. Not going to be pushed away this time. Moshpit just a little bit too delayed and late. It's going to be setting themselves up potentially in a favored.
ซาเด็กมันใช้ของผมอยู่
Jump spot just seeing, but he does back away. So now with the alarm bot, bit of spam, bit of spray. Spot flash play. Tens, man. He's taking it to him. Damage done though. Had the knife out. Wasn't expecting that.
เฮ้ย
Especially with 2 years
เหลือพี่ตุ้ยคนเดียวนะอะไรมันจะไปกันเร็วขนาดนั้น
Have to find one of the fights, and Celsius isn't keen on giving him it. Now Sassy sticking half already. Options dwindling. It's a high-low face.
เรียบร้อยว่ะพี่
To 12 now for Sentinels. This is an absolutely incredible resurgence from this team on this map in particular. I mean,
เหมือนเราจะได้นะแบบมันคุมทุกอย่างไปหมดแล้วอะ
เมื่อกี้เหมือนลาวมันจะได้นะ
ใช่
ถ้ามันตายห่ากันอย่างเร็วเลย
เริ่มจากเซลซิสเนี่ยแล้วเทนแฟดมาแบบโอ้โห I love it.
Communication just on point. Every time we get a little sneak peek at the replays.
เป็นนี่มันไม่ค่อยกดพอสเหมือนกันนะไม่ค่อยทำเอาเหมือนกัน
And set up a date with Gen.G.
Aggressive. Here it is. Adjustment not there in time. He just tried to flick.
เล่นเป็นดูเอลเลย
เล่นเที่ยวมึงไม่ใช่เจ็ตไง
Spam updraft and away. Back in. Got to respect now at a reckoning.
It's incredible that Senna winning these
โอ้
rounds
ทำ
while
อ่ะพี่
the early fights are going so terribly for them.
Sadai with the plan. Not going to be pushed back. You got to think now.
ไม่มีเทนด้วย
Again, surely set up for success.
แม่ง
I said that last
ไอ
night.
ของรีเทคหมดแล้วอะ
Taking it, but this time there's a player disadvantage. Doubled up, shoulder to shoulder, round to the back. 2 years showing presence.
เฮ้ย
Little jiggle and offset there.
จะโดนก็เพราะแบบนี้
Not gonna expect Kawazin, and he's still here, alive and kicking.
ยาก
Weaving
ว่ะ
in and out, dodging, juking, playing with his team, spraying them all the way through overtime.
โอ้ทำว่ะ
ดีว่ะ
Cards.
Finally, Loud able to get
โหเทนโอ้โห
for so long, and we're
ไม่ทำงั้นนะ
into an overtime. Huge performance from Loud, not allowing their resolve to crumble. A reminder, we've obviously never had that 2-0 between these teams this year. We've had more back and forth occurrences.
เฮียเทนวางงาน
Little resurgence from Senna's taking us to a spot where it does look like a possibility, unless Loud can dig deep.
Yeah, revisiting it. Of course, it was Loud, you know, they won that one 2-0 in their initial matchup in 2024. Fought back immediately by Sen in the finals where they took it an absolute bomb burn. I mean, it was a map 5 world-class game from both of these teams. Pushed once more.
Revealing area.
Done. Broken. QCK forwards position as the sides are switched around. We know he's been getting aggressive. The question is, Sen gonna pushed away from this now with a Dizzy. Didn't even really connect him. He was so close to the corner, but he doesn't land the shot, so backs away. Showing presence there with the operator. He wants a second go at things. Sassy, not expecting it. The rest allowed, backing him up still. It's sprayed and messy. It's all over the bloody place. 2 left to stand here for Sentinels.
เหลือ2ตัวตึง
Going to be a difficult situation for John and Celsius to recover. Do they know that everybody is here? I'm not sure they've seen Sadak. John, though, picking up that ult orb, one away from getting a pit online. If there was an ult that could turn this round, it would be that one. They've got to be concerned about the wall. Les can drop it at any point to try to set up the double face.
Doubled up side by side, top rafters, 2 years. Important one to win was Elsis dropping. John QT sends the nade, flying, the molly there. Just can't quite land the kill. He now has pit. He does have the pit, but does he choose to offload it? Of course he does.
เอาแล้วไง
And now drops it down. Evacuating the one
โอ้
angle. Doesn't expect 2 years.
Good try, nice.
เกือบโดนจอนแล้วไง
โอ้โหถือปืนนี่โดนแล้วมันไต่สลิงอยู่
But Loud have after getting that recovery in round 24, now put themselves up to map point. QCK going for the force buy.
โอ้มันเทรดกันแบบ
The glass cannon operator ended up getting some of that value. You can see John looks gutted. He wasn't able to pull that one off. So we're going into it. Sen kept at 12. Second is going for the same thing, the glass cannon op. They have not found success with this particularly. But they've been winning anyway. A lot of those defensive rounds towards the end.
No loud, they set their sights over towards B. That's not the way. The spam.
เหมือนหลังๆแม่งไม่ค่อยทรงสูตรสแกนกันแล้วนะแม่งบุกก็บุกเลย
That came from the rest of his team. This is it. Set up for success. Set up for map 3. And you got to think it. It's inevitable on top of the ropes. How is he accurate there? Running and gunning, but tens dealt with.
แบบ3 ว่ะ
Dropped. And a retake with the op. It's a fairy tale moment for second. It will have to be. And he doesn't expect it. The wrap there to 14 to 12. Loud. They are going all the way.
It deserves a map 3.
ตั้งนานมันก็ไม่เอาให้ชนะ ต้องมารอให้เซนขึ้น 12 ก่อน
The comeback there was difficult for Loud to deal
ที่
with.
เป็น12 เทนวางงานให้ไง โอ้โหนึกว่าเทนปี 2021 เมื่อกี้ที่หันมาดูปฏิทินนะ 2024นี่หว่า กระโดดไปมุมนั้น
Sunset will be the decider, and what a map to end on for both of these teams. It's bound to be magical, so do not go anywhere.
เหนื่อยหมดเลยครับ รอบเพย์ออฟรอบมันคือทีมตึงทุกทีมแล้วลึกสัตว์นู่นเลยเจอ ไม่คิดว่าจะมีเกม 3 แต่ก็ดีแล้วลาวไม่ค่อยปล่อยให้เจอเกม 3 สวัสดีครับฮิปปี้ไฮคู่แรกเจนจีตบไป 2-0 เลยครับเวเปอร์เล็กแบบตึงปรีอ่ะตึงปรีอ่ะเดี๋ยวรอตรงนี้จบก่อนค่อยเปิดเสียงมันติดลิขสิทธิ์
did we maybe believe a little bit?
คู่แรกสกอร์เท่าไหร่อ่ะ
I really did. Sentinels nearly pushed us all the
Nah.
way, but Loud, I mean, they started that first half looking incredibly dominant. Their protocols on this map look incredible.
I mean, to be honest, it looked like two different teams. Obviously, Loud being the headliner here, a massive swing back into Icebox, but a couple of concerning rounds there from Sentinels, considering what we've seen them really dial into on Split.
But they started being defined by Loud's retakes on the defense, and that's
13-8 กับ 13-9
I think in particular, the way that they're setting up to play these retakes on that B site were really impressive. Here's a few of these rounds to take a look at, right? This team just having, I feel like, really good synergy on when they're bouncing between these pieces of utility, right? It's that first stage coming in with the dart, clearing back site, and then they're really leveraging this harbor utility to set up cover for the planner and fight deep in these post plants and force Sentinels to lose, even when they have a comp that's built to win these post plants with a ton of mollies.
Yeah, and I think actually this is the example we saw where we got a little bit of a react from Zekken afterwards. But I mean, you say Loud retakes, there were a couple here that Sentinels almost just completely forgot the timings on it. Talking about, you know, some of the mollies to buy time, run down the clock a little bit, but the big difference between these two teams is Loud's ability to demonstrate this on both sides.
Yeah, let's take a look at those post plants in just a moment as well, because I think that's the round you meant, Mike, where I think he was saying something like chill with the mollies.
Yeah, chill with the mollies.
A bit too early.
I mean, there were two examples that almost felt a little egregious, criminal, that they lose those post plants.
And remember, in a game this close, those were the rounds that were make or break for Sentinels losing the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the one, I think it was round 3 was the one that Zekken did have a little reaction here, but it just felt like everything gets dumped at the same time when they have everything. Like you said, this is a composition built towards finding clean entries, minimal utility invested on the way in, forcing Loud back into a 5-man retake, which looked fantastic for them, but this one, Sentinels almost just gave this away.
สวัสดีครับ
We really build up how good the protocols are, how perfect Sentinels look
ฝาก
on
เซีย
a
เช
map
น
like
เอ้ย
Split.
เซียเชนนะเชียเซน
This team has had to play a ton. Kaplan was saying they've had to show everything, and I think we start to see that a little more on this map, like this reaction from Zekken.
Calm the mollies.
Yeah,
We really
I mean,
need to
it's
calm the
exactly.
mollies.
You can watch this back. You see another example as well. But round 8 was another one where it's in terms of the plan, the initial plan coming into the round, it's executed to perfection. Loud play into it perfectly. Sentinels are set up for success, and it just seems like, I don't know if people were just jumping the gun a little bit. There's a little bit of misinformation being spread internally within comms, but yeah, a little bizarre to see considering how clean their protocols were on Split.
We went into this hearing that kind of between map interview from Kaplan, where he said the team is really good at kind of finding the right energy, knowing when to calm down, knowing when to heat up, and I think we saw that on display here because it went from that, you know, Zekken giving some feedback, some of these post-plant rounds that shouldn't have falling apart, to in a second half, Sentinels looking absolutely revived and pushing us all the way to overtime with great retakes of their own.
Yeah, you can't help but feel if it was just one or two of those post plants that win their way, maybe it wouldn't have even
Different
gone
story.
to overtime. And they won both pistols as well, let's not forget. But let's talk about Les a little bit as we move on to map 3, because again, on that map, he was so impactful, so crucial to keep them in it.
I mean, we said ahead of this coming in, Les is usually the superstar on Icebox, and another one, add this one to the collection, because just individually this time and time again, in the right place, the right time, and he delivers. Back against the wall, it could be a 1v3, he could be solo anchoring sites, he's just constantly delivering for Loud.
Yeah, that's the thing that really stuck with me, right? How good he is at getting a kill as anchor and always getting away.
Yeah.
It's insane how much just survivability the man has, especially when he's holding down towards that B site. He's always getting a frag, falling back, and then using his mollies really tactically to be able to set his teammates up when they're playing into these retake rounds. He's such a star, and he implements into the team perfectly.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Sunset real quick, because these are the agents select for that. What do you make of this, Mike?
I mean, well, back to the default, basically rerun of the grand finals, to be honest. But obviously, you're going to see this is the map where we see the Phoenix come out once again. I have questions still about this composition, but it's the way that they apply it. We did see some better showings of proactivity, but I'm still not completely sold.
I think the strengths of this comp for Loud on defense is fighting for extremity control.
Yes,
using that breach, using that Omen line control to set the Phoenix up. They also have great ults to cycle through and win out these rounds. But Sentinels, their strength, second half is going to be retakes. This first half, their comp is actually really strong at shutting down that extremity control. Expect a lot of early battles. This map's going to be important. Only one of these American squads get that guaranteed spot in the top 3.
Yeah, Loud, they've done so much already to push it to here. Let's see Brandon Saito if they can get their revenge.
Revenge would be fantastic. fantastic for this Loud squad. I mean, they could be hunting for it off the back of the regional finals, but it's a hard task ahead of them. Still heading to Sunset, especially with Sentinels making it as difficult as possible for them to get it over that final hurdle. They have to go to OT for Icebox. There's chances we could have seen it just end in a 2-0 for Sentinels themselves.
Absolutely possible, but I got to tell you, Brent, out of all 3 maps that we had in the pool today, the one I'm most excited for is this here, Sunset. Because even though Sen won last time they matched up, I think Loud are a dangerous team to go up against, especially in decider maps like this. So here we go into the pistol. 3 players from Loud grouped up towards mid, and this map might end up playing out a little like Split, where Sen want to be cautious on the attacking side and bait out Loud into making the play.
Really in a util, got to be ready though. Dart doesn't reveal Zekken.
How does that not reveal Zekken? There must be
a bit of geometry maybe?
Yeah. Just a little safe pocket in the corner. But that really looks like a preset plan, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
To insert Zekken here behind this segment of the Viper wall for him to be able to maneuver later on.
Thanks to the presence of it with the door shut down.
There.
And Sadak is watching it.
It's actually 2E's really pushed up over towards A that I've got my eyes on at the moment. Just jiggle in this corner. Like I said, on Split, the Loud compositions require a lot of jiggling without the Sentinel.
Here's the flash being sent flying. Lucky to not die. Sadak running and wading away, backwards running and gunning with the frenzy. Only had 4 bullets left and he still managed to land that shot. So play disadvantage here for Sentinels. Get themselves the site. Will be the plant on top of it. But what is the call after the fact?
Out of so much utility.
แฟนทอมชอบรีคอนครับ
Deny plants from going down. They don't have as much to work with here.
รีคอน
Barely missing. Flash.
เร่งสุดละ
Paranoia was bad, yet still they face it with the guns. Now Sadak's all the way behind them. Dizzy, tap onto it. It's going to be alerting the attention of these Sentinels players back and around, but they have so much to deal with now. The push and the pull of these Loud players, just too elite.
Well handled there on the pistol for Loud. I was watching the way that they dismantled EDG, and one of the big things they were amazing at was watching for the lurk through mid. And Sentinels on this pistol tried to do something very similar. They insert Zekken deep up mid, create a distraction elsewhere, and try to get value with Zekken creeping through. Sadak is always wary of that kind of stuff. And here, Sen forced to try to fight a bit more aggressive in the post plant. Just couldn't quite find it. Just got squeezed. Having said that though, with the kills that Sen got online, they're looking to try to force into the next.
I feel like the money's good enough.
And they got quite a few kills. I mean, 3 kills plus the plant. It's not a bad buy.
Direction you take it into looks like mid. The initial goal, slow and steady.
This is a real gamble, though. If it doesn't pay off for Sen, they're going to give Loud so much momentum in terms of the economy, the ultimates. You know, QCK might well have the ult online at the end of this. He's gone and picked up the ult orb on A.
Breaking the door with the pistols. Trying to avoid notifying Loud that they have forced up into this. Dizzy wide with the flash. It's all connected together. QCK has to respect that one, just backing for now. Drone doesn't clear
it. Didn't clear Zekken again. This spot is such a blind spot in the way that Loud are playing mid. That's wild.
There's major chances for Zekken to just, again, creep his way in there.
But like I'm saying, Bren, EDG tried this kind of setup where, you know, they cause the distraction and get a lurk. And Sadak or Kawanzi just shut it down every time.
40 seconds,
Just
drifting away here. Boombot, use the flash, all in conjunction. Now to Dizzy, all the way through market. Nothing to really stand their ground, but Lex is still going to try and do it otherwise. ADS firing them down as well. The bullet tag's just slowing them ever so slightly. Enough to get that one, but a plan.
มันมูฟโคตรสวยอะ
No pushback from it, so they can start to play this post plan, but do they
สวย
really
จริง
want
สวย
to
จริง
just with the stingers? It's like an awkward one to try and play into, especially when Kawazin has almost all off.
มีโมลี่2 อัน
Few more seconds left, and he will have the fault line, but there it is. Sends out the aftershock, out wide, forces Celtics, no kill. Paranoia used in response to this one, and a second flash sets them back up with a deep smoke. After forcing Loud to push forwards into this one. Onto it again. Stunned up inside the smoke, damage done. Kawazin still lives on 21 health. Diffusing now, Sadak onto half. Has to be down.
จอน
Down, sticking it through, and no damage.
Oh,
That's barely scraping through.
จอนมันมาเนียนๆเลยนะเมื่อกี้ถ้าแบบ
Headshot by a stinger and he just tanked it.
Yeah, did not care.
He just shrugged it off. And look at this. You see the stars sprinkling up around his head. He's got full confidence in the rest of the team. It is so difficult to cover the diffuser in that situation when there's a flank coming from market and Tens throws that smoke. You just kind of get stuck inside of it. But wow, Loud now, having navigated that round and all the danger it posed, are going to be set up quite nicely at the beginning of this.
ลำบากเลยตอนนี้
Doesn't really matter about Divide too much. 2 players spotted from the cam. Fast is the call here for Sentinels. Looking for a couple of kills, but out wide a little bit too much. Celsius and QCK. The target you really want to be prioritizing these kills onto when he gets his ult online, which he already does. I mean,
yeah, he already had it.
For it.
John's just looking to do what damage he can. But Loud's economy is going to be looking good. Their ults are starting to come online too. So the gamble that Sen went for, it's difficult to assess in hindsight because we're only seeing it having failed. But really, there was a lot of danger there in round 2. There were possibilities for them.
Yeah, you think if it works out, listen, Sen got on the other foot when it comes to the ult cycle. Yeah. Start building them up ahead of them. They have the economy on their side, but
simply not the reality we live in, though. And that's the first time that Sen have gone down early in a half. Remember, they won the pistols every other time across Split and Icebox. So this is a new situation where Loud are the ones able to develop some even footing for themselves. Dizzy just to see whether anybody's trying to contest into mid.
And interestingly enough, I mean, 2 years has opted for the operator. There was a deep dart set up earlier, so he's got this deep line down into A. He's going to be giving a lot of mid-round information again to his team. Does have to worry about 1 or 2 of the angles, though. Being swung, but they're not going to expect it. Yeah, look at it.
No way.
Oh.
Leaning on his
ส
history
ไน
as
เปอร์
a
ช่วย
fearless
ตุย
player there, Tui's, and he's absolutely finessed that. Does he anticipate Tens being up top, though, inside the one-way?
Maybe a punish in sight here.
เฮ้ย
Players left.
ถามจริง
Fade in time.
ถามจริง
It is bizarre as a flash. Repeat now. Out
โอ้โห
wide.
แล้วเป็นเทนไง
Kawazine. He was leaping across. Paranoia. Tap tap from Tens with the move.
โอ้โหกระสุนหมด
Still.
เชี่ยวเกือบได้ 4
จะเอ็ดอยู่แล้ว
He looks up back up. Could play into this one with the ult. Might even choose to do so. See if it makes a real difference here. But Sassy does have his ult back online. Picked up from Brian. Here it is. The second round of things. Thrash. Spawn. Broken to
โดนเทนไป 3 คน
post left corner, but still.
3 คนครึ่งด้วย
Take a fight there. John QT tucked as well. A lot to
ไอ้มุม
in this spot. Just walking right over him. QCK. There is that tray with the pop flash now. In and
Don't.
out and
อ๋อ
through.
เขาจะโจ๊ก
Till his hands caught, lacking and slacking.
But QCK did not go for the ultimate in that spot,
Well.
right? So Loud still have it available to them into the next. They decided not to invest, thought they weren't favored enough, and have kept that. So the bonus round doing a little bit of damage, not too much. A lot of it coming down to that play from Tens.
Oh yeah.
โหตัว 2 อย่างคม
Owen
อ่ะ
on this map is so creative and flashy. It's wild. Well, I thought there was a good chance he was going to just pick up everybody there.
Yeah, looked like it. Maybe a few more bullets.
เฮ้ยเซเคนอย่าแผ่วเซเคน
He's just that guy when it comes to this map. On the Omen.
So pretty classic defensive
เดี๋ยว
setup
น้องก็
here
ตื่น
for QCK and Cowanzine.
น้องก็โดนหม่ง
Moving
รัว
over towards A. They do have 3 or 4 different defensive setups that they like to cycle through. And Sen trying to figure out which one they're going for is important. Loud also love going to the switch and closing the door in mid.
ๆคิดว่าใครแชมป์ในการนี้ Gen.G ครับ
Whether it's less or 2E's doing it. And you can hear it now. It's just gone down. That gives Sen some information.
Fault line.
Yeah, force out the fault line early. Somewhat early in the round.
Yeah. Trouble is with the door being closed down in her face. It does force Sen to just go back, double back, break it. Throw it in like they could be defaulting into a different direction.
This pause in the round
of a crossfire.
This pause in the round is really going to incentivize risks from QCK and Cowanzine.
You can hear it. He's lacking the info. He's jump spotting. He's punished for it.
เสือเชื่อโยนหมวกไปที
Or theft as well. Give that additional confirmation. Now the smoke's gonna be dropped
โอ้
down.
พันตีเฟอร์เด้งนี่เดินดังกันเลย ชิวๆเข้าไซส์
Get themselves into it here with a player advantage. Now's the time to shine. Can't loud out too much just yet though. Grouped up all together. Can't
สมมติมันบังเข้าใจเชี่ย
เฮ้ย
Everyone on loud saving. Yeah. They just don't
เซฟเลย
want to get back into this.
เทนแม่งว้าแบบว่าถ้าลาวเข้านี่คือมึงตายแน่นอน
Tens then anticipated that they
น่า
would
จะ
try to
ไว้
follow
ใจ
up on that.
ไว้ใจเพื่อนไหม
Through.
เพื่อนตายไป
Was
แล้ว
able to isolate the duel onto Sadak. Sen have got enough players who
ผมไม่แน่ใจกฎใหม่ว่าจะได้เรื่องสล็อตไหมเหมือนจะเป็นการเก็บคะแนนหรือเปล่าไม่แน่ใจ
to turn situations in their favor. And that early economical advantage that Loud had to work with, it's getting chipped away at here.
I mean, this is essentially I mean, two of the players can't be buying.
Yeah. And look, just seeing that on the replay again, it's such a large punish onto QCK. And it's all due to that freeze that John Cutie calls into the round. They force out the front line, and then they freeze everybody, group up A main, and look to try to punish the info peak. It's so similar to how they were approaching their split attack side with the real slow, patient game. At some point, Loud need info on defense.
That's when the punishes come through. Different combination with a Yuto being used. This time Dizzy up in the air, flash through into elbow.
And it's all
อาจจะใช่นะ
presence.
เซนติเนลนี่เป็นแชมป์เลยฮะคิกออฟ
Quickly, after going for their default utility, group up on B. They shouldn't be too worried about B main with the door being closed.
I'll be looking for an orb on Zelsis. Online will be able to go for the B pop.
ผู้หลายรายการจะเดี๋ยวสับสน
It's not as important against a cyclist comp.
It's true. Now the nades and flashes do go flying though with a satchel play. Sets up second deep into the angle. Decay damage.
ใช่ชนะราว 3-2
Himself. He's on 60 health. He's going to be a thorn in their side though when this retake starts to come online for Loud.
Yeah, he's very isolated.
Very isolated. Smoke to play in. Wants to try and get in and rule that angle over the top now. Reflank.
อุ้ยจองคิวที่คือการเปลี่ยนแปลงครับจังหวะนี้
The timing actually here from John looks fairly good.
Yeah, he has to potentially get a move on, but it's up to the rest of his team, I think, to dissuade and push them back. Yeah, Paranoid's there, and he does. Just alive no longer. Cam round the back, Louder left really scrambling, looking for options, and they've decided to take the fight.
เฮ้ยมีให้เห็น
Get out of here. Still no tap onto it. The pressure's mounting, incredibly so. 2 years facing with all the kills. You're joking, but the pressure too much.
ไอ้จอห์นคิวจีนี่แค่ยืนเฉยๆก็กดดันสั่นๆแล้วเขาไม่มาข้างหลังนี่แหละ
Loud did such a good job of putting pressure forwards into B main. That's where most of the post plant on B is going to come from, is this battle about who can dominate B main control. And Loud really did a great job of that. Being able to, I mean, they should have been able to catch Tens earlier. Let's go.
ยิงโคตรคม
Timing coming in from John and Tens and John
น้อง
buying
ตุ้ย
so much time. Ending that round in such a weird fashion. Yeah.
Bizarre set of circumstances. We're hitting a bit of a repeat here for Sentinels.
Unless is looking to challenge B main early on.
Holding the angle, but actually, Fuel going to be fading. What is that? Just pre-aiming, anticipating it for seconds. So tight to the angle there.
Very confident too.
Necessary kill for him. He's not having a great start to this map, but let's get back onto the board with that one at least.
Kawanzin went and took the ult orb over towards A, so he now has the Rolling Thunder online.
Second, an initial tap, but now going to be sticking it for the plant. Does have his ult online now for it. Here's the Rolling Thunder. Back into them. Showstopper to use. There's a bit of a reaction into this one. And second, his whole goal is to really slow this one down. TP dodging out of the way. On top of the box, they're going to expect this one to drone. We'll see it. Tags him up. So eventually, Tens will be spotted into this one and done spot. And QCK through the wall, favored for it. That's the wall bang angle on top of it now. It's an interesting fight to be taken. John QT turns it into
John QT.
What the fuck?
Tagged up by the knife, but just a tap onto the head. Spots it now, Zelsis. So much more in this position. Sadak feeling frantic.
Sadak.
I don't know. Did he get onto it in time? It's so close. Oh my goodness.
นิ่งจัด
These rounds are coming down to fractions of a second. And despite John's best efforts,
ก็สลับกันไอคนเมื่อกี้เป็นไอจอนพี่ว่ามันจะพีคป่ะ
มันจะป๊อปปี้มา แล้วแสดงก็หัวขาดเลย
Kicking himself. You can't offer loud opportunities like that. You can see Sadak wasn't even sure.
Oh my. How tightly contested.
สูสีว่ะตอนนี้
I mean, the economy's taking a bit of a tumble. Some weird, dodgy buys across the board.
Kangzin and QCK dominate A main to start this round out.
นี่ก็มีสายล่าง
Allows them to build up towards the Phoenix ult. Second and tens are looking to try to explore mid again. They haven't done this in a while.
Hello, ult to try and fake the presence over towards A, maybe even pin to some of these players. And yeah, they're just barreling all the way through into mid as a nade. Watched it. Zelta's still here. Jonkyu Tito, they're just trying to dominate this one. This one singular position. They do control A main. It's throwing a bit of chaos into the mix.
เทไปเทมาขาดทุนเฉย
Just wants the elbow.
โอ้โหทัมมิ่ง
Looking
โอ้
this
ย
way, that way, didn't know where the players are going to be coming from. Sassy.
แย่แล้ววะ
Last one left. Could have been granted one extra. Gets the one, backs out. 50 seconds in the round.
It always gets me listening to the Brazilian fans chanting against Sassy. It just seems
รีโหลด
so
เพื่อน
wrong.
ไม่รีโหลดวะ
He's in a very difficult situation.
9 bullets. Didn't opt to reload. Didn't want to give away any sound cues.
If he finds a timing to separate individuals, maybe he could get something done. He doesn't have to be anywhere near the plant.
นี่30 นัดนี่
Everyone on loud is
ได้เลยนะ
They're going to make mistakes. They don't think he's there on the angle in time. He's caught himself into the 1 versus 2. Ult slow line here for Sadak, but he doesn't really find a time to use it. But the dart reveals all. Sassy have to pull off an absolute miracle. He dropped down, backing away now. Wide.
เอ้ย
Sassy
เพื่อนเก่า
What the fuck
Silence in the Brazilian crowd.
เอาจัด
Unbelievable.
นี่ช็อตนี้จะเป็นตำนานว่ะ
I've seen Sassy
ยิง
get
เพื่อน
these
เก่า
before when he was playing in Americas. It's all down to him playing the Gecko. The fact he can be so far away from where the plant goes down. His positioning is just immaculate in that situation. Loud enough.
ทักทายทักทายไอ้เพื่อน
When it comes to those first kills, the first deaths, last map.
เสกวินจะจัด
Good game. Pre-fire with a knife, less lucky. Relatively unscathed, all things considered there. Just backing away from the rifle. Being rained down. Massive round up. Still left reeling myself. Flash clearance. Snake bite to respond.
And Lauda going
โอ้มันจะ
through mid. If
จ่ายอะไรกันเยอะแยะวะเนี่ยนะบี
that it's a B stack because of all of that utility in their face, they may end up running into danger. John's watching it, and they do still have a trip there. But in terms of
ตอนเก็บ
anticipating
กล้องไว้
4 players,
Tens. Half cleared. Now crossfire. Set up forward.
จ้าเอโอ้โหเพียบเลย
I'd realize it. Okay, we've been found out. Got to back
แล้วเทน
away
โด
now.
น
Just try and flood back into this. Do some economic damage. So, util flying forwards here. I'll have to push away the plan though. So still, spike down and out.
เอ้า
CK.
รับ
No turn on the fire. He's still alive here.
ไอ้เคนมันเป็นอะไรเมื่อกี้
Too much danger.
it shouldn't be dangerous, but when the loud players hit shots,
Just never know. Tap.
อุ้ย
CK. Hello. It's rattling their heads now. Already 2 taken, stricken off the list. Thrash has to be used. He popped the ult. He popped the ult.
เฮ้ยมัน cancel เหรอ
Just trying to time it. Yeah, detained up into the corner here.
หรือว่าอยากอ๋อมันนี่ไปแล้ว
And it's looking more likely. Finally fades away and he's back into it. But here it is. The
โอ้
follow
โห
on.
เหลือจอนด้วย
All the rifles online.
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ย
Doesn't have the
เชี่ยดิอย่างเวอร์
เฮ้ย
It's unbelievable.
What the fuck man
QCK ว่ะ
เฮียยิงแบบติ๊กแท็กโทอ่ะ
they're in a post-plant position, and yet it still feels like any team can take it. We've had some rounds go down to defuses with a fraction of a second left on the clock. We've had a 1v3 played by Sassy. Exactly. That is going to harm the economy, but not in a way that has immediate effect. But it's going to keep a lid on Sense economy getting out of control and going to allow Loud some opportunities to maybe play some anti-ecos later on. But 5 out of 6 of the most recent rounds have all gone the way of Sentinels after Loud got off to that hot start. And to be honest,
มันปลดล็อกแล้วอะมันนิ่งแล้ว
at all of the way that Loud are playing.
มาวันแรกๆยังไม่มาหลังๆนี่มาตลอด
Okay, in order to get into a 1v3 situation, Loud had to play that really well, and they did. They collected on the mid play. They got themselves into a player advantage. They just lost out because there's beasts on the other side of the stage.
There's no player on either of these rosters that doesn't deserve to be here. Everybody capable of stepping the hell up.
Speaking about that,
เนี่ยพรุ่งนี้มีแข่งไหม
is the player in position to do the most of that.
มีครับ
It's less actually who we haven't seen as much from. Usually, we're expecting less to just be hyper consistent, finding his moments to have value, even though he's playing the Viper. With this composition, he does end up being pretty stuck over towards B.
ไม่รู้เชียร์ใครทีมหนึ่งก็เลสอีกทีมก็เทนนะ
Really found those opportunities. Different defensive setup though again being
เป็นมีจอห์นคิวทีกับเทนพี่น้อง
Move their way over the B. Just calling up on the back of it. Now 2 years. This time standing strong, just
วัน
trying
นี้
to
พี่
break.
ตุ้ยไม่ค่อยแบบว่าเฉิดฉายเลย
Russia players now ready to push
แต่
it
ก็
back
ยิงอยู่
away.
เรื่อย
Zells is getting the ult online, can counter Sadak. You can
ยิง
see
แต่ละ
Sadak
ช็อต
set
โอ้โห
up to go for the ult.
ตุ้ย
Oh, they just ripped
เดือด
it
จัด
anyway.
Okay. Send it out wide. Smoke's not even propped up yet. Yes, second in position. Breaking. It's for the tar. Now a plant.
ๆผมชอบมุมนี้ของเปเปอร์เล็กกี่ทีที่มันบูทขึ้นอะ
อ๋อเด็ดจริง
Fight this one further.
Normally, Loud are going to throw in a lot of utility early for plant denial.
Hunter's Fury. Molly's
โอ้
going
โห
to
เบรกอย่างนี้
the side. Hunter's Fury. There's
เอ้า
the option. Second
แย่ละ เทคนิคการเปลี่ยนแปลงช็อตนี้ หนึ่ง
Up top. Familiar angle. Has the ult now for the classic reposition. Ult into the back of the site. Could be anyone's game on a knife's edge. Every single instance. Tens sticking. The with the ult into the back, but he has been cleaned up. 2 years there. It's a 1v2. Taps it. Gets sassy. Doesn't give him anything. Still bides his time. Waits it out. And now it has been fully drawn down. To the final moments, all the kills going Loud's way, but not the round.
นี่ไงตัวยิงแค่
ได้ทุกวิน แตกหมดทุกวินตอนนี้
แม่งคือได้วางแล้วแบบว่าได้เล่นใช้เวลาบ่มหรือว่าจริงๆแล้วเรามาเล่นช้าผมว่าก็ไม่นะ
ไม่มันไอ้ต้องบอกว่าเซนมันใช้ของไปเห็นเบรกเห็นปะ พอเรา
แผ่นมัน
จะเข้าปุ๊บโดนไอ้นี่เบรกโดนเลยเบรก
โดน
ถ่วง
ของ
เว
เบรก
ลา
อะ
ไปอีกทีละนิดทีละนิด
เซนแม่งเล่นโพสแผ่นโคตรเก่งอะ
ระเบียบอะไม่เหมือนเมื่อก่อนอะมาแบบว่าแท็กติกแบบเต็มตัวปีนี้
เซนเข้ารอบนี้ไปเจอเจนจีเซนจะชนะเป็นรอบชิงแล้วเราเจอ PRX สายล่าง แล้วเราจะชนะเจนจีมาชิงเอาวะผมคำนวณแล้ว
And how many times have we said that? It's just been a running theme. Normally, because Sen get out to such a hot start in every half, this time they actually have to grind their way back into echoing Loud. And off the back of a 1v3 from Sassy too.
Ridiculous recovery.
มันไม่ค่อยใช้ของพัมเพื่อนมันเก็บของไว้โพสแผ่นนะ
There's danger there with these Loud players. They're opting for a stack over towards B. 2 years again. Same spot he's been playing in time and time again. Really disrespecting them though. Just holding the angle for some util. Needs to. Is this a paranoia?
Yeah, I mean, what is the timing of this?
I don't know. I mean, he's found, okay, he's found something. Maybe just hearing a footstep, but another flash is connecting. Gives up the space, just seeking to delay as long as possible. Sentinels though, looking likely they're going to have an open sight. 2 years is really trying to make this feel like there's lots of players here. Nades, so they just spam the box. Deal with him.
กล่องแค่นี้ก็ไม่ให้โอ้อุ้ยแกนสวย
Everybody lit up here, even with the stingers. There's danger, danger in abundance, but still with the rifles.
Holy! It's tens again, man. You can't get away from it.
ช็อตเมื่อกี้เสียวอยู่นะสติงเกอร์อะ
เสียวดิบลูกแล้วมันโดนพิษด้วย
ถ้าไม่ฉีกออกมานี่หมดแล้วนะ
And saves the rest of his team. They needed it. They were all barreled up in sight. It looked over.
โอ้โหยิงอย่างนี้ก็ให้พี่เขา
Well, you see how much more difficult it looks for Sentinels when Loud are close by, able to flood defend and throw that utility to put pressure on them before they can get into post-plant positions. And Tens bails them out, top of the scoreboard, doing things fantastically, playing from similar spots.
Deep cross map knife. Be landing over towards market.
And that's going to give them a good idea about what the defensive setup looks like, because often QCK is going to be on A.
So a good indicator now. Just waiting for the right time to strike. Thrash. Gen into the util. They cut up the side actually through the back here. There's a detainment into mid, but won't be any follow-up.
ตกใจที่ว่าฟินิกซ์โดนแล้วเทนแม่งจะวาร์ปอ๋อไม่ใช่คนละวาร์ปทีมเดียวกัน
Now down, and it looks like this might be another funny round.
โหดเกินเลยงั้น
Backside B control, which is going to allow them to get players in flooded.
Hit it as well. Just to play for it. QCK does have his own ult now. Run it back. Finally initiated. He was suppressed in time, but just let it loose. Maybe seeing if he can hunt down a few of these kills. And yep, Zelsis caught. Util out in his hands. Wasn't really quite aware of that one. Dizzy attacking. Spammed. Here we go. Only now loud. Fast on the approach. Aftershock there, but a quick TP into the corner. Paranoid order util layered on top of each other. Just cannot do anything. Scintillating, sizzling away. Spraying them down with the rifles gained. And that is allowed up to a 5.
โหมันจ่ายของโคตรโหดเลย
A 5, you can't fault it. Plenty of chances.
It's an awesome half. So many of the rounds could have gone either way and were decided on the tiniest of margins.
บุกไป7
But I think Loud really figured something out there in that final round. The pit to be able to flood into back B site and the way that they dealt with the aggressive players forwards was lovely. It was anybody's game though.
แม่งหนีไฟมาโดนพิษ เทนบอกศาสตร์
Hard to say, but so tightly contested. The exception of being our first map, but it has just been back and forth we go.
คนดีไม่มีที่ยืน
Absolutely incredible stuff.
Sou o Kawanzin, sou iniciador da Loud. Senti muito bem, a EDG é um time que, pra mim, tem um dos melhores players individuais e acredito que o deles não estava no 100% deles. O Kankan é um player, é um star player e acho que ele não performou tão bem, então acho que o principal motivo disso foi a nossa individualidade hoje que estava muito boa. Então acho que depois que a gente corrigiu os erros contra a GEN.G, a gente estava bastante confiante já. Acho que a partida contra a FPX deu uma confiança muito boa pra gente, então acho que a gente esperaria que ia ganhar assim deles, mas ninguém esperaria esse stomp, né? Cara, a gente não esperava isso, mas acho que nós tivemos um plano de jogo muito bem executado pela nossa parte.
หน้าข่าวสินนี่ก็เหมือนอยู่นะแอบคล้ายๆอยู่แต่ก็ไม่เหมือนว่าแต่ก็คือเหมือนกัน
Eu acho que a Sentinels é um dos melhores, o melhor time aqui do campeonato de Madrid. Cara, acho que o diferencial deles é que eles jogam muito bem como equipe. Quer dizer, tem o star player que é o Ziken, mas eles jogam muito bem como um time e acredito que todo mundo pode performar muito bem lá e ganhar um clutch ou talvez levar a partida sozinho. Rapaziada, muito obrigado pela torcida, quero agradecer muito principalmente a minha família, meus amigos que me mandam mensagem no WhatsApp, que me ligam. Estou muito feliz que a gente conseguiu fazer isso e classificar para o playoff. Só quero pedir vocês fãs que continuem confiando na gente, a gente vai dar o nosso melhor e vamos tentar conquistar esse título para casa. É isso, tamo junto.
Praise for his opponents. I mean, talking all the talk there about Sentinel's team play, and it goes to show as well. I mean, even praising Zekken as their star player. Now, Zekken's at the bottom of the scoreboard right now for his team.
Yeah.
And yet still, Sentinels are holding a lead 7-5 when they had an absolutely horrific start to the entirety of that half.
Yeah, and actually, I think the story over the last couple of maps has been not so much Sen getting the advantage at the beginning of the round, but just having really strong ways of being able to close things out. Tens has been amazing in those spots. And so we go into a pistol, which is insanely important, especially for Loud, I think, to be able to get online. Complete contacting up. Zelsis picks a mid-round timing. Knife destroyed. Could be anybody there.
Tens back and out. Still open towards his back. Okay.
So close to getting punished there.
Very close.
This was
quick onto the angle.
หนีตายหนี
Flood out now, facing with the bodies. Paranoia back.
อุ้ย
That's unreal.
As blind as the fadeaway. Damage has been done.
Unreal
Zelsis here. Single shot will do it. Tucked close. There it is, straight to the chest. Brings him down. John.
เซนบอกกูโดนพกอีกแล้ว
Pistol round. You got to
ตัด
think.
เลย
Back in charge.
ตัดละ
Looking good for it. To have not won a pistol round the entire series and then get both of them in the decider map could end up being crucial. No way of knowing yet. But Sen are certainly not going to force into this one again. On the defense side, not as many kills. That's a ridiculous kill, though. That is a ridiculous one. But the fact that QCK was the tip of the spear is going to start building his way up to the Phoenix ult. And Loud started that with such a contacting approach.
Willing to give anything away. Main benefit of it being that Loud, they have tons of util left saved for the big site hits, especially over towards A. Difficult one to
จะมีโจ๊กอะแบบเดียว
to clear through elbow, lots of corners.
I think Loud have got the read now that this was not a heavy A setup. They are just charging their way forwards. Yeah. As soon as they don't meet people early, they realize that they've essentially got a free plant off.
It's a good post-plant position as well, just for the spike to be dropped down, laid down, snake bite.
It looks like Sen are going to send utility here, rather than trying to save it.
See if they can take an early fight, and you're right, I mean, could get costly. Normally you want to be saving these pieces of util, but clearly Sentinel's thinking, feeling like it could be winnable, but not with the gun disadvantage.
No, I mean, keep an eye
โอ้โห
on
ฟอลเลย
Sen retakes on A
โอ้
once
ย
we have rifles online, but that was very easily cleaned.
แล้วมันมีโจ๊กไง
I think that's going to put people
ฟิ
in
นิกซ์มี
positions
โจ๊
where
ก
they
ไง
need to light up.
โจ๊กมาแล้ว
Could end up being important against the
รู้ไป
Bulldogs.
บอมไหน
The fact that they ended up investing there in the utility to go for the retake. But I think Sen are going to be confident in those kind of rounds once guns are online. Their comp can just util dump spots on A. It's very
แบบนี้ที่ไร QCK ลั่นทุกทีเลย
most of the metagame actually that we saw in the last time that these teams faced on Sunset was how they approached the A
สวัส
retake.
ดีครับ
Bonus round now to be cooked up for Loud. They've got plenty of danger in it. I mean, that ran it back earned. QCK, this guy is frying. I mean, he's 20 and 10 currently. In the top. Another score.
โอ้วอล
Top here, though.
อุ้ย
Tap and a face. That contact play style.
วอลอันนี้ของ
in place.
Yeah, but I mean,
อ้าวโคตรแสบไวเปอร์เนี่ย
they're trying to punish the orb pick up there, and they both get sprayed down. Targeted the paranoia onto a spot that Tens is often liking to play, but it's second up there this time. In market. The trip not broken though. They know it's fake market pressure. Yeah, this is a weird one. No way. Did they spot
เฮ้ย
hint of 2Es? Was
โดนไหมเนี่ย
there a question mark on the minimap?
Maybe.
Yeah, pinged out, I think.
Yep, it is. Leaning this way. Celsius. He's a low player, but he decides to take the fight anyway, not set up onto that angle with any form of util. Sassy now, he's in a one and done. Dart has to be broken, and he's revealed his position now. This is problematic. Full usage. The util now. Tens right behind them. Sent out the paranoia.
สบายให้
Dropped down. Most of his team nowhere near here.
Ui.
Less is the last one standing.
This flank from Sen has worked.
ดีนะเพื่อนมาช่วยทัน
Our players barely reacted. I don't think they knew where that paranoia was coming from. Has left less in a 1v3 in a much worse position than Sassy was when he was able to get the plant down.
Yeah, I mean, 15 seconds left in the round. It's impossible scenario.
10 seconds left.
And Les will just be trying to win this one while the rest of the team in silence scratches their head, wondering where it all went wrong here. That pick onto Zelsis puts Sassy in such a difficult position, and the flank from B bailed him out.
เกือบ
Sentinel's just getting a bit of a read, I think, in terms of how Loud want to play and set up into this one, of how many risks they were taking on this round against the bonus round, right? You think about it, pushing through into B main, hard flanking through the back,
30 seconds left.
giving them all that information.
But I think going for flank plays like that just plays really nicely into Loud's composition, which lacks the Cypher. Anytime you can get aggressive like that, yeah, go for it. Why not? Loud are not going to have that information, and they're going to find it difficult.
Tens not to be dislodged from this spot. There's a Phoenix flash in his face, though. Won't be punished and dropped down. Paranoia now. TP, foul line, everything. The kitchen sink being tossed and turned and shucked at them. Out through market. Flash over the way. Ring around a Rosie.
โอ้โห
Can't
เซ
escape.
เคนชิบหายแล้ว
So now we get to see Loud in a post plan.
เหมือนเราจะเหนื่อยแล้วนะเซเคน
Here it comes. Paranoia, yeah. Thrash as well. Torbjorn laid out on top of one another. Fast. Cover play. Shock into the corner was utilized a little bit earlier, but everybody tucked into main. Do have the orb for this one. Actually, some mollies as well. We're going to see how the util just reigns supreme into it. Dizzy over the top. Anything to try and latch onto this spike and get the defusal started.
Is there time for the thrash?
I don't even know. I mean, listen, it's going to be 1 second left. He wants to use it, but again, somebody needs to get onto this one. Already detained. Into the side, into the corner. Where is the time pressure? Hello! Finally, wingman down, and the rifle's there. Has to be bodyguard duty. Spraying them all down. Wingman! He's been stopped in his tracks. Half tapped, sassy, no more to room.
ตายหมดเลย10 คน
I've seen recently has featured just everyone dead on both sides kind of post plants, where things are coming down to time so much. I mean, both teams playing this kind of more passive setup over towards B with the post plant, but throwing a couple of people in aggressively to draw out early
โอ้โห
utility. And so teams are getting stalled in
เทีย
their
สเปรย์ที
spots.
เดียวหาย3 หัว
If Wingman had not gone down there, we could have had a very similar situation to Icebox, where little bro's just sat inside the pit, just tinkering away, cutting the red wire.
Yeah, it's a good heads up.
หักแล้ว
They get the 3 kill spraying down now. I think most teams might just end up stopping the spray. Thinking that they got everybody. All the targets are going to be on it. But now, Diligent.
I wonder, does this knife incentivize...
เชลซีจะเงียบลงนะตอนนี้
Is there going to be some kind of trigger that gets Sen going aggressive on the map? John is moving around his Cypher setups. This time he's got a cam in mid, so they don't have to play that particularly. You can just rely on the camera. A trip for market because Sen were playing B main kind of aggressively to start the round.
Smells like a B retake.
It does. And obviously you don't want to be hard anchoring the site against Kawanzin's Rolling Thunder.
No.
But also Loud would love to save it if they get the info that it's a B retake setup.
Hello, where's that orb going? Straight up into the sky.
Not where it's supposed to.
Oh, Rolling Thunder now though. You feel the presence. Now they're going to be using it. Tens. Peas. And away. Back to the corner actually.
Not away.
Even deeper angle. He wants to try and take the fight to them.
Oh.
Flash. Forward to set it up. That's Zelsis.
อย่างวะ
Dynamic
ใส่วะนะ
เฮ้ย แปลกๆวะ
แปลกจัดแปลกจัด
จำได้ว่าเมื่อกี้จ่ายสีเข้าจ่ายของเข้าทำไมมึงหายหมดทีมเลยงงเว้ย เจอเทนเนียนยังปิ่นครับ
Yeah, they just assumed, okay, nobody would be silly enough. Nobody would be
ถ้าเปลี่ยน
whimsical enough to take
ใครจะไปเชื่อว่าจ่ายของขนาดนี้แต่ไม่ได้สักตัว
ไม่ได้แล้วยังตายอีก
brain of Angel and Redgar and combine it with the skill and impeccable
งงว่ะ
timing of... Dude, I don't even know.
I mean, himself.
Yeah, yeah. Who's got it like he does?
Yeah.
ให้เราไม่ใส่ล่าง อุ้ย ไปข้างบนก็เหนื่อยข้างล่างก็เหนื่อยครับผมระดับนี้
It just goes entirely the
ฟอร์ม
way.
แพ้กันได้หมด
See them now, just having that lead. Knocking the money back down here for Loud.
Yeah, this is devastating. Once Sen start building up a little bit of momentum like this, you could see them pulling away.
Right here. See you on the other side.
Loud would love a thrifty here.
Seen him do it. Sharp with the Sheriffs. Busy dealt with. Flash to follow up as soon as that knife gets the confirmation. No one peeking off of it though. All the noise in the world being made really out towards Alba. Now Zekken should be able to get himself out of there with a satchel. In fact, Molly didn't clear him. Oh! That's nasty.
เจอลีฟ QCK นี่แม่ง
แน่นอนจริง
All up, taking a pause into the round here off that initial kill. Just seeing if they can pull it to send players around the map.
It would be a little difficult to retrieve this rifle. Might not be something that is possible to do. The smoke though.
It's just Sassy who's holding the corner. Like you
ๆเซ
said,
เคนหลับจริง
Yeah, now it is possible to go and get that.
So they're calling for a reclear potentially of their own. Wingman. Rue gets the acknowledgement.
Yeah, somebody's in elbow and also pushed up close. That gives you a good idea. It's going to be a re-hit. Tens takes the fight.
Tens, there's a fault line follow through there. Zelsis close to the corner. Got to get the punish. Through those shots now. They're worried about the TP close to the corner here. Zelsis heard that sound cue, but it's all just feigns and fakes on top of each other. There's only 25 seconds left. What do you go for here? I mean, a pause into the play. Going for a re-hit.
20 seconds.
Going for a re-hit.
Celsius is in a committed position.
Really committed. It's the first phase coming through. It's just the players of the Sheriffs and they're
มีจอน
already
อยู่นั่นด้วย
falling
ไง
out. Fully crumbling. Less. One with the rifle makes a decent job, a decent go of it, but now 2 more rounds for the lead here. Sentinels.
Loud look a little lost in that spot though, man. That was a bit of a disappointing round. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take the timeout, and I think they have actually. But they call a
ยา
pause
เอ
in
ก
the
แพ้
round,
2-0 ครับ
on their attack side, but there isn't really a threat that they could be going for the hard rotate, because John's still got up all of his Cypher utility. He's got a cam deep in B main, he's got a trip for market, and the players over in A link know that there's nobody lurking mid. So what exactly are Sen going to be afraid of? Especially when the wingman catches contact, right? This is...
Call, we go. Don't be scared. Let's go. Good.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, Sen building up that confidence, making sure that everybody's on the same page.
Vibes Merchant laying it down.
Yeah. So this next rifle round, it's a perfectly timed tactical timeout. Because this next rifle round is going to be extraordinarily important, pivotal in how this map goes. If Loud lose it, after investing ults, which I'm sure they're going to go for, they'll be dropped back down to an eco, and Sen are basically, at that point, just on a coronation march.
Oh yeah.
Right? They're going straight up.
The upper round 2 of the playoffs.
So this is a must-win for Loud.
Put everything into it. Luckily, a few ults being earned. So that run it back, I mean, it feels like QCK is never without it. You know, and then such frequency, all the kills he's been getting, the plans, the orbs funneled into him.
But has he been able to find value with it?
Yeah, that's the thing. Seems quite offhanded in terms of the way that they do approach to use it, but every now and then you might see it still. Sassy holding the Dizzy.
Okay, this time they wait out the knife at the start of the round from Celsius. Right, so Loud have to start a little further back, but they don't give away that there's 2 players over towards A. The stun for them to try to take a little bit of space. And look at John's setup again.
ขอบคุณจันเจ้านะครับสำหรับ19 บาทด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับเชียร์ทีมไหนเซนติเนลครับ
And again, acknowledgement there from Dizzy. Stray shots missed him. Fired off the warning shots, and I know that somebody, at least one player lurking out towards A.
But they're not scared of mid, and they're not scared of market, because John's utility is still there.
Right inside the smoke, I mean, they're setting up for a pop flash play here. Yep, they can hear it. The door being broken down, they want to try and fight Tooth and Nail for control of it. The nade down. How does he get 2?
Double nade.
It's ridiculous. QCK forced to bodyguard his own spot there. Driving.
And it goes down to a 3v3 in a really weird fashion. Sen have committed pretty heavily to the B side of the map. And so Loud have actually managed to find an opening here to go for a post plan.
30 seconds left.
The smoke was in the way at the top section of mid. It might already be just close with the rocket, but no, has to respect it, wondering if they could be lurking in that potential avenue. So a free plant here, Loud.
And some players in potential positions to play a nice post plan too. You don't have to be worried about the initiator utility from Sen, which is the main part of it. But obviously there's still danger with the paranoia, with the showstopper. Loud get info that there's nobody on the flank.
Yeah, exactly, with that dart. Around now, and that's a Hunter's Fury to add even more time pressure. Ult committed and stuck. Tenses forwards, he wins his fight. That is ridiculous. Still with a paranoia, now to showstopper. Seeking to commit this one. I don't know where these players might be, but the first tap at least forces out the ult. Rocket flying. Gen clears the 1, but on top of this corner, on top of the box, 2 years, has to reveal his hand, spraying it through.
Oh, John QT.
All the bullet second, sticking, and he's won the round for his team.
สวย
Despite the heroics of Sadak, not enough. Barely enough. Look at that point.
สแปมรอแหละจอห์น QT
It's wild how close these rounds are getting.
Oh my god.
But also, how on earth is Sen even in position to do that? Tens sticks the ultimate, gets caught by a player. QCK is shooting for like a third of a second before Tens even realizes where he's positioned. Still flicks straight to his head and opens things up. Even when Loud have openings,
Good job, Zach.
Sen are still finding their way through. And I said that was going to be the important round.
Exactly. Here's the money. Dire Straits. Take a loan out from the bank if they'll even give you one here. Aftershock at the top cam position used early. That's just a trio. I mean, clear out John QT, who's had that cam at the top section of mid. And Loud have been given control of market, control of mid now.
Yeah, this is a very different flavor to the round. The problem is the weaponry is just so advantaged towards Sentinels. Loud have finally got a better macro idea.
Still might be some danger.
Might be too late.
2 players spotted, 1 tagged up here. Shock darts now, and the squeeze is online. QCK is wrapping around. Molly there. Oh, hello. Trip. Tens lit up entirely. Let's loose that paranoia, but that one way, less than ideal. That was John's.
Great crunch in B main though from Loud.
Yeah.
Sen couldn't figure out how, which direction to go in, I guess. And Tui's is here ready to pick up Zelsis. All good.
เกือบแล้วพี่ตุ้ย
And what a recovery.
พอเลททิตตี้พี่เอ๋ว่าไง
Could not have been a better timing for it.
ทำไมมันถึง
By all rights.
มันถึงลากไป2 คนน่ะ
To series point. And instead, they're going to take a tactical timeout here to discuss what went wrong. And to me, it's very clear. They finally lost market control. Loud actually went and took that space on the map that otherwise John's just been watching with a trip.
B-main control, the pivot from Sen. Yeah, you are right. Losing control of that one. So Sentinel's going to be using this timeout now to discuss precisely what went wrong.
งงกันทั้งฮอช็อตนี้
งงดิ
World-class caller this guy is. No slouch as well with the aiming department, at least for this map. He's going to be potentially even expecting that. There's layers to it.
Yeah. I think from Loud, though, this timeout is also going to serve them. Because they've been struggling to deal with what Sen have been throwing at them. And I think it is possible that that eco round has given them a serious clue of how to adapt in the game. Sadak is normally so good at coming up with those adjustments late on in a map, late in a half, late in a series. He's not one of the guys to run out of ideas. So let's see what he's brought to the table coming out the back of this timeout. Looks like Sen want to try to take the game to them, perhaps.
เนี่ยเรา
Pinging out the mini-map over
เกาะ
towards
เบา
A.
หมด
And Zekan set up
เกาะ
for an
เบาหมด
earlier fight.
ฝั่งนู้นแฟนทอม4 กระบอก เรียบร้อย
We're waiting for the acknowledgement of the
หัว
9
ขาด
for the flash play to Dizzy, all combined. Dart broken. One player tagged there.
And it was Sadak, who does sometimes play alone on the opposite side of the map. Just to make it feel like there's presence where there isn't any. Sassy gets ult online.
กล้องจานจอนี่ก็แจ่มอยู่นะกล้องข้างบนเนี่ย
Open and the shot there onto the market trip.
ดันชน
No dice, still remains up.
So John continues to provide great info to his team.
Hello. Oh, Second go for the repick there with the thrash. He's punished.
Yeah.
แม่งรู้ทันอ่ะ
Second's been neutralized, to be honest. As much as Colin Zine was bigging him up at the halftime, in the segment talking about Loud's, Sentinel's strengths, they have managed to neutralize the star player of Sen. But they need more. They dodge the knife again. This is going to give Loud the perfect timing to go into Sassy. Can he pull out some magic?
Jumping around. Drone hears it. Has to respect it now. It's running away just to get the hell out of there. Doesn't break the drone either, so it clears out the site entirely. No command. Let loose, let rip. Zelsis spreads it wide now. Cross onto the site. Not going to be letting them use that util plant. Stuck here by Kawazin. Tens onto that high ground approach.
ต้องเอาเลยต้องเอาเลย
Less being removed. That's one of the star players going pound for pound, just removing this one. And a call is made to try and fight this one. Sassy taking it straight to them. Man in tow, and he just caught the backside. Clips Sadak out towards the back of the head. Flash through. Done with a Spectre. Ult denied. 2 years. He's miles away. The knife gives them every single bit of information they could want. Skipping a hop, dodging round. Surely. No way.
เรียบร้อยครับขออนุญาตขึ้นแท่นอุ้ย
พี่ตุยว่ะน้องนี้ขอบคุณ19 บาทนะครับขอบคุณครับ
I was looking at the minimap the whole time at Tui's positioning. He lurked his way fully through B main, walked all the way into Boba, going round the world, and he was way out of time.
I believe that straight in catch.
Yeah, it definitely looked like bullets were headed in Ten's direction.
Can't believe it.
But it's better to be lucky than good, and damn if Tens isn't both.
And this is it, potentially. Precipice of defeat for Loud. UCK. Sliver of an angle, just holding it ADS, but he does not get what he was seeking. Now running away, less. These are matters into his own hands. Yeah. Look at this deep lurk.
These are the rounds where Les just decides, all right, my team's struggling to come up with an idea. I am going to make the play to win.
โอ้มาไวจัดแล้วไม่มีใครมีข่าวกูว่าแล้ว
Peeking it wide like that, just slowly. Did manage to vacuum up that space now. There's going to be that repick. Sassy just trying to tuck himself into the corner here. Needs some help from the rest of his team. Hunter's Fury trying to collect these kills as well. They're trying to face from Spawn. Run it back there. Actually brought him down with the ult, and Sassy in this entire time somehow has stayed alive. Tucked to the corner. Got a smoke at his back to try and help him out, and everybody's going to be facing him here. Flash in his face, spraying through. It's all praying. But this time Loud. One's on top here.
ยากเลยวินหน้าจน
GEN.G might not be long
ฟาวขึ้น10อีโคลาวขึ้น11โอ้โหทีอีกแล้วเหรอ
It feels like Sen are in control, and yet you look, because they've died so many times while winning these rounds, they don't have an economic cushion to rely on.
แจกแต้มก่อนเลยได้ไหมเลข3
It does end up being really important.
He's commenting the entire time. See it in this cam.
Yeah, it's like a mini timeout for him, right?
Yeah.
To discuss what's going on. And really, the big difference that round is that Les just found an opening up through elbow. I'm not sure exactly how he's managed to find that read, that Sen had nobody playing there. Perhaps, even if people were playing there, he was happy to take the fights, just believing in himself. Does John save this?
He needs to rifle. And 2 years, I mean, he's just making a mockery of him. Jumping through, knowing he's low enough.
We are going to be headed into,
oh my god,
the final few rounds here of the match, with Loud favored to bring it to the final round, and maybe even some OT afterwards. It's crazy the adaptations that these teams are willing to make, and even if it isn't a team-based thing, these players are willing to make. Look at this gamble, Sen gambling over towards A, because that's where Les found the success previously. Sadak's already swapped it up. They're headed in the opposite direction, trying to keep it safe, keep everybody together, make sure they can trade out low eco.
Oh.
Stampede there, hearing him across the floorboards. Util in the world as well, pointing into that direction, and a fast follow through from Sen. They're going to be chasing the noise cues. Hoping to try and flood in time, but there's nothing to push back this plan. So Kawazi gets into it now. Even the ult online if he chooses to expend it, but probably not even necessary.
I mean, a win here for Sen is forcing out those ults, I think.
Yeah.
I'll say that. They could close it out here.
Easy. No one to break, no one to deal with it, but it's a flash using, running and
Hey.
going. They could close it out here. Okay, drive by.
เอาแล้ว
เฮ้ย
Now forces out the snake bites. Have to be utilized.
อยู่ดีก็คนลุกไอ้วิ่งยิง
Surely, there's no danger. Sure.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหเทน
Doesn't just TP, but he does straight into them, into their faces, tapping and spraying all the way through. Rifles will save the day. John would potentially like to get away with this one, but it's going to the final round of regular time anyway. Might as well go down with the ship.
I believe for a moment there, when Sen had their weapons, and were just running into backside, overwhelming people. That's pretty good awareness from Sadak as well. Tens is difficult to see in that spot. And this time the rifles are able to
เทนไอเดียดีอยู่นะช็อตนี้
spam is good.
เกือบสวย
They use the pit. A timeout taken. A timeout taken. Right before the last round of regulation, Kaplan hits the red button.
Tension could never be high, could it?
Both teams just set to simmer. Kawanzine has a huge ultimate online, and Sentinels are wary of that. I'm not sure what kind of adjustment Kaplan wants to make towards the end of this.
ไม่ไหวแล้ว
I would imagine
มันลุ้นเสียเหลือเกิน
that little elbow passage that Les was able to find for them in round 22. But to be honest, a lot of the game plan has still been working here for Sen on defense side. John's been able to find so much value from this Cypher setup. You know, if you hit an unbreakable, there aren't actually that many tools with Loud's composition to be able to get through it. There's obviously the trips or the shocks or an after shock, something like that. But Loud have not been meticulous in making sure all of that is eroded away. 2E's has bought the op again. On the attack side this time.
Yeah, just trying to slow it down, and why not? You have the money, you have the cash. Maybe even just anticipating some kind of adjustment from Sentinels here, but it's everything. Tossed into the mix. One round to decide it. Does the series end? Does it get totaled? Or will there be that continuation of play? Loud have a chance to fight back.
Very early dominance with their utility over towards B main. Paranoia used off the rip from 2E's to make it feel like they're taking early B main control. I think trying to prompt out some kind of aggression in A main and see if they could punish it. maybe even hoping that Zek and Osasi would play for the ult orb and they could get that. It really feels like they're trying to trap them going for the A ult orb. Zek and Osasi are not taking a risk like that to throw away their chance of winning the match and going to meet Gen.G in the uppers. So no dice on that early trap.
Deep drone not broken.
ลุ้น
Feel it.
เห็นจัด ดูเทนมุมนี้ครับ
Tension. Tense. Tiniest of
โอ้
angles. Tiniest
เร็วมาก
but he gets it. Ulted up, stunned
Oh.
up, will be brought down in the end. So the trade is online here, and a call is made for Sen.
เห็นบอกจัดให้คมๆแล้ว
Backing away, playing for the retake here. Sadak is going to go for the plan, but he's ended up just throwing it to the side. He's going to give it to QCK to get that run it back.
Optimizing, but also giving Sen an opportunity to throw in some util early on. They're not going to go for the flood defend though.
โอ้โหมันมีไอ้นี่อีกอะมีโจ๊ก
Here it is. QCK lets it rip, breaking the util. Dizzy.
Oi.
This play gets caught into the wall there. Unfortunate with it. Still watching, holding for the flash. Anti-positions played. Spam into the box, but it does buy them critical time. Running their way past this one. Are they going to anticipate 2 years? Nails them to the back.
ยิ้มเลยไม่มีสโมกแล้ว
The second shot goes flying wide. Smoke and disengaging. Back and away. Celsius seeking to clear this one out, but again the time running against them. The rifles have
เรียบร้อย
to
overtime
ring true, but it will not happen. Overtime once more and loud. They're desperate for it, man. Crawling.
These late
QCK แม่งเดือดจัด
on Icebox and now on Sunset to be able to get into overtime have just been marvelous. And this with Tens being able to get the first kill onto Les to start with. But that punish at the back of the Rolling Thunder was so important. Remember what Tens was able to do to them over towards B as he teleported into a corner, didn't get away with any shenanigans like that this time. No ops being bought in OT. So no craziness just yet as Loud swapped to the defense side.
เมื่อกี้เทนตายมันรีเทคยากจัด
Remember Sen were trying to set
ไม่มีสโมกแล้ว
quite a lot and threaten it.
no smoke
Too much threat behind it though.
ตุยทิวเลยเมื่อกี้
Sen happy to wait it out for the initial 10 seconds.
เฮ้ย
Into their defensive setup where 2es is the player holding aggressive over towards A, so they frequently leave 2es alone in these spots.
มันยังไงกัน
This time though, he's got backup from Kawanzin. Dizzy off the cam contact. 2es trying to find a timing to re-paranoia and take position on the A line. Doesn't catch anybody. It's the same kind of thing again here, Brent. Trying to set up this mid-lurk of A main distraction. Yeah. But I swear, Loud are always super aware of stuff like this.
Deep Smoke did pull Kawazin away. He might be able to react in time though to help 2 years out of a couple of pieces of util. Now time is going to become an issue and a problem. Flash through over the top. 2 years just bumbling into the walls there. Lucky that he didn't pay for it with his life, but he backs away and now the call is being made. Rotations abound here for Loud.
And now they're going to be in position to try to send util to stop this.
Satchel. The pathing over to the top. Plant. Actually going down here, but any sort of util. After shock, breaks it. 12 seconds. Time really against them.
ชิปหายแล้วไง
Down Loud. This is them. With a chance to really gain some ground here. Swinging wide to punish. Kawazin, he understood it as a win con and just decided to take the risk anyway. 2 years. Fake the TP back, and now they want to fight this one into the back of the site. Double face, no util sentinels. Barreling through. Finding their own
ยังมีจอนอยู่ เฮ้ย
Spamming through. Sadak left in a 1v2.
Second making the wrap around to A-Link.
Sadak sticking this one half onto it, half onto the defuse. He's bought himself a little bit of time. A window potentially. And he's not being given it. He's not being given
จอนมันกวนจัดเลย
Give him an easy one. Face together. It's
ไอ้
Sentinels
จอน
They have pulled
จบเนี่ยจอนต้องไปติวลูกทีมแล้วเนี่ย
จอนมันโคตรไมเกม
เวลาโพสแพนทำยังไง
อย่างกวน
That almost won them the round. You saw Kawanzin just barreling over the top of the mosh, trying to end the round instantly by denying
ต้องติวจริงพี่ผมว่าแม่งโคตรเหนือชั้นอะ
ต้อ
จ
ง
อน
ติวเนี่ยคนอื่นทำไม่ได้เลยอ่ะ
opportunity.
จังหวะเงี้ย
On match series point.
The tiniest differences can snowball out of control with these rounds. And you're
มัน
right.
เอาไปกี่รอบแล้วไอ้ช็อตประมาณ3-4 รอบแล้ว
ไม่พลาดเลยดิ
Sentinels in that driving seat.
This time, John Cutie hasn't put a setup for mid control as well, or mid information. So he's got the cam in market, but he is going to need to rely on other people watching the top of mid. So that's going to weaken potentially the A side of the map. So they're kind of cheating here, going for a very aggressive, strong B hold, but a weak A, playing retake A. We haven't really seen Sen in this match pull off the retake A superbly, but it does exist.
Tense at this angle, man. I mean, a high-low position. You can't account for the 2 spots that he could be peeked from. The flash in his face was not turned in time.
Doesn't make a footstep though, so they don't know exactly where he's
โอ้
positioned.
น้องนิดราคาสไลด์10.90นะครับ
From the shutdown, I believe.
They're going into the
เห็น
heavy
ว่า
B setup.
Into it indeed. Potentially into the jaws of defeat.
โอ้
Zekin has found his
โหเรา
slice.
เสียซาแดกไปด้วย
And now confusion.
ซาแดกนั่งดูตาปริบๆเลยตอนนี้
Play from Loud. Which direction did it go into? The one way stopping them. Ults and util has to be used now to clear it back through. But the spikes
GG.
down and time against them entirely. Pop flash play.
GG.
พี่เปล่า
And
10 วิ
potentially to fall 2 years and less together now. Tapping it out, but there
จริ
is
งจริง
no chance. There is no hope.
โอ้โหจริงจริง
ดีว่ะ Yes
หมดมากครับ
Sen look incredible here.
Oh.
Dominating on the first map and squeezing through in overtimes to take their appointment with Gen.G in the
ตอนเป็นอินเกมครับ
finals.
ตอนเป็นอินเกมที่โคตร
But Sen were resilient the whole way through with huge performances coming
ลาว
out
จะเป็นเล็ก
multiple
โอ้
players.
ชิต
Sassy's 1v3 absolutely instrumental in getting them into a winning position on this map. John called a great game the entire time and was fragging too. It's not over for Loud, of course. They are no strangers to taking the long road in tournaments.
แม่งตึงมากอะโอเวอร์ไทม์2 แมปอะ
โคตรตึง
ตาจะแตกแล้ว
ไปแล้วครับ
ฝัดีครับ
คนขายบันเดิล
ผมมองว่า PRX ยังไม่ไหว ต้องดูฟอร์มจริงๆเว้ย ต้องดูฟอร์มเลยอะคู่ที่ผมอยากดูที่สุดแห่งยุคมาแล้ว Gen.G กับ Sentinel ใช่
ให้เซนติเนลอ่ะเซนติเนลไม่ฆ่าไม่ตายโกงมาละ
ผมให้ Gen.G เหมือนเดิมอ่ะพี่ แม่งรู้อะแม่งมีอภินิหารเสมอไอ้หมอเนี่ย Gen.G เสมอมาอยากเจอลาวกับเจออีกครั้งแต่รอบนี้ไม่มีแอสปาร์ตเคยเจอมั้ยผมเชียร์ Gen.G แหละไปละเจอกันแชทดึกละนอนได้ละตี 3 กว่าแล้วหาทำนอนพรุ่งนี้เจอกันคู่ที่มันที่สุดคู่ที่น่าติดตามที่สุด Gen.G กับ PRX เจอกันครับ